I just watched a replay of an old interview that Steve Bannon gave with Jeffrey Epstein. It was very creepy. Epstein is pretty freaking smart. Towards the end of the interview, Steve Bannon asked Epstein, "Do you think you might be the devil? Are you the devil?" He said, "Nah, but I got a really great mirror." What is that? What does that even mean? Does it mean he's good at making little demons? Does it mean that he's always aspiring to become one? A newly discovered comet will adorn the night sky that could be so bright, may even be seen in daylight. Hmm. C 2026 A1.
Sounds like the plot to Night of the Comet. Last time this comet was seen is the age of the dinosaurs. Oh yeah, discovered January 13th by Frenchies. So it's like a great comet. Like the Hale Bob.
Hello guys, why you're not talking?
Just ended.
What? How are you, man?
Yep.
Are you a ghost or what?
Or
Why you're chatting? Open the mic.
yeah, if you want someone to talk to you, I mean, pro tip: say something worth responding to. Because right now you've given people lots of reasons to just ignore you. So you'd want that's kind of an uphill battle at this point. You'd want to say something that somebody might respond to.
I so I was asking how nutritious is the food, and now is it advisable to be eating it frequently, or what exactly are you advising us?
You hot mic in there? I don't know, didn't come through.
Hello. So I was saying how nutritious is the food, and like how are you advising us to be eating it, or what exactly are you talking about? What are you trying to tell us?
We're telling you the earth is flat and the food is nutritious.
So, so I was saying, do you know anything dealing with meat from air or stuff dealing with sustainable protein production? So once again, kindly, I'm indulged in this conversation in this group, dealing with food talks and all this, but I don't really know the background information that I require for me to participate in the conversations going on here.
I can give you a question. How much curvature would there be over 10 miles on the globe, over the surface of water?
Pardon, please.
How much curvature would there be over 10 miles over the surface of water on a globe Earth?
Go for what?
I'll put it in the side chat.
The last time I'm seeing, I didn't get exactly what is entailed here. Excuse me. My apologies. 'Cause it sounds like you're angry. The fact that I've not been active in the past in late hours, like earlier. So kindly accept my apologies. And I'm kindly requesting for the background information that I require in this conversation that I'm indulged in.
Laura, that was lovely. Who was that directed to?
The one I was communicating to earlier.
It was me. I was asking how much curvature would there be over 10 miles of water if the Earth were a globe. But I don't think they got the question, but I can't really VC at the moment. Maybe you can continue that on if you have time, Roots.
What exactly do you mean
Yeah,
with the word
I can help.
I kindly help.
Yeah, I can pick up the conversation. Where did you get to? What was the point that you were apologizing for?
The fact that I've not been active for a long while. I've been mute for a while and
You didn't respond.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no problem. Everybody's busy. So where did you get to then? So have you got to the understanding that we're measuring and utilizing the Earth as flat, or not quite there yet?
Yeah. Wait, I'm trying to concentrate here. What were you saying? Kindly, I'm under a very high distraction because I'm in school and like fellow students are around and like it's
Yeah, no problem. I was wondering where you got to in the conversation, and I asked whether you'd accepted the fact that we treat and utilize the Earth as a flat plane, not as a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what was your contention with DJ? What did he say that triggered you, or that you wasn't sure about?
I was just trying to generate a topic by asking that question, but maybe that was a little too complicated for right at the start of the conversation. I think like just the basics might be worth addressing first.
Right. Yeah. So Laura, is it Lorraine?
It's L'Oreal.
L'Oreal. Okay, L'Oreal. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you understand the nature of water and how it behaves when water is at rest? Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Tell me about water at rest. What's the attributes of water at rest?
Still, what at rest is usually still.
Yep. What else? What about
Yeah.
what about the surface of water?
Surface, like it's usually kind of smooth waves waves. Yeah, smooth waves from.
So waves are when water is not at rest. Some sort of force has been applied to the water, creating waves. But if water is completely at rest, the surface of water is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So when it comes to the Earth, do you know how much of the Earth's surface is supposed to be covered in water compared to the land?
75%.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that's close enough. So the majority of the Earth is water. Would you agree?
Exactly. Yes.
So the surface of water is flat. Most of the Earth is water.
Yes.
So if most of the Earth is water and water lays flat, where does the water curve? Because we live on a ball, they say, with a radius of 3959, which means the Earth should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. But we're not observing the water curving. We're observing the water laying flat. How is this possible?
Yes. This is due to the forces that are enacted into it. Let me say gravitational force.
Gravity. So what's
Yeah.
gravity doing to the water from your explanation, from your thoughts? What is gravity doing to the water?
So it affects the stillness and the fact that it's yes flat.
So you're saying gravity is affecting the stillness of water. How is it affecting the stillness of water?
The force enacted to it.
I'm sorry?
The force enacted on the water, the force that gravity enacts on the water. Maybe, because I'm not certain.
Okay. Okay. You're saying it's applying a force to the water. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we prove that there is a force called gravity that is acting upon the water on the earth? How would we go about proving that? Because I can explain to you why water lays flat without a force. You don't need a force to understand that water, which is more dense than the air, will, when it's at
Yes.
rest, seeking its equilibrium, will run down and lay flat at its lowest point. That's Archimedes' principle relative density. So we can explain that, and we understand that water is behaving this way due to it being denser than the air. So we can prove that. We can use Archimedes' principle, relative density, and we can explain to you why the water lays flat, because it's more dense than the air, it seeks its lowest point, and it will lay flat at rest. Great. How can you prove that there is a force of gravity acting upon water? How do we know this to be true?
Let me say, for instance, when you're dealing with when it's waving in the sea or in the ocean, like you find sometimes it gets to calm unexpectedly, and so maybe, or of course, like there's a certain force that works upon the water, and that's why it lies cool and calm.
How do you know that there is a force acting on the water? How do you know that? Can we measure this force?
I
Can
don't know.
No, we can't measure the force of gravity. We can't
Yeah.
measure the force of gravity to be able to make a true factual statement that gravity is acting upon objects, giving a push or a pull, because that's what a force is. A force is a push or a pull, right? You
Yeah.
can't prove that there is any push or pull on water. Water is
Yeah,
acting in according to its density. It's more dense than air, so it will seek its equilibrium on the ground. And because water is a consistent liquid, it will create a flat surface. Okay, so that gives you the understanding that with enough water, you can establish a horizontal plane, right? So a 10-mile lake, 20-mile lake can be 20 miles of flat water. Now, if we live on a ball, how do we have 20 miles of flat water on a ball?
So all this is like incited by the density and the fact that water is denser than air. right?
That's how we can explain. That's how you can explain and demonstrate with a practical demonstration of how water behaves due to relative density. But you're saying it's a force. You're saying
Yeah,
that,
like
but you
I wasn't
go ahead.
certain about it either. I was never certain about the first stuff and acting on the water and everything else.
Well, you said gravity,
Yeah, I suggested gravity.
right? But gravity is supposed to be. You said it was a force, but you also
Yeah,
said we can't measure that force. So how do we know gravity, the force, the mass attracting mass force? How do we know that exists when we can explain why things go down with density?
yeah,
How do you know?
exactly.
So what experiment do we have to prove that mass attracts mass? And to be honest, mass attracts mass is out of date. It's the warping and bending of space time now. But either way, how do we prove that there is a force acting between objects? And in this case, water and the earth. How do we know? How do we prove there's a force? Is there any experiments we can do?
Yeah, exactly. There are experiments you can do.
Like what?
So first, like for example, like when you throw a ball in the air, it will finally or gradually come back to earth, meaning the force of gravity and acting on it sent it back to earth.
Right. You're just repeating that, but you just told me 2 minutes ago, you told me you understand that anything more dense than the air will go down. I thought you understood
Yeah.
that. So
Yes.
this is the question. I can explain why things go down because they're more dense than the air. And when you lift an object off the ground, you've applied a force to it. You've used a force to lift it up. Yeah, once you release that pen or whatever the object is, that force has been removed, and now the pen will drop down, not because of mass attracting mass or a magical force called gravity, but because the pen is more dense than the air,
Hey.
not gravity. That is called gravity, that is called specific gravity. But you're claiming there is a force being acted upon the water that keeps the water down, that isn't density, that it is a standalone, unique force. And my
And you
question to
mean
you
you draw
is,
like
how do you know there is a force, a push or a pull acting upon objects that are more dense than the air? How do you know that's a force? You don't. I'll give you the answer. You don't know it's a force. You've been told it's a force, but actually, when you look it up, gravity is a pseudo force because there is no mechanism or cause that can be found that can attribute to a push or a pull. All we can explain is that anything more dense than the air will go down, and anything less dense than the air, like gas particles and molecules, they can go up because they're less dense. And it depends on the particle, but the point is, not all objects, like a balloon, are being attracted by a force called gravity to the earth. Because you can get a ball and release the ball and it goes down. But if you release that ball underwater, the ball goes up.
yeah.
So there's no force of gravity in this explanation. You will have to appeal to specific gravity, which is relative density. So there's no force, push or pull, to be detected in objects that leave the ground or are pushed underwater. The density of the object will determine whether it goes up or down.
Okay. I finally get the point.
So there's no force of gravity in the space-time Einsteinian model. There's no force. There is a warping and bending of space and time between objects. But how do we prove that? And the answer is we can't, because we can't detect a push or a pull. So you've been sold an idea that gravity is a force and it keeps the water on the ground. But in reality, we don't measure a force, and how we explain that is through relative density.
Okay.
So water is laying flat because it is more dense than the air, and the nature of water is the surface will sit horizontal and the bottom of the water will take the shape of its container. So it might be a puddle, it might be a cup, but it takes the shape and the surface will sit flat because it's more dense than air. That's why things go down, not because of a force, because if it was, we should be able to detect that force, but we can't detect a push or a pull. So I hope you understand that now in its entirety. There is no force of gravity. There is an explanation, but there is no cause. No push, no pull.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand.
So gravity is a theory, not a force. A theory.
Okay. Okay.
But we don't use gravity when it comes to explaining what goes up and what goes down.
It's more of a
Payment gets-
hypothesis than a theory.
What did you say?
Go ahead, Swell.
I was just saying it's more of a hypothesis than a theory, because theories have been tested and proven, but a hypothesis is just a question.
Thanks for the yeah, that's a good point. They don't even have a full theory. That's a great point. It's just a hypothesis at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you.
Swalldog, anything else you want to say or share on the subject?
Yeah, I always say that I agree that things fall down in a vacuum, and it appears that they fall at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared. But if the Earth is not a ball, then gravity is something else. It's not what they're saying it is, right? Because we can still have things fall down on a flat Earth at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared, but that doesn't mean the Earth is a ball. The only way that you're going to be able to tell if the Earth is a ball is to go and look for the horizon and see if it is where they say it is.
Yes, sir.
Don't worry,
All right.
that was really hard for all of us to understand in the beginning, because we were told the Earth is too big to see curvature, and so we're like, oh, that's the answer.
Yeah, Laura, did you understand what Shut 'em Down said then?
Yeah, I have.
Right.
I
So
yeah,
if
exactly.
we're not measuring the curve and we're not measuring the spin, it's undetectable. You cannot detect curvature, and you cannot detect spin of the Earth. Why should we believe it's a ball?
Pardon, please.
If there's no curvature to be detected
Yeah.
and no spin, no axial rotation of the Earth to be detected, then what evidence do we have that we are on a spinning ball? Because it's not in the geometry and it's not in the physics. So where is the evidence that we live on a ball?
It's kind of like if I give you a piece of cake and I tell you to try the piece of cake and you taste it and you're like, oh, it's good. It tastes sweet. It's delicious. And I say, no, your senses are deceiving you. The cake is really bitter. How could you like it? And then I proceed to tell you, your senses are lying to you. You can't have any more cake. Probably a bad analogy, but the idea that your senses are deceiving you is a bad argument, because our senses help us so much from day to day. Does that make sense, Loria?
I'm getting it's very hard to understand.
Okay.
How, wait first. How are the senses dealing with the fact that we're living in a bowl?
Well, you don't feel motion. It feels motionless. And you cannot see curvature. So
Oh,
feeling is a sense, and vision, sight, that's also a sense.
yeah. Okay.
Even when I flew in a plane before I became a flat earther, I used to say, wow, the earth is really big. It still looks flat.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So that's your senses telling you that the earth looks flat, and I don't feel any motion.
True. Yes, it's very hard to detect the feeling that you have in the earth. Like how spherical, how curvature, like how the curvature occurs and all that. I understand. I understand.
Yeah, but it's not just very hard to detect. It's undetectable. There's a
Okay.
difference. If something is very hard to detect, that means there is still a way to detect it. But that's not true. It's undetectable. You cannot measure a deviation over water of anything going below 0 elevation. Like there's no change in elevation over 20 miles, over 30 miles. God, we've got laser tests that are pushing 100 miles. We are not detecting any elevation change, which means it's undetectable. The motion of the Earth is completely undetectable.
Okay. I get the point.
So why should we believe it's a ball? Why should we just go along with what everybody's saying? What, because that's popular? Shouldn't we follow the science, the actual experiments that prove to us that the Earth isn't curving, that the water isn't curving, that the Earth is not spinning below the atmosphere?
We should.
We should. So flat Earth should be the default position. That's what your senses tell you. That's what we experience. That's how we treat the Earth. Yet, the default position is we live on a ball. The question is why? Why is the default position we live on a ball? Well, we were taught from birth, basically from as soon as you're in your cot sleeping, there's a mobile above your head with stars and planets, and your school books. The first thing you learn in school is we're a planet. It's spinning, in the vacuum of space on the edge of a galaxy. Why should that be the default position when science, geometry, and physics do not show us that to be true? They have replaced the default position with a theory, and they push it on you from the youngest age possible. It's basically brainwash to have you believe that we live on a spinning ball on the edge of a galaxy. But it shouldn't be the default position because we don't have confirmation of any of the claims. It's like a religion. The globe is like a religion.
Yes.
And we don't want to be religious. We want to follow the evidence, the empirical data. You have two choices. You can either believe the story and not care about the evidence, or you can look for the evidence and realize the story doesn't make sense because in nature, we don't see anything that reflects a spinning ball in a vacuum on the edge of a galaxy with a 93 million mile away sun and a vacuum in the sky. We just don't experience that. That's not our reality.
Yeah. So I think the second option is more of valid compared to the first one.
Well, if the direct evidence is showing us the Earth isn't spinning and the Earth isn't curving at 8 inch per mole squared, then that means you need faith and belief to be a glober. You need to believe it. You can't prove it. You must believe it. Sounds like religion.
Yeah, it does.
We can prove to you the Earth's not curving.
Please do.
You want an observation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Bear with me a sec. Do you see the image that I put in the side chat?
Where is the image?
It's got a title at the top, "The Knockout Blow to the Globe Earth,"
Chat box.
in the side chat. Do you see it?
No, yet. Wait.
She sounds too busy for this conversation.
I thought I heard a bell in the background, like she was at school or something.
Well, we may have lost her. She may or may not come back. But if there's any other Globers or people with questions in the chat who want to pick up this conversation, feel free to jump in. If not, I will crack on with my work.
get the impression A6 is engaging his brain here.
No, he's got a lot to say. I'm surprised he doesn't just get on his mic so we can talk it out.
I mean, when they come to us with this low tier shit of ants on balls, you know, it's like speaking to 5-year-olds, man.
Yeah, the best
Really,
evidence of the Earth being a ball is it looks flat.
That's
well,
the
that
whole irony in that analogy that people are given, you know? It's to explain away that you experience the Earth as flat. You don't detect any curvature with your senses.
Oh, we've got Professor Phil listening. He's not in the channel, but he heard what I said about gravity and he's not happy. He says, what I said about gravitation is complete nonsense. The warping of space-time creates a path that forces objects with mass to take. This is called a gravitational field. When you drop an object, it accelerates towards the ground because of this gravitational field. Objects that accelerate cause an emergent force. This is what ordinary people call gravity. This force continues and is stopped by the ground. Take away the ground and the object will spontaneously move again. That's a great bit of theory there, Phil.
See in your
Take
DMs.
away the Earth, and the object will continue to fall through space.
It's a great theory there, Phil. Doesn't really translate to something provable, but I enjoy listening to your theories. But Phil, why don't you jump in? Let's talk about it.
Don't y'all think that's funny? You take away the Earth, there's no more Earth, and then the object that was falling will continue to fall through free space because you moved the Earth out of the way.
He says it will spontaneously move again. I guess that's what he means by that.
Spontaneously.
Oh, Phil.
I want him to create a gravitational well without anything. Just create it. So show me that that's what's going on.
I'd like him to show I'd like him to show that this is due to a gravitational field and that space and time forces objects with mass to attract to each other. I'd love a demonstration. Have you
I want
confirmed
to know
that,
how he
Phil?
has a ball with no curvature.
Right. Let's start there, yeah.
See, when Phil engages with us, he can't help but bring that condescending kind of know-it-all professor attitude, you know, that we're just going to consume every piece of bullshit that comes out of his mouth, as his students, I imagine, did, and he expected they do.
Yeah, he's just regurgitating the mainstream narrative, right? But we know the mainstream narrative, Phil. We don't need a storyteller. We need science.
Imagine the ego where you go to school, you go to a location every day, and everybody gathers around just to listen to you and never question anything that you say.
Yeah, like 40 years of that, man. That ruins a person. Could say it
Oh,
makes
sorry.
them socially dysfunctional.
I'd agree. It just reminds me of that scene in the Truman Show. Sorry, Truman, the world's already been explored. You're too late.
I mean, you bring any hard questions to astronomy professors or astrophysics professors or, the likes, and they crumble in about 3 sentences,
Right.
Their entire paradigm can't exist in the face of questioning. It
I think
needs just blind loyalty,
Yeah, it needs faith. You need to have faith and belief. And I think this is the thing people get mixed up. They think just because somebody has a lot of knowledge on a subject means that that they that they automatically assume that means that they can prove something. Just because I have a lot of knowledge on Christianity doesn't mean I can prove Jesus died and resurrected. I might know everything that needs to be known about the Bible, about the original scriptures. That doesn't mean that I can prove anything. Just means I know the story well. That's the problem with a lot of these educators. They know the story well. Great, we're not questioning that. But the context becomes a problem when the foundation can't be proven.
Well, I mean, in the realms of science, right, scientific claims, you just demonstrate it. You don't have to talk about it. You just show it.
Exactly. Come on, Phil. You got time to send me a message. You've definitely got time to come in. You know now, Phil, that I'm not going to get into a back and forth in DMs. Let's talk.
Oh, we know he's retired. We know he's retired and he doesn't teach anymore.
Not interested in going back and forth on DMs. I've got better. At least in the VC, I can do my work at the same time. I'm not sitting here typing messages in an endless debate with someone who's closed-minded.
The only reason Phil hangs around and listens in is to just poach weak minds that'll listen to his bullshit,
Hello, Grand Morgan. How are you?
Yeah. Good points, guys. The Book of Bullshit. You can become an expert at memorizing and regurgitating this book.
I can't imagine the ego of these types of people when they realize. Oh, sorry, I think I'm breaking up.
You got some static on your mic.
Is that better?
Yeah,
You'll
we
hear
get
it a
some.
little bit. It's like intermittent. It's not really if you say a sentence. Well, no.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it must really
Yeah, it's
hurt
still
the
there.
ego of these people like Professor Phil that when they realize, like, they need incredibly, like, kind of shallow minds.
Ooh,
And that's the
it's back.
that follow them.
You on
That
wireless
static.
headphones? Obvious.
Something's interfering.
Must be the curve of the earth.
Point your laptop up to the sky at a different angle. It might improve your signal.
Funny, you were saying about the memorization and regurgitation, and just being good at memorizing some complicated book, and then being good at parroting it. Right. That doesn't mean that everything in the book is correct.
Yeah, like I don't think these people like Phil don't know what they're up to, right? And they don't know what the rules of the game are. You know, that he knows he needs dumb, gullible, impressionable people, and that's the only type of people that will listen to him and praise him.
Well, over time, we've
And
realized these
he'll
people.
bring a good game face in front of us as if that's not the case, but we know that is the reality. Because when he comes in here and we're not them type of people, he crumbles, very quickly. It must be a hell of a blow to the ego, And instead of being a bigger man and having some humility about it, and taking, walking in the opposite direction, he's going to double down and keep on.
That's why I prefer Matthew Learns to this Phil guy.
Yeah, I used to, but I've grown very tired of Matthew Learns as well. He's a little weasel, in my opinion. Little script weasel. But yeah, he's much more honest.
these are the
At
type
least
of
he doesn't
people-
flash. At least he doesn't flash satanic pentagrams and things like that in his YouTube videos, like Professor Phil does. That's kind of weird.
Oh,
What?
snap.
Professor Phil did that?
Oh yeah, I'll find it. I'll find the screenshots. I got receipts for that. So in his YouTube videos, right, he flashes up satanic pentagrams, things like that, right? Blatantly satanic. He'll flash them up on the screen for a second or two. It's extremely
subliminal
weird.
cuts.
Well, I mean, it comes up long enough to blatantly see it. Yeah, I'll pull
No,
up.
I mean, I
screenshots.
was just making sure I heard you right. I'm not questioning you.
Yeah.
I just-
No. It's like doesn't pop up for just a split second. It pops up for long enough to take a screenshot.
That's
without
pretty
pausing.
weird.
It's
That's
crazy.
I heard someone was saying that not too long ago that he was into some weird occultist type crap, and I'm like, you must be talking about someone else, I mean, like, he's kind of like this nerdy dude who just like no, Professor Phil Bell. I'm like, really? Like, they're like, yeah. I'm like, golly, I was like, okay, because I thought he wasn't with all the atheists and stuff, and all the kind of weird sort of, like, he was really just kind of like a goofy kind of dude, like a hoverer.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a Satanist.
Ich.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm really not surprised by anything anymore. Like these people who are so anti-flat Earth and they can't define it, can't tell you what it is. I mean, you keep telling them, they keep asking the same questions, you keep answering the same questions over and over again. They tell you didn't answer, that your answer is wrong. That your answer is really some sort of moral failing about you, but then they say there isn't objective morality. You're like, I mean, like, come on, dude. I mean, at some point, they got to have some kind of self-reflection here. But no, it seems to never happen. Just one day into the next, they just get more and more cringe.
Ah, well, Satan needs his minions.
One of the things I'll ask is, how long you been in an argument? Oh, 5 years. Oh, so you can steal me on what flat Earth is. Why am I a flat earther? I don't know, man. Because you don't trust the government. Oh my God, bro.
I'd be like, yeah, that's it. So by that definition, how many people don't trust the government?
Well, you ask them and they'll say, well, I don't trust them with everything, but some things you can trust them for. Oh my God, bro.
So this flat to destruction dude, like, sent me a message today. He's like, he responded to the Science and Space News. He said, "You sent me 2 messages every day." And I'm like, yep, this was explained to you. I said, the idea of Science and Space News is twofold. The claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment, yet the globalists have seen the same episodes for years. So let's change it up. Present the globe and see what happens to your idea of entertainment. Or offer the globalists B, something other than flat earth to think about, to break this downward spiral they have about flat earth, a topic they can't even define. And I've sent them that same answer. This is the 53rd time. 53 times I responded to exactly the same question. And then he adds his own answer. You're a desperate groupie. No problem. I'm a desperate groupie. So now the idea is twofold, A or B. And this will just go on indefinitely. Then he tells me, you can't debate me. Okay, so did you ask me to debate? If I can't debate, why would you ask me? Then he says, all you do is run, block, mute, and overtalk. I'm like, well, then I send him, okay, here we go. That's it. Next answer, 42 times. In DMs, the only person you can moderate is yourself. That's it. And then he says, you still haven't figured out how gas gradient works on a non-rotating, non-moving Earth. Never mentioned that. He has. So I said, it's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat Earth globalists is simply an endless spiral. No change. Nothing changes that. They will try and debunk the flat Earth, and they think they have done so, but they'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Day in, day out. They think they've debunked the topic. They can't even say what it is. At no point in some sort of like 10,000 messages he sent me have I ever referenced gas or gas pressure. Yet he has repeatedly, over and over and over. This is the mind you're dealing with. I think his like evil villain origin story is when Witsit just destroyed him, just fractured his mind, and now he just can't seem to get past that.
In the side chat, just posting the screenshot from Phil Bell's YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If anyone wants to hold on to that.
Wow.
Life's all about choices, right?
Yeah, it is. And people think like he's gonna be taken seriously. I mean, this isn't a flat Earth thing. Imagine like all these Christians and scientists and NASA employees, government employees, what they would do with somebody like this. They think we're his enemy. Like flat Earth, dude. All of Western culture would find what he does here offensive. Olympic athlete simply suggested that, hey, America might have some problems. And Trump accused the guy of, like, some sort of devil worship, Satanism. Here's a guy who puts, satanic iconography in his YouTube videos.
Here's the best part. They won't. You don't see people going over to the Globe Earth server. They come over to the Flat Earth server, and then they can't leave.
Yes, the marketplace of ideas. If you go to a Globe Earth server, all they do is talk about Flat Earth anyway. They'll be like, "Oh, those Flat Earthers." It's like they'll tell you, "Oh, I got banned," and you look, and they're not banned. I got muted. Well, okay. And what? So you got muted, so now you'd never come back. They're like, yeah. All right. See, they're always listening too. You just say their name and they start hitting up your DMs.
They're probably doing a group watch over in their server.
Oh yeah, so like one person will be listening, so like, we gotta limit their views. We gotta limit how many, how much engagement they get. And then they tell you, but flat earthers are entertainment purposes. And it's damaging to all of humanity. And a minority group that doesn't matter. It's like trying to unpack like each one of their. I mean, they say something, then they contradict it. Then they think something, then demonstrate the opposite. It's like, what happened? I mean, my personal take is that it's a high caloric, low nutrient diet. They're basically, Cheeto dust, Cheetos and Mountain Dew. They have enough calories to physically move their body from, around, but there's not enough nutrients for the brain to function properly. So they're just kind of emotionally reacting to things that make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, they're hurting the kids when they're out there like not having kids or
pushing
not
Satanism.
promoting life.
In America, there's a whole satanic panic. I mean, they forget that shit. Just pretended that didn't exist. I mean, that can come back if these atheists really wanted to come back. They could America could instantly go right back to like the 1980s. This moral majority would just take over the government. And now, how do you like it now? How do you like the reality you made? You cried and whined about free speech. You tried to get government to do something about it. How do you like it now? The only speech that's ever allowed is God bless America. Is that what you wanted? Like goldfish memory. It'd be just open the history book and read what happens. Just read it. I'm harmed by someone's speech. That's not possible, dude. And if anything, if you really want to lay it out, your speech is what society has considered harmful in the past, not ours. There's a day of, back in the day of yore, all these minority groups were allies. It's like, how many states in America have laws on the books that just straight up ban atheists from holding public office? Here's a good use of Google.
Which is weird because you're supposed to swear an oath on the Bible when you enter office, right?
Yeah, 7 states currently have laws on the books right now that ban atheists from public office. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, these laws are irrelevant anyway because no atheist ever wins anything. They can't even get voted dog catcher. But yet they're
Well, that's
all
not
worked
true.
up that somehow flat earthers are doing something the harmful to society.
There was a transgender that won the U.S. House of Representatives. I forget the name or the state.
Yeah, we're not talking about like identity. We're talking about like religious practices.
Well, I've never met a transgender that was that believed in God. So, like I said, the more degenerate they are, the more they hate God.
Yeah, I think you got switched there. Hating God, it means they're not atheist because they're recognizing that God exists and they directed hatred towards that entity. An atheist would say there isn't a God to hate at all. That's why they told us love the sinner, hate the sin. Yeah, but really the point wasn't to get on, religious topic. It was more or less to highlight that if these atheists are really worried about what could happen if they're over the wrong target. Flat earthers aren't going anywhere. There's been flat earthers since Michio Kaku did an amazing TED talk on this. Conspiracy theories and like if you just give it to him, say, hey, flat earth is a conspiracy theory. He said it's baked into our DNA. Survival of the fittest. Being skeptical of things. Those are the people who survived and carried their genes forward. So the atheist finds themselves in another contradiction. Do you believe in evolution? Yes. Which people pass their genes forward? The skeptical people or the people who weren't skeptical? Like, the skeptical people pass it forward. Okay. So how do you plan on undoing this sort of millions of years of evolution by making cringe videos on YouTube? Riddle me that, Batman. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, no, you're right. Like the people who are good and wholesome and appreciate family values and love God, they're the ones out there creating families every day. And the ones that say there is no God and they have no family values, they don't want kids, so they don't have kids. So how is evolution moving that way?
Is there an event going on?
No,
There
there's a stage event, reading practice.
Yeah,
So
because yeah,
they would have
Dr.
shut it.
Phil can't come because like he needs a link to get here. And I can't do a direct link.
He's been in here plenty of times.
Yeah.
If he can't work out how to get in here, then he's not very intelligent. It's not difficult.
Yeah, I know.
English Hub is public anyway.
Discord.gg/English Hub.
Yeah, I
Phil.
sent him that, but yeah, I guess he needs a button where he clicks that connects him right to the voice call, which he can do so because we are friends too. So he should just
Yeah.
be able to click friend activity, crit, join activity.
Yeah, or just go to Google and type in English Hub. Discord.
Oh, he logged
But
out.
yeah, it's pretty complicated stuff, though, I guess.
It is. It's like it's like, hey, I operate satellites in low Earth orbit. Okay, as the only proof I need that you do that, can you connect to a discard call? Oh, you can't.
Yaga Bruno says Phil Bell was here this morning, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, A6, if you want to open your mic for a moment so we can VC verify you. Okay, we have... Hello. You don't have to talk for long. Just want to check that you're not here on an alt account, right? Ban evading or something like that. Not saying you are.
Is Neil another fucking DEI hired by the server?
Yeah, imagine being
Neil-
a server moderator and trolling the server with your mod perms.
What's he even getting at? What was his original contention? Neil, that is. Oh, we're forcing people to be on stream.
Somehow
It's like,
we're bad
nobody's
moderators or something like that.
forced to come in this channel, you know?
Yeah, if it's moderated so poorly, explain the data that showcases quite the opposite. That's it. Just explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, data and those types of people don't go together.
Yeah, because it's about feels. It's not about data. It's about they feel as if it's not being moderated correctly, because if moderated correctly, this channel would be shut down. It wouldn't be a flat Earth channel.
Yeah.
Like everywhere else in the world, somehow. Like it equals out by not having the conversation, is actually having the conversation. Like that's interesting take.
Yeah, just butthurt mods, man, that our channel outpaces their shit channels, you know?
For free. Don't get us wrong. We would love if it did make money. We'd love that even stance, but you know what? We'll do it for free.
Ideologues versus empiricists. thought you took away A6's text, DJ.
I did for 5 minutes.
Oh, it was only 5 minutes. My God, these fucking people just roll off a production line, don't they? It's like you guys have to tolerate me being a moron forever, indefinitely, you know? And as soon as you get sick of me being a moron, I'm gonna whine that you're bullying me. It's like, A6, maybe your parents have to tolerate you for your entire life, but we don't.
A6, hello.
Give him a second to set up the voice changer.
Yeah, A6, hello. Can't hear anything.
Hey,
Sub security,
hey, not much.
how's it going?
Pretty good.
Good, good. Yeah, A6, we can't hear anything through your microphone.
And he has a nerd tag, so that's really weird that he doesn't know how to use a computer. Oh, there, now we hear you.
Hello, A6, how are you? Yeah, this doesn't sound like a very good voice verification call. Can barely hear you, and it's kind of sounds like are you playing a recording of some foreign language or something, or what's going on?
I hope
Hello.
my mic is not good, so that's why I'm charging.
Okay. Have you been in this channel before?
No, never.
Yeah,
So you've never been
there
in the channel.
before.
You've never been banned
In
from
this
this
is,
channel.
Yes, he's been in here before.
I have been in here before, but never got banned from any VC or any Discord server.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah. Well, look, I just wanted you to voice up for a second. I'll take your word for it. That's fine. It's no big deal. Cool.
I mean, I can't prove that.
No. It's all good. You don't have to. All right. Thank you. All right. You're good. Thanks for miking on.
Thanks.
Kimse yok mu la odada? Amına koyduklarım. Bir şey konuşun ya. Ne bok yemeye buradasınız amına koyayım.
Mic check, mic check. Hi, ladies and gentlemen.
Loud and clear, Matt Will.
Captain. Captain, I'm on board the flight. If I had any insurance, I would show you guys that the Earth is not what it's pointing to, which brings a lot of across the surface.
上面小灶开始先点 top priority。
To you who just joined, it's just quiet, and, but everyone is listening.
Yo, A6, why don't you just open your mic, bro? It's so much easier to use to you.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hi, hi.
Oh.
Welcome. Who's in here? What's going on? Midnight Glober? Midnight Glober? Luna! How you doing, Luna? Lunar. Lunark. Luna Arc. Cool, cool. Was checking on the new people if you got any questions about the topic. Flat Earth, Globe Earth. You can direct all of your questions to Trit. Just let me know.
Oh, so this is from the 24/7 Flat Earth Arena text chat. Golly, this is going back a ways, but so where to jump in on this? AB Hits a Wall says, "Oh, you're one of the flat earthers that do not have a model to attack globe earthers with. What is your map or shape the world is supposed to be projected on?" I replied, "Why would I attack someone with a model when I can reference reality instead?" She says, "Okay, here's my assertion. 1. At any given instant, the sun is measurable given location with altitude and direction azimuth from my location. 2. People at different locations can measure those angles at the same time. 3. The distance between those people can be established. All of these do not assert that Earth is either a globe. You can see where the sun is given this data from every place around the world to find altitude and position of the sun on a flat Earth. Use simple triangles to solve this, or give two people on a sphere the difference in solar altitude at different latitudes. You can conclude the position of the sun. Run the experiment everywhere and see which model predicts the position and distance of the sun." So I said, "Your assertion partially rests on number 3, being fully established with an acceptable error. and number 3 had to do with the distances between locations. Just as it would previously when you tossed around map locations and map distances, hoping to substitute those for real-world surface measurements and locations. And this is where I basically said, I'm going to hang my hat here and just wait for him to get back to me. So he wrote back. He wrote back, actually, 10 minutes later. If the world is unmeasurable, again, that's not a claim that I made. If the world is unmeasurable, we are no longer in reality. Flight the route with flight time and ground speed. Take a ship and measure logs. Use laser ranging between surveyed points. All those measurements taken will give length within acceptable error. It will no longer rely on models or projection. Boy, how wrong is he? I said the world is absolutely measurable. You just have to actually measure it. Never mind that he's actually providing cases here where map distances are used and not actual surveys, and he's conflating them with actual surveyed measurements. So I said, check out our section on laser tests, another section on the Canigou long distance. I said, I'd love to see some high altitude infrared curvature of the globe someday. He wrote, I know you know what my response to that is going to be and what I'm going to ask for you to do instead. So I just waited. Fast forward a few months, and this guy shows up under another name. He replies. He replies to me saying that Earth is absolutely measurable. He replies and says, unfortunately, none of the measurements in those 2 sections, laser tests and Canigou long distance, that you linked actually provide any sufficient measurements at all. In fact, the entire laser test channel doesn't even provide measurements of flatness, just alleged observations that haven't been analyzed enough to support the claims being made. That was today. So I said, okay, pick one. Pick one of these and let's talk about it. Your generalized nuh-uh is a handy wavy dismissal until you specify. So there I left it. We'll see if he replies. Between him and the other guy, they're probably the same guy. They just have excuses for why they can't provide any sufficient globe measurements. They've got excuses and circular reasoning. That's all they got. You ask for globe measurements, they give you map calculated distances. You ask to verify those map calculated distances, and they'll give you another map calculated distance. You ask to verify that the map distance between New York and Paris is what it is. And they'll come back with GPS, which is just a fancy map. Anyway, just wanted to share.
Hi. Why all are mute? Why all are mute? Why all are mute? Is that correct? Why all are mute? Why all are mute?
Do you have any questions for the panel?
Mm.
Okay, we're looking for that empirical globe evidence. Who's got it? Go ahead. Making sure my mic was working. We're looking for empirical globe evidence. Go ahead.
I can hear you clearly, Dave.
Are you telling me Alaskan mute that you do not have any empirical globe evidence, sir?
No such thing as globe evidence. Only flat Earth evidence.
Fair enough. I agree.
Dave, the globe doesn't exist. I already checked over 1,000 times just to make sure my eyes were correct.
It exists only in the imaginations of men, so to speak. Just an idea.
1,000%. Yeah, just an idea, Dave. Just an idea, but it has fooled many people.
Yeah, just an idea, and they ran with it a little bit, didn't they? For a few hundred years, whatever.
Yep.
They sure ran with it, didn't they?
Yeah, it's been too long. It's been too long, Dave.
My cutting out because I'm driving. I'll shut up and my mic working. Anyway, if anybody's new on here and wants to discuss this subject seriously, open up your mic, ask some questions. Go ahead.
Put your fucking flat earth on a table.
Where's your evidence of globe Earth? Come on, let's see it.
You got me there.
Yeah, do you know why you can't show it? Because it doesn't exist. Very simple.
You know why you can't show flat earth? Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, because you don't understand what is measured flat. Yeah, it's very difficult to understand that. But it's very easy to understand that. But for you, it's very difficult.
You think Mount Everest was measured flat?
Why do you keep going on about mountains? You measure the ground, not the mountain. You measure the ground over water, a large body of water. You keep going on about mountains. I don't understand. Why would you do that?
I thought it was measured flat.
Yeah, it is measured flat. Yeah.
So you think Mount Everest is flat?
Mountains not flat, they're mountains. You measure over a body of water, a large body of water, because the water lays flat and horizontal. Why can't you understand that? Even like a little young child can understand that.
What's the elevation of Mount Everest?
Hello.
What is what is the elevation of Mount Everest?
Hello, Will Bill. Flat Earth. Will Bill. Hello. I believe that Earth is an egg. ليه شوية ولد بيلي صح شوية ولد أنا مش نعرف ليه يا عم Fuck. Jesus.
Why are you guys so crazy? Like, what the hell?
Is it flat?
Is Earth flat?
Yeah, is it?
Is it flat?
Yeah, is it flat?
Yeah.
Is Earth flat?
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, just like you experience, it's flat.
No debating.
Yeah, the debate is over. Yeah. It's no debate.
And who won?
Well, the Earth, right? Yeah, the flat
Okay.
water one. Yep.
Right. So the Earth was flat. Like the
Yeah.
scientists don't know about this. Like
Which scientist are you talking about?
all of them. Like
All of them? Did you ask all of the? I didn't ask all of the
no,
scientists.
what did they say about it?
But it depends which scientist you ask. I mean,
Oh, so there's like not all of them agree.
no, it's science isn't about just agreeing. Everyone agreeing with about the same thing, right? It's about testing, right? But this isn't a question of science, luckily. This is a question of geometry. It's a geometric claim.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not really a cause and effect problem. Right, but here's a scientist in the side chat. Okay, this guy's called Dr. John D. And he conducted a long distance observation trying to prove if the Earth were a globe or flat, and he concluded that the Earth absolutely cannot be a globe. Okay, so we have an 11.2 mile observation showing zero curvature.
What about the pictures that we have of the Earth? Is it fake?
No. These are real video. This is video footage that I'm showing you right now. It's definitely not fake. Right, this can be verified.
I'm not talking about this video.
Uh-huh.
Apparently.
Oh, you're talking about some pictures that you see on your phone from NASA?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, they can't be verified, but they can be debunked by actually checking the water surface on the Earth.
Do you have a world map, anti-globalist, that we can
A
use?
world map? No, all maps
Yeah.
are wrong. Yeah, we have
No,
coordinate
for you.
systems. Yeah, you could pick any map you like. Yeah,
For
pick
you,
any.
for your flat Earth belief, do you have a world map? Forget
Yeah,
the
you can
globalist.
pick. You can pick any map you like, right?
Yeah.
They're all going to have issues, but you could use any of them to get around, or to use them as a tool for whichever purpose that they're suited for. Right? They're based off the
Oh.
sky.
So the typical world map.
Which one's that? Which one do you think's the typical world map? The Mercator projection?
I'll post it. Such it.
Right, so like we know that the water is a liquid, and everybody agrees about this. Do we agree about the Earth being flat?
No. Most people are just repeating the information that they got told throughout their life.
Like this map.
From it. Okay,
I
yeah,
can use
that's a Mercator projection. Yeah, you can use that. That's based off the sky. Do you know how that map was?
There's actually an argument happening here.
Yeah, so
there
that's
is
where they've
accuracy.
taken a spherical coordinate system that's originating from the sky, right? From taking flat Earth elevation angles from the sky. Okay, and then they've turned it into a cylinder, and then they've flattened out that cylinder. Okay, all the continents are the wrong sizes on that map. Completely wrong size continents, but it can be used.
What is the accuracy about this map in regard of Earth being flat?
Well, define accuracy.
What do you mean by accuracy? So Russia, right, is not that size. Greenland is not that size. Right, all of the continents are wrong sizes. It's a coordinate system into a projection. It's based off the sky as well.
Sure. About the sizes, yes, this is correct. Even like a globe Earth believer, he knows that these sizes are wrong. But you said I can use such map. There is some accuracy to it to navigate the world.
No.
Where
you
is
can use
accurate
it
about
because it shows everywhere. Because if you project a spherical map in any other way, there might be some places that are squished or some places that aren't apparent or smaller. This map favors extending the northern and southern parts of the map in order to show them fully. to see the entire world in one screen. There is no way to show a sphere without distortion. You can't flatten a sphere without distorting it.
Yes, but this has nothing to do with my question. My question to anti-globalist is that he told me that I can use this map.
Yeah, you can
So
use
what
this
is
map.
accurate about
Yeah.
this map? Yeah.
The coordinate. Okay,
So the location.
Yeah. So he asked me the question. Okay, so I'll answer the question. Okay, so this originates from the sky. Okay, so this is a celestial coordinate system inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system, and you can use that coordinate system to get around. Okay, but it's
beautiful.
based.
So the
It's
location
based
of
off the
Japan
sky.
and Mexico.
No.
The location of Japan and Mexico is fairly
this map's
accurate.
It's no. I don't think you understand what
No.
map projections are.
I want a map that I can use to navigate the world.
Yeah, you could use any projection,
Yeah.
right? You could use a
Forget
coordinate
globe.
system
Forget globe.
projected onto any map, right? And as long as the coordinate system is accurate, you can use that to get around, right? You could project
Then I can use
that
this.
same
Yeah.
coordinate. You can project the same coordinate system onto a dinosaur, and that's still
No,
going to
then
get
I
you
can
around
use this.
accurately.
So I can use this map to know where is Mexico, where is Japan. I know the sizes can be different from reality. That's it.
Yes, you can
All
use
right.
it to get
By
around.
the way,
Then,
a straight line,
Listen.
walking a
Wait,
straight
You
line
sound
on the
like you're
sphere.
getting
wait.
emotional about the map.
No, because this
Relax,
guy
bro.
is like jumping. No. Okay. Now this map is accurate about Japan and Mexico. Can you? And the world is flat.
What do you mean by accurate?
That
Accurate in what
I can
way?
use. That I can use to navigate the world. That
Yeah,
you
you
told
can use
me
it to get
earlier.
around. Yeah, you can
Right,
use it to get
like,
around. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Now the Earth is
You
flat,
understand a
and I can.
map is
Just like
is
1
a
second. Just 1
concept,
second,
right?
please. Can I finish? Okay. So this map have accuracy about the locations. The sizes can have an issue, and the Earth is flat.
Have you
How did
verified
America?
that?
How did come on? How did America and USA? How did USA and Japan had a war?
Oh my
How did they
God.
had a conflict? Where were they like sending their armies at?
They sent an aircraft carrier and attacked from an
Through
aircraft carrier.
where? Through where?
In the Pacific
Yeah,
Ocean.
you don't understand the basics of how map projections work, right? So that isn't the
The Earth is
actual
flat.
layout. That isn't the actual layout of the Earth. That's a spherical coordinate system projected onto a flat surface.
Wait, I
You need
really want to know
you
what's his
need
point.
to
I really
understand
want to
the
know what's his point.
basics. You need to
Which you
understand the
prescribed
basics
to
of
me,
how
anti-globalist.
coordinate system
You
works.
prescribed to me.
Hey, no. You asked if you could use this map, right, to
Yes.
accurately get from point A to point B, and you
Okay.
can do that. That doesn't. Okay,
How
so
did
you're
America invade
confusing
Japan?
you're confusing the map with the territory, and you're starting to freak out. You need to
Listen,
relax.
listen. I want to know what's his point. What's your point? Why can't they invade Japan because of the map? What prevents them?
How? What's the route? What the route did Japan take on this map
Well,
on a
it
flat
would
Earth to
it
invade
would
Japan?
be A
That's
to
the question.
B.
The route
would
goes to the
be
edge,
point
the
A,
right edge of the map,
point B.
and comes from the edge of the map.
No, the Earth is flat يا حبيبي. Hey, the Earth is flat. يا
The Earth
بطل.
is a sphere يا بني آدم.
يا بهيمة هذول قاعدين يقولوا the Earth is sphere. The Earth is flat. These are flat Earth room. Face
Yeah,
الله
so
يخليك.
the
Are you a
conversation's
flat
not
earther?
going to go correctly unless you understand what map projections are. At the moment, you need to go learn about maps because
Wait.
you're out of your depth.
Yeah, Faze. Guys, please mute Faze. Faze, this is all of them are flat earthers. Faze الله يخليك وقف شوي. يرحم والدينك وقف. تكفى.
English only,
أنت
please.
flat earther?
Yeah, English, please, guys.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Are you a flat earther?
Is that your friend, Face?
Meridius.
No, he's not a
Okay,
flat earther.
you sound more reasonable and put together. Maybe you want to explain
Well,
his point or what he's trying to
we
get at.
agree on each other. Like I didn't understand Meridius because I didn't know if you're a flat earther or not.
He's not a flat earther. No, he's having a bit of a meltdown over maps because he doesn't understand how maps work. Right. So
Anyways,
it's a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory. Right. That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map. It's a tool. It has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical. All of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system, which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the
Yes.
globe, right? According to what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in meters, in degrees,
like
in
you,
millimeters?
yeah, like what's on the outside of a ball. Curvature would be like bending, like the water bending.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you measure the curvature? Like you sound like we measured curvature and it wasn't there, but what were you actually measuring? How much the horizon went down? What exactly? Your angle to the sky?
So the byproducts of the curvature would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and then things that are beyond the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm in it.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay. And then things that go beyond the horizon becoming obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth.
Yes, which is exactly what happened.
All right, so that when we actually go out and test that, it's what should happen, right? But it turns out that that's absolutely not what happens.
It is what happens. You're just pretending you measured it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, genuinely.
Okay, well,
Genuinely.
how
You're saying
about I just
someone
present you with
The
evidence?
horizon is never globe
present it.
curvature.
Yes, please present your evidence because it doesn't exist. What do you mean? The Earth is supposed to curve one way, but we measured it and it didn't because it can't not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate.
And it is curving.
It provides a definition of the horizon, which is physical, correct?
Yes, the horizon is when the curvature of the Earth doesn't allow you to see what's beyond it.
Okay, so let's test that. All right, so I'm going to present you with a test right now. Okay, so you can see it. You can see a screenshot. Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay, so all right, just hold on a second. Have a look at the calculation in the side chat there. It's an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so first we have the distance. The distance to the object is going to be 11.2 miles. Okay, the height of the camera is going to be 3.5 foot. That would mean the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles. And the object that is at 11.2 miles should be obstructed by 52 feet, right? Meaning the bottom 52 feet should be missing. Okay, now let's have a look at the observation.
Okay, listen. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon.
Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. He's doing this observation on a very nice clear day in the United Kingdom. He's looking out at a windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. When he zooms out to the windmill farm, we can see 6 windmills out in the ocean. Okay, they range from 8 to 11 miles away. We're going to focus on one of them. Okay, just the furthest one, just for simplicity. Okay, so if you have a look at the math again, the 11.2 mile windmill it's completely visible, and there's no sign of that horizon at 2.29 miles. Okay, so just a second.
If you can tell me where exactly is this?
Yeah, so I'm going to post some screenshots showing you exactly where it is. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in Worthing in the United Kingdom. Here's some screenshots of the location. Here's a diagram of the windmills.
And wait, why is Meridius muted?
He's muted because he's highly emotional and disruptive. We can unmute him and see how he goes. So
Yeah,
Meridius,
sorry.
you it's okay, man. Look, but just please just stay on mute while I present the observation. That's all.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so here's the observation. Okay, we have a camera height of 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. That means the horizon should be at 2.23 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and all of the bottom portions of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so I'm just going to post a close-up image of what the bottom of the windmills look like. Right, so when it's low tide, we can see the black paint at the bottom of the windmills. When it's high tide, it's covering up that little black section. Here's another image of them close up. Right, now if we have another look at the observation, I'll repost it directly under that. All right, so he's
Do you know the
zooming in.
thing where you're in like a very hot desert and you can see fake water on the street?
Yeah, a mirage. Yeah, we don't see any miraging effects in this.
Mirage.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, so
you
this
can
is
see miraging effects because
Oh yeah,
the
what type
windmills
of
aren't
mirage
in
is
contact
this?
in water. Look,
No,
the
we
windmills
don't see any
seem to be.
miraging effects.
Oh, you can absolutely check the GIF. The
Okay,
windmills seem
here's
to
a
be
close
floating
up. Here's a
above the
still
water
shot.
surface.
Where's the miraging effect?
They are literally floating above the water.
How are they floating above the water? You could see the
The water
bases of them
surface is
touching
below.
the water.
Yes, you can see the water surface. The black paint ends here. The water surface is lower than there.
No, you can see the water behind them higher. Right?
There
When he
is no
zooms in, you
water
can
behind.
even see a boat. You can even see a boat off in the distance. Okay,
Of course, you can see the water behind them higher, but they aren't in contact with the water.
They are in contact with the water. Yeah, they are. We can see them.
Yes, specifically the ones on the right.
All of them, right? We can see the entirety of all of the windmills touching the water. We don't see any miraging effects taking place. Okay, there's no inferior mirage. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
No.
Okay, it's when things are displaced lower and we have a mirroring effect. Okay, we don't have that. We don't have any miraging effect taking place here, bro. Look, it looks the same as it looks in the close-up photographs. Right? Do you think there's a miraging effect in this? Do you think this is a mirage? Obviously not, right? Okay, well this looks exactly the same. Yeah, so this looks the same as the zoom footage, right? We can see the water, right? It's just flat. Look at the zoom footage again.
You can share pictures. I can't.
Okay, well, I don't have control of your permissions.
Oh, there are permissions.
Yeah, well, you need to spend a certain amount of time in the server, and then you'll automatically get image permissions.
I mean,
right, so you can see that when he zooms in, there's no miraging effect taking place. It's very obvious that there's not a mirage taking place. Right, so here's some more footage from the video, so you can see that there's no mirage taking place.
Okay, how do you explain this video that I am going to send you? Okay, I can't send anything in the chat. Oh, wait, I can. If you'll please check it out.
Okay.
Yes, another thing. You see, you know, the television that works using having like a receiver dish above your house that points at the sky and receives the
Try not
TV
to
information.
jump around topics, Phase.
No, it is related. It is very related. Okay.
No, you need
know
to get through this one and make sure you're understanding it properly before you go to another topic.
Yeah.
Okay, see the video. If you see the video I shared.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm looking at the video you shared. Okay, so now I have some questions. Okay, so what's the height of the observer? What's the location, and what's the distance to the ship?
No, none of this matters now because the ship,
yes, it does.
half of the ship disappeared. Why is half of the ship not visible? Why?
Okay,
Why is it high then?
sometimes if we have warmer temperatures down low and cooler temperatures up higher, it can make it look like things are disappearing from the bottom.
What's this? Is this a theory or what is this?
No. Just go to Google and type in what is sinking refraction.
Nothing is hidden.
I can do that here. Okay, what is sinking refraction? Just typing it into
And
Google.
refraction isn't consistent. Refraction isn't consistent. It fluctuates.
Okay, so
the video is very consistent.
Did you account for refraction in this observation?
Reflection. You gave me an observation of refraction. It isn't consistent. It looks
No, I
odd.
didn't.
It looks messy.
I showed you an observation that isn't able to be explained by refraction, but what you posted, right, matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay,
It absolutely does not match it because sinking refraction has
so let's
this
read out.
artifact.
So what's sinking refraction?
Look, you
See, now
shared
you
examples.
notice how you started off nice and chill, and now you're starting to get emotional. And I'm
because
really
I'm saying
chill
something
right
and
now.
you're saying
Notice how I'm
nuh-uh.
not getting emotional with you. No, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I went to Google. I'm trying to teach you about how refraction works according to your own experts, right? But you're not letting me talk because you're highly emotional. So you need to chill out.
I understand.
Okay, so I went to Google. I typed in what is sinking refraction. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower, smaller, or compressed below their actual position, often making them disappear below the horizon. It occurs when light rays bend upwards, opposite to looming, which bends rays downward, and is caused by a temperature lapse rate where density decreases slowly with height. Right? So if you haven't accounted for this, then you can't say it's Earth curvature, can you?
Okay, listen to me. You shared examples of this refraction in the chat. Okay.
Okay,
and you
what
can
type
see
of refraction?
it
What
is,
type of
it is real.
refraction do you think's happening in the example that I posted?
Any refraction, I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about, really, do you? When it comes
I
to
don't know
optics,
what you're talking about. You because
no, I know that you
frustrating
don't know what
not
I'm
to say.
talking. I know that
No,
this
don't
is the
interrupt me.
difference.
You're interrupting me now.
I know what I'm talking about, right? I'm reading out I just read out the mainstream explanation for your video. Okay, so if you're claiming that the bottom of the ship's disappearing because because it's going behind the curvature, right? I'm just showing you that even according to your mainstream, it could just be because of sinking, right? Sinking refraction. So unless you accounted for that, then you can't claim that is happening because of Earth curvature. Now, I'm not making a claim of Earth curvature with my observation. I'm just showing you that no Earth curvature is detected, and no Earth curvature is ever detected. Right?
Every
So,
example of sinking refraction I see shows stuff floating, not stuff disappearing.
no, sinking. Why would it be called sinking refraction if stuff's floating? Right? That would be the
typed in
opposite.
Google,
That would be
sinking
the
refraction,
opposite
and
of
it's
sinking
exactly.
refraction. No, that would be called looming.
Don't interrupt me. Look up sinking refraction and go to images.
I did. I typed in what is sinking refraction.
Okay, go to images, and you will see ships floating in the air, exactly as those windmills in your example.
Yeah, that would be not sinking, right? You're just getting some random. Okay, so what you're getting,
the windmills are not
which
floating in the
one?
air, friend.
Yeah, which one do you want to talk about? Which image? Okay, because the images you're seeing, it says looming, towering, stooping, and sinking, and you're getting examples of all of these different effects.
Examples.
Right. There also has to be something physically happening
Can you
in the environment.
share an example of sinking refraction?
You shared
Yeah,
it already.
Faze, I'm trying to get in here. I've just posted you a short video, right? You can watch that. That's an observation of a ship that begins off similar to the observation you posted us, right? But it's got the observer height and the distance, ship location, all that in there. And the observation also is repeated a few hours later. Ship is still at the same distance, give or take, and you can see that the observation of the ship drastically changes over the course of a few hours. This is not anything
the video
to
you
do
just shared?
with geometric
Yeah.
Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'll show you some.
That doesn't even look like the same ship.
Well, it is. Okay, so I can give you a little presentation on that exact observation right now. Okay, so this is the ship. Okay, it's called the
Yeah.
Mandarin. The Mandarin Arrow is the name of the ship. Okay, so
Oh,
when the guy goes there in the morning, okay, he uses ship tracking radar. Okay, we can see that the ship is anchored. Okay, so it's anchored out in the ocean and it's 12.4 nautical miles away, which is just over 14 miles. Okay, now in the morning, we can only see the top portion of the ship. You can see it's the same ship because it has the same features of the ship and it has the same name, right? It's called the Mandarin Arrow. Now, in the morning, it looks like the bottom of the ship's missing, but if you have a close look at the image, you'll notice that there's actually a mirroring layer right where the horizon and the sky meet. Okay, so you can actually see a gap between the water and the ship. This is textbook definition inferior mirage, okay, or sinking. Okay, now here's it zoomed out a little bit further. So it looks like, oh wow, it's over the horizon. It must be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Now, if you look at the video, you'll notice that slowly over the next 3 hours, more and more of the ship becomes visible. Even though the ship's not moving, more and more of the ship becomes visible until 3 hours later you can see the entire ship again. Because what happens is the temperature of the air starts to heat up as the day gets further into the day, right? As it's cooler in the morning, okay, and then it gets warmer and warmer, okay, and the effect of sinking goes away, right? And then 3 hours later we can see the whole ship. Okay, so this is a real world example showing a ship that looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, but it's not.
Okay, what you just demonstrated is that sinking refraction isn't consistent.
No, refraction. There's nothing consistent. There's nothing consistent about refraction.
Yes, but ships disappearing behind the horizon and appearing as they get closer is consistent.
No, it isn't.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
It is very.
Do you think that that's possible? Hey, Face Oak, I want to ask you a very important question. Do you think that that's possible on a flat surface?
To what?
For something to appear to be going over the horizon?
Absolutely not.
Guess what? I just showed you a GIF of that. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, and there's experts from your own side. We can quote experts from your own side saying, yes, it is geometrically possible where there's no curvature, where there's no physical obstruction for something to appear to be obstructed bottom up.
I understand what you're saying, using refraction and other stuff. However, it is not consistent.
Right.
It isn't consistent. There's a thing with
you don't
consistency.
see a horizon consistently.
Yes, I do. Yes, the horizon is consistent.
No, it's
ships leaving in the
ever
distance
changing.
get smaller consistently.
It's an apparent
That's your
location.
perspective.
I mean, you either say it's
Right, so
perspective or it's
let's have a
refraction or
quick
it's something.
look.
You need to pick something. I'm saying it's curvature and I'm not changing my words, but you keep throwing
No,
stuff all over
it's
the
all
place.
of these factors, and it's nothing to do with curvature. Curvature doesn't exist in reality.
So this is the thing,
Wow.
Fazok. We could sit here and show you dozens and dozens of observations that show you that the horizon is never where it would have to be if the Earth is a globe. In fact, we can see it not just a little bit further away, but thousands and thousands of percent further away. Every single time we're going out doing these observations, we've been searching for one observation, okay, for the last 10 years, right, that matches up with a globe and has had the necessary variables accounted for. It doesn't exist. Now, even your own subject matter experts, like Andrew Thomas Young, for example, say things like this. Okay, so I just put a citation in the side chat. This is from Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, it's a .edu citation. Optics of the atmosphere, reports in progress in physics. Okay, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So he's saying that even though there's nothing blocking it, it looks like it's becoming blocked, but nothing's really blocking it. It's just apparent. Okay, it's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Now, if you want to claim that you're showing footage of a ship going over the horizon. You should account for this, right? You should count this out as a possibility. And there are no observations that account for this, right? You're not going to find a single one that you can prove that the reason you can't see the bottom of the ship is because it's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, just a second, unless Facehawk has a response to what I just said, and then you can ask your
I
question.
don't have a response to the refraction and stuff, but I have another argument for the curvature of the Earth. But it's just
All right,
with this
we'll
refraction
just
and
hold
stuff.
on to that for a second. We'll get back to you in a second because Meridius has been very patient. So Meridius, what's your question?
All right. So, Mr. Anti-Globe, I want to believe in the flat Earth, and I want to travel from Japan to USA. Can you show me a map? Will pinpoint a direct line between them. That's it. That's
Yoda,
all
you
I want.
there?
Yeah, so
I'm asking you,
you want
Anti-Globe.
a map?
Yes, what's the map of the flat Earth?
You don't need a map to do that. You can just use the stars.
No, but
I want a map.
what does the flat Earth
And I'm
look like?
asking Anti-Globe.
Okay, well, what kind of map do you want? Do you want a universal transverse Mercator map? Do you want an azimuthal equidistant map?
Actual map.
Do you
What
want a
does it actually look
Lambertian
like?
conical conformal map?
The first option. Thank you.
A universal transverse Mercator map. Okay. Would you like it centered on the United States or centered potentially on Europe?
Anywhere centered, but it will show me on a flat Earth a line between
No, you asked for
Japan
a map.
and USA.
Wait.
You didn't.
Yes.
You
Are
didn't
you
ask
saying
for
the
a
shape of
flat
the
Earth. You
Earth
asked
will
for a
change
map.
depending on the center?
Please wait. Allah khalik.
Yeah.
Hold
So
on,
you're asking
Faye.
for a map.
It's Meridius' turn. Okay.
Yes, Yoda. Yes.
Okay.
I just want a map. A flat Earth map.
A flat Earth map. Okay. So just any map will do.
Yes, please.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, yes, yes.
Here's a polar projection map, also called an azimuthal equidistant map, that is centered on the ground position of the North Celestial Pole.
All right. This map is accurate. Is the sizes are accurate too?
How do you? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
You don't know?
No, like nobody knows.
Yeah, all maps are
No.
wrong.
I mean,
All maps are wrong,
you-
right? You
But
just
not
quickly,
I
just
can
listen to
go
me
up-
for a second. Just hold on a
Yes.
second, right?
Yeah.
You even according to the mainstream, right? You could go on YouTube right now and you find a bunch of videos, right? Just type in why all maps are wrong, and they're going to
No, but
explain
I'm
to you
asking you
why
for an
all
accurate.
maps are wrong. Okay, so you're not going to be able to validate if Yoda was to tell you that all of the continents and everything are the exact correct size. How would you check?
Right.
Can
You
I?
end
tell
up
me.
engaging in
You tell
circular
me. You
logic
know
and
the
you go
surface
from
of
there.
the Earth. You talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about maps.
Can I say something
But we
just
need
quickly?
map. But we need map to navigate on this Earth.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course we do. I have no problem using maps. I have no problem using maps with the spherical coordinate reference system on flat Earth either. And I can tell you why if you cared.
But they are not all wrong, or like they have some
Yes,
accuracy.
all maps are wrong, and we don't know to what degree of inaccuracy these maps are.
Then
Why
how
are
can
they
you use
wrong?
them to navigate between two places, man? Like I can help you. I can help you make an argument.
No, you don't need
Meri-
to help me make an argument. What I
You
need
cannot
you to
say
realize
something
is
and
you
you
have
repeat
no
it at the
idea
end of
how maps
something.
are made, and I can prove it.
That is true, but I rely
All right,
on
so
people
you're
who are like.
you're asking about a subject that you know nothing about to what, prove that Earth's a globe?
No, but
Like
wait.
you guys don't
But I,
want us to interrupt.
but I
But say
believe
the
in.
most
But I believe the
shit
people.
ever.
But listen, I believe the people who are like believe in globe Earth, and they are 100% sure. All right, about their coordinates
Yeah, they
and
don't
about
know,
their
I think.
maps, about the sizes. But
Yeah,
here
I
you are
believe
saying
they
all
think they're
maps are
right too.
wrong,
Big
and we
deal.
don't know if they are accurate. How much of them are accurate or not?
They
So
get
it's
that from the
embarrassing.
sky. They
It's
get that from
embarrassing
the
for me.
sky.
But
They
give
get it from
me,
the
give me
sky.
something from the sky.
Right, so here's an example, Meridius. Let's say you're out in the ocean. There's no land in sight. How do you know what latitude you're at?
I have to use an GPS or any
No, you don't have
helping tool.
GPS.
No, I'm not expert on that topic. I'm not expert.
Right.
I don't
No,
know.
we're
So you
saying
probably
you
shouldn't
don't
be
have that.
asking
You
us
don't have
about it because
GPS.
we
No, but
are
I will use the
Listen,
tools that
Meridius,
Globe Earth
I am
uses.
an expert on this topic.
No, you don't have any map. You don't have any map, and you don't believe in any map.
I
so you
just
cannot
showed
make
you a
any
map.
concern. You
And I
think it's
posted one
wrong.
too.
You don't know how accurate
Link
it
for
is. It's
navigational
embarrassing.
charts.
Meridius,
Why are
I know
people
more
talking
about
over
maps
you?
than
flipping
you.
out.
I am an
Why
expert
people are
in
talking over you?
cartography.
Then create a map. Create an accurate map. That's it. That's it.
Guys, when you see your map, you look at Australia. Okay, let me just say something, please, and don't interrupt because you guys keep interrupting. Australia, it looks flattened a bit. If someone can easily go and measure the width of Australia and the length and see the ratio, and with that they can prove whether or not this map is correct.
Yeah,
True
okay,
maps
who's done
exist,
it?
and they
Post
are
it,
globes.
show it.
Globe maps are the true
We don't need
maps.
ifs and hypotheticals. Just show
No,
it.
there aren't ifs. They aren't ifs. The real map is
You
the
do
globe, okay?
understand how you
Any map is wrong. When you
verify
say every
the
is wrong,
surface
is wrong.
responding on
Because
is
you
curving
can't,
or not is
you
by
guys
the
aren't
Earth you're
verifying. You
measuring
guys
it,
are making
correct?
claims. Look,
We
I'll just say
don't
something
want
quickly
to
and you
hear
can
what
go.
we have to
Let
say.
me say something quickly before
You're
you
going
talk.
into
I just,
We are
trance.
spurging out,
You're going
obviously.
into a spare trance.
listen. I'll just
They
say something
don't want
quickly.
to hear what we have to say. They're so angry.
Let me just say something quickly, okay?
They're like, no, it can't be
there
flat.
are two ways.
You're
There are
not
two ways.
saying anything coherent. You are not
I'm just
providing
saying
anything
something.
value.
If you let me, Mr. Ragebait.
No, you're talking about things you have no idea whether to be true or not
If you let me talk, you will
You have
know, but
no
you're
means to
not letting
verify
me.
them.
No, you're not educating us on a topic that you don't know
Let me-
anything
let
about
me-
by your own admission.
If you'd let me speak.
Okay.
When you want to learn something.
Let's let this guy finish his statements, just so we
Just let me
can
finish
move
this
the
sentence.
conversation. Go ahead, bro.
It's a statement. It
Go
isn't a
ahead,
proof
go
or
ahead.
anything. I'm just saying a statement. There are two ways to gain knowledge. You know, you either see evidence and then you build arguments and proofs with that evidence, or you have an idea and then you go on to look for evidence to prove your pre-existing idea.
No, that's
Okay?
confirmation
That's
bias.
what you guys
That's
are
called
doing.
confirmation bias. No,
Yes, you
no,
guys
no.
are in living confirmation bias. You guys keep coming up with new stuff to prove your
No.
idea.
You guys
don't
are
take
the
evidence and
retards
build
that think the
conclusions
map
from
is
it.
the territory.
Okay, he's in a fucking spare trance. He needs to cool off, man.
All right. May I?
No, we didn't
may I
have
say
an
something?
idea and then went looking for it. We were given the idea that we live on a big spinning ball and we went out to check to see if it's true. And it turns out that it's not.
If I
That's
may.
what we did.
So, guys, for everyone in the room, the map that Yolder shared have Antarctica surrounding everywhere.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
I understand that.
That's an snow. Wait, can I finish? That's an ice wall. That's an
No, it's
or
not,
like
dumbass. I gave you a
it's an
globe.
ice wall surrounding us.
Hey,
360.
dumbass.
Calm down. Calm down.
I gave
Calm
you
down.
a
You are
globe,
starving out.
dumbass.
You are getting angry. Calm down. Control your emotions.
No, you need to be educated. Okay, Yoda educate him.
Listen, on that map, it has a coordinate reference system, latitude and longitude. The outer perimeter of that map at 89 degrees south latitude is about 430 miles in circumference, just like the center of the map at 89 degrees north latitude. That is also 430 miles in circumference. I gave you a map depicting a spherical coordinate reference system with a non-uniform scale, which applies from the center to the outermost edge of the map, scaling with distance. In order to use this correctly, you need to apply the non-uniform scale. And what you have at the end of the day is still a globe. This just proves that you have no idea what you're talking about, and I do. I gave you a globe map, and you're too dumb to realize it.
Yep. I gave you a navigational chart, like free online
I
site.
asked him for a flat
Navigational
map,
chart.
and he went to
And
research
it
for it
is
for like 5 minutes.
uniform
This
scale.
is a flat
And now
map,
he's saying
okay?
this is a globe map. And he's
Now I
saying
will
this.
give you a flat
There
map,
is an
okay?
ice wall. There is an ice wall on it. Go to the
Yeah,
ice
no
wall.
shit.
Tell
I
me.
just described it.
my god.
Oh my
Tell me.
god, listen
Tell
to
me the
this.
ice wall. That's from Game of Thrones. That's from fiction.
Meridius,
I'm ready to give him a
Where
flat
the
map
fuck is
now.
this?
bring
Here,
us
would you like a flat
measurements
map?
of
It's
Earth's
called the
curvature.
United
That's what
Kingdom
we need to do.
Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid
Where
System.
is Antarctica surrounding us 360?
Holy crap.
Where is that?
All right,
Where is that?
you guys need to. Right, I don't know. You guys need to chill out, right? It seems like mutes are very effective with you guys. Let's see if Face Ock's timeout has calmed him down a little bit. Face Ock, are you
Oh,
calm now?
shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, see, it works wonders.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, so that's okay.
I mean, not letting someone finish their sentence is absolutely a good way to win an argument, you know?
You already
Yeah.
admitted that you don't know anything about maps. Why are you arguing with people that study maps?
Study maps.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes, study cartography
Look.
and all of the questions surrounding this topic. You're speaking with people that have been researching these questions for many, many years. Okay, if you don't know about a particular topic, don't pretend you do. Right? Because we all know if you know what you're talking about or not. We just want to have a good faith conversation with you.
I mean, a good faith conversation doesn't include undermining people's knowledge. You know, you keep repeating
this
and
was
your
by
friends.
your own admission.
No,
though.
don't interrupt me.
You
Don't interrupt
admitted-
me. Don't
you already
interrupt me.
admitted
You
that
keep saying you and your friends over and over
Okay,
again.
well,
We're educated.
I
You're
don't
not. We know.
think
You're
you're
not.
We
doing
exposed
That's
your
everything you say.
dumbass friend.
Meta.
I gave your dumbass
This is
friend a
meta.
globe map, and he was too stupid to realize it.
Well, then where is the real map? Where is the flat Earth map?
There is no real map, and I can give you an example of a flat map using a flat coordinate reference system. It's called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. It's not the only one. There are many, many, many
What was
others.
that buzzword? Like, if you'd include what you just said, I would highly appreciate it.
Okay. Would you like an official UK government website on it? No?
What?
Point is, it's not something that we're attempting to provide to you. We're trying to show you like firsthand, real world geometric measurements, right, of the surface itself.
I mean, you say there isn't a real map, but I mean, you can build a map of anything if
Maps
you have.
are irrelevant.
Maps
are
misrepresenting face.
maps are irrelevant to our claim. It might
They
be
are.
important to you. It's not really
Our claim
important
is
to us
about the shape of the Earth.
for the basis of our claim. It's a
Your
side
claim.
issue.
We are having a conversation about the shape of the Earth. You saying a map
No,
isn't.
you are. You claim a shape. We don't claim a shape.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
Yeah, and a spherical coordinate system is not the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, what? It is. I mean,
No,
you're saying
no,
it's
it's
either
not.
globe.
It's a model based off of the sky. Like I asked your dumbass friend who's spurred out here, I said, if you're out at sea, how do you get your latitude? He said GPS.
Using
I
the
said,
star.
no, you don't have access to GPS. How do you do it? Yeah, you use a star.
Well, then, how do you explain that
Use
we
a
see
star.
different stars in Australia than those in North America?
Oh, so
They
you
don't
don't
see
want
the
me to
same stars.
explain this to you. You're just moving on to another portion of this topic.
I mean, yeah, I say proof, and then you keep showing logical fallacies right and left that I can disprove because you won't allow me to disprove them. So I move to the next point. I move to the next
It's called
point.
gish galloping. That is the fallacy because you're not allowing this to go to its conclusion, and you're thinking that if you can move the conversation from one point to another, that you win the argument, and that's fallacious.
I mean, that's on you. Like
No,
you said
it's on
exactly
you
what you're
because you're
doing.
not allowing us to finish this topic before moving on to the next. I can educate
Okay.
you on how maps are made, but you don't want me to do it because you don't want a flat earther to teach you something because you're too arrogant.
Well,
Yeah, you're an
how are
arrogant
maps made?
jackass.
Yes,
That's what's
please go
going
ahead.
on right
Yes,
now.
please go ahead.
And what's
Please
funny
go
is,
ahead.
is you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
And the
like
whole audience
you
hears
have a
it.
method. Go ahead. I'm telling you to go ahead. How are maps made?
Well, conventionally, maps that use the latitude and longitude system are made from observations of the sky. That's how you get the coordinate reference system. First, you do the survey of the ground. Okay, first you're going to survey landmarks. You do what's called planar surveying. You take objects of interest and you measure azimuthal and elevation angles between them, and you build what's called a triangulation network.
Amazing.
After that, you set up a control point using what's called an astrogeodetic plumb line. You set up a control point by opening a nautical almanac or an astronomical almanac to find how the stars should appear at a certain point of time throughout the year. You go to that specific place where you set up the control mark from the map that you're making using the surveys that you had just done. You get a control point by using the stars. This puts that position, that control point, at a latitude and longitude. You then go through the rest of your triangulation network using the nautical almanac in order to set up other control points under the same system using the stars. And this effectively creates a bend in the planar survey that you've done, a bend that conforms to the spherical surface of the sky that you imagined is real. And you call that a globe.
But it's accurate. If you're saying this, it is accurate, right?
It's accurate up to a point.
I mean, if it's accurate, why can't we have a real map of the world?
A 69 by 69 mile square of Earth is 99.997% flat, as it is on a globe.
Okay.
So it's accurate up to a point, okay? As you get further and further out using longer distances,
accurate maps
the accuracy
the
diminishes in question. Nobody knows what the true distance is between New York and Paris, or Los Angeles and Tokyo.
No one does, indeed. But
nobody does.
You said that the difference is small. You said 99.7%
small
flat.
scales.
That's better than a pancake.
Statistically insignificant between flat and globe. Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't explain why we don't have an accurate map. It should be inaccurate by a slight difference. It shouldn't be like, oh, this is a map, this
over
is a
small
completely different
distances,
map,
it doesn't
and they're both
matter.
correct.
That's exactly right. Now, over large distances, it does matter.
That's not what you said.
I said over small distances, it's statistically insignificant. To like 99 point. So if you were to take a 69 by 69 mile swath of the globe or of a flat surface, they are 99.997% accurate to one another.
Oh, okay. Let me
99.977%. Excuse me, 99.9 or 99.77% accurate.
So you're saying at high, like long distances, it is no longer that accurate. So we can't make an accurate map.
No, nobody can make a fully accurate map for anything. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So when a pilot flies from New York to Paris, does he like eyeball it? Does he eyeball the distance?
No, he's using a map. So guess what happens? He's flying over a flat
what
Earth.
On earth
he's
are you
flying
talking
over
about?
a
You
flat
said it
Earth,
wasn't
but
accurate.
he's flying over a flat Earth, but his screen shows him a spherical coordinate system, a globe. So he gets to pretend that he's on a globe.
A flat Earth is far easier to map and far easier to transverse. So it should be easier to make a map of it. But here we are. We have spherical maps. That is a globe, actually.
Because
you're saying
everyone's believed we lived on a globe for hundreds of years, and nobody's bothered to change the convention from latitude and longitude. But I'm here to tell you, in our modern society, we actually do have flat maps. We have flat coordinate reference systems. In fact,
you just said we don't.
In fact, I'm going to give you an example of one. Okay, it's called the Gaia Star Tracker, GAIA Star Tracker. This uses a Cartesian coordinate reference system for navigation that does not require a globe.
I mean, if you look it up,
it's used in airplanes and drones and satellites today. It uses the stars just like celestial navigation, but it does not treat the star field as a gigantic rolling ball, but rather a box full of vectors that is observer dependent, that cannot be triangulated in 3D space.
FYI, Yoda, this guy claimed to be an aerospace engineer.
I'm not claiming. No, I'm genuinely.
Oh, really?
You said
I'm
that
studying.
in the
I'm still a
side
student.
chat.
Oh, we're just getting
Yes.
started. Would you like to
Oh,
dig
yeah, I'm
into
a
how
student.
air data inertial reference units work?
Inertial reference units?
Yeah,
I have a
inertial
general
reference
idea.
units, like on the Boeing 777. I can tell you all about it, how it works.
No, I don't, because
No?
it
Okay.
isn't relevant.
Well,
Yes.
it is relevant because this is what's creating a globe on the computer for the pilots to believe in.
No, look, if the Earth is
Yeah,
flat,
the ADIRU, the inertial reference unit, actually measures Earth flat as the airplane flies, and then
look,
uses
if you're
a geodetic datum to convert those flat measurements into a globe in real time to conform to
allow me,
WGS84 and GPS systems.
if you'll allow me to make a silly example, like a very silly example, okay? Imagine you're on a Minecraft world, okay? Minecraft, like it's a silly example, okay? Give me space, okay? A Minecraft world, you want to get from point A to point B, and it's a straight line. But no, you go ahead and you make it a sphere in order to make it easier to read. But it isn't any easier to read. You know, we make
Nobody
projections.
does great circle distances in real life.
What?
Yeah, nobody travels great circle distances in real life.
What are you saying? Of course they do. Like I mean, show me the path of the airplane from New York to Paris. What does it look like on a projection? It looks curved, but on a sphere, it looks straight.
Well, it's because they're using a projection. Even the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Do you understand that?
Oh my God, look.
Yeah, the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Like I described before, when you build a map, you do planar surveys, and then you project it into a spherical coordinate reference system using the stars. And not just using the stars, but using your interpretation of the stars as a curved surface, which it may not be.
Hear me out. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Okay? That's like absolutely logic 101.
Yeah,
there isn't
absolutely.
anything wrong with that. Yes. And on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 places on a sphere is the great circle.
Yeah, how do you know the sphere exists in reality?
Let me finish. I'm not proving anything right now. Okay, but it's the great circle. On a flat plane, on a flat Earth, you don't need to do the great circle. You just take a straight line. Okay?
Right.
But why is it that on every flat map, the line is curved? The line
Because
of any flight is curved.
they're using a projected curving surface instead of a
Why?
true
To waste
flat
fuel?
surface. Because they're using latitude and longitude.
No, you're just saying because they're using plastic polyethylene. That's unrelated.
No, because they're using latitude and longitude. That's a geodesic.
They're using latitude and longitude. For what? What does that do? They're using Bluetooth. They're using GPS.
One sec.
Like what?
Listen.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
So,
I have to go to a
so there's a
meeting.
path that they. Well, I just wanted to quickly add. Look, there's a path that they actually take in reality. Okay. And then there's what they portray it to be on a globe. And then there's a projection of that onto a flat map. You have to show beyond all doubt that the path that is presented to you on a globe is what's actually taking place in reality, and you will never ever be able to.
I mean, the flight from Australia to South America passes by the South Pole. If you look at any projection, that would seem super illogical, but on a sphere, it is truly the shortest path. So how do you explain that? Why do they pass over the South Pole? Because of the scenic view? Like why?
No flights go over the South Pole, dude. No one has done that.
I can share one right now.
No, you're wrong
Australia
about
to South
that. You
America?
you can get cooked on that point if you want to. If you want to go down that route, we're happy to do that. But just quickly have a look in the side chat. Okay, just to give you an example of what T-Dub was talking about. Okay, so the top half of the image, that's a Mercator projection. Okay, if you plot out the flight path on the Mercator projection, it looks like it's taking an arc, right? But if you have a look down at the map below that, right, which is an AE projection, that same path is just a straight path, right? It's a straight line because it's been mapped out on a different projection, right? These are all map projections based off the sky. Okay, there's hundreds of different ones, and the flight path is going to look different on all of them. Okay, but they're just projections.
The flight path looks straight on a sphere.
No, that looks
Okay.
straight on an AE projection.
What's an AE projection?
It's an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map, right? Like the one that here I've got a. Okay, so here's a ton of flight paths all plotted out on an AE projection. Okay, a lot of flat earthers say this is the flat Earth map, right? I disagree that this is the official flat Earth map. Okay, but here is the map, and here is a stack of different flight paths mapped out on it. Essentially, most of them take pretty much exactly straight lines between locations. Now, if you put these same paths onto a Mercator projection, they're going to look like they're taking arcs.
Wait, are you crazy? Like what? A flight
Are you crazy?
No, I'm sorry. I threw that out there. Just because the picture looks funny. Okay, going from South Africa to Australia passes through China. Like what?
You guys really need to understand what map projections are.
Yes, but what's the shortest distance? Okay, because right now the shape of the Earth that you're defending is formless. You know, there is no shortest
one
path.
said that.
There is no
No one
truth
said
shape.
that. No one said that. Listen.
I mean, where is the map where all the lines are the shortest? Why?
Okay.
What do they do to pick the shortest path?
It's the map.
You know?
The map that I just posted is the one where all the lines appear the shortest, right? But you still need to understand how coordinate systems work.
I mean, isn't this map that anti-globalist posted? Oh, you're anti-globalist. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Listen, bro, you too hung up and caught up on maps. Flat Earth is not a map.
How is it not?
Flat Earth
I mean, it isn't a map.
It isn't. It's not. It's not our argument.
Look, it isn't a map.
Our
but
argument,
why don't we have a map of it?
Listen, because it's not our argument. It's not our focus.
It doesn't matter if it's your argument or not. You should have a map of your world.
You're too hung up on this whole idea of being able to view the Earth from a vantage point that you'll never have. Like, this is what it would look like if you were like 50,000 miles away. No, that's impossible. We're trying to explain to you because you will never see it like that.
Oh my God!
You will never, because
your argument is just
like
because.
That. Bro, I just told you. No, I told you because you will never see it like that.
I mean, you literally gave me the argument. Like, I'm sorry, but I finally can formulate it better. If I go up 1,000 kilometers or
go to a lake.
Don't
go up. Go to a lake and test to see if the surface is curving. No, bro. No.
Don't interrupt me, please. For God's sake.
No, I am going to interrupt you because you want to go to these red herrings. It's irrelevant to our point.
Them. I can prove other stuff, but you can't prove this. You don't have a map of the world because it doesn't exist.
DJ did with you already.
You keep saying, okay, this is the map, but then you say, oh no, this isn't the map. There is no accurate map. And I'm asking you, what does the world look like?
Oh my God.
What does it look like for you?
You're too hung up
the world
on
must
maps.
look like something.
We're not claiming to know the
something.
shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the layouts of the land and how all the oceans are configured and all that. We're not telling you that. We're trying to tell you that across large bodies of water, the surface isn't curving. And it has to be if the Earth is a globe. That's our claim.
Let me just add to what T-Dot was just saying. Okay? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat Earth is not a shape claim. You're claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. Flat is the description of a surface. Like you can have a flat surface. You could have a rigid surface, a bumpy surface. Right? That kind of thing. It's a descriptive term for a surface that's not curving. Okay? That's what we mean in the context of flat Earth. Now, people hear globe Earth versus flat Earth, and they try to think of the globe as a flat disk or something like that. We're not claiming that that's what the Earth is. Okay, we're talking about when we go out and empirically test the surface of the Earth, no curvature can ever be detected, and this has been done thousands of times.
Okay. You say that when you measure the curvature of the Earth at a lake of water, no curvature is measured, right? Which means what?
That it cannot possibly be a globe.
Then it is what?
It is a flat topographical surface of unknown size and dimension.
I mean, look, my only question is, and it is a logical question. You can't tell me it isn't a logical question, okay? And I said it, and I'm going to say it again. If I go up like 1,000 kilometers, what will it look like?
You can't do
It
that.
isn't hard. Yes, you can.
Don't know. No, you don't know.
Yes,
and
you
you've
can.
never done that, and you cannot do that. If you wanted to go up 1,000 kilometers right now, you would not be able to do such a thing. In fact,
based
it's
on
not
what?
even well, based on the Outer Space Treaty, based on logistical problems, how do you think you could get up 1,000? How high did you want to go? Sorry?
1,000 kilometers, yes.
1,000 kilometers. You can't go up 1,000 kilometers.
Because
how are you going to go up 1,000 kilometers? The highest we
in a
can go
rocket.
is up on. You can't. Okay, so you're not allowed to independently launch a rocket. Okay, you're not
Yes,
allowed to do
but
that.
the
No, there's something
companies
called.
did
Hold on,
launch rockets.
it's not legal to launch anything above a certain height, which is about 100 kilometers or something like that. Okay,
You are
would need
correct,
to get.
yes.
Yeah. So it's called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, so
Mhm.
you're not allowed to freely do any of that thing, right? So that's why nobody's ever done that. Okay, you're not allowed to launch up your own satellite. In fact, you're not even allowed to launch up a camera past a certain height because they say it's a national security risk. Okay, so you're not able to do this. What you're able to do is you could go up on a plane, 40,000 feet maybe. You're just going to see a flat horizon. Then you could send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. That's the maximum height, really, that you can send up a weather balloon. And from that height, you're just going to see a flat horizon as well. So you're not able to test that. What we can do is just test the surface of water for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Look, I have 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a globe, but you only focus on this curvature of water because you have some like, oh, it's a refraction, it's something, it's the horizon.
No,
but
you brought up
you
refraction.
I didn't bring up refraction. I came into the argument
Yes,
of
you did.
refraction
You
because
brought up miraging,
you guys couldn't
which is
leave it.
refraction.
I wanted
Yeah,
to
you
leave the
did.
argument.
You said
I
it's
was
a
like, okay,
mirage,
you
like
won.
in the desert. Look, this is the thing. Okay, do you agree with this logic? Okay, over 70% of the surface of the globe is said to be covered in water. Yeah, we can agree that that's the claim.
Yes.
Now,
yes,
if that water's not curving, then the Earth's not a globe. Okay, so if you want to make a claim that has a requirement for the water to be curving, and we can already validate that it's not curving, all of your claims are invalidated because the foundation of your claim is invalid because you don't have the prerequisite of the claim, which would be the curving water. That's the one thing that anybody can go and test easily and cheaply. This can be done over and over and over again. Okay, and it's not curving. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances and hitting their target. Right? These are not jokes, these tests. These are real tests that are being done, and these are all documented. Most people just aren't aware of this.
Well, hey, I don't believe anyone can shoot a laser across the ocean. Just like you say, I don't believe anyone can send a rocket to the space. You know,
Okay.
because
well, this is
that's what your
hold on a
argument
second.
is. You know,
No,
anyone
it's
that
not.
disproves
It's
my
not that.
argument is a liar. That's what you said.
No. Now you're being
Yes, that's what you
disingenuous.
said.
No, you agreed
No,
with me that
I'm
there's
being
something
genuine because
there's something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, you can look it
what's
up
the
right
Outer
now.
Space Treaty? That private personnel
you
cannot
pretended
put
like you
stuff
know
out there.
could go online and type in what is the Outer Space Treaty, and you can read all about it. I could teach you about it if you want. Okay, I think
Okay,
it was.
do you
I
want
think
to stay
it
with
was
this?
signed. It was formulated in the '60s. Okay, the country signed it.
I know it.
And,
I know the Outer Space Treaty. I've heard it
oh,
before.
you
I
just
just
said you
don't know all of the
didn't, but now
details about
you.
it.
Okay, well,
I know it. No, I
maybe you
said
should
I
look
did.
into that. Okay, well, this is the thing. Okay, you can legally go out and shoot a laser across 40 kilometers worth of water. Okay, but you're not allowed to shoot a rocket up like you said. You can't go up 1,000
Well, what about
kilometers like you
private
said.
companies, other countries than the U.S.? Okay, the world isn't
It's
just America.
so
There's
you can't
China. There's the Soviet
right. So
Union.
you
No,
can't
they sent
valid.
rockets.
There's no place called the Soviet Union, bro.
Nah, you're crazy. Are you serious?
It's Russia. It's called Russia, dude. It's not the Soviet.
I meant when the Outer Space Treaty was made. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Cool. So you can't validate any of that. You just have to have faith in the government agencies, right? Like the NASA, for example, who obviously faked the moon landings in the 60s. Obviously, right now you have to put your. It's
Do
not.
you believe? Wait, just one
What?
second. Do you believe that the NASA and Roscosmos, the Russians, and the Chinese Space Agency are all going to agree on one thing? Do you think they ever agreed on anything?
Yeah, they share a space
ever agreed
station.
on anything.
They literally
No,
share
China
a
isn't
space
allowed
station.
to go to this International Space Station. China is banned from the International
Russia
Space
and
Station.
Russia and America. These countries are always have trade agreements with each other. Okay, when it
Yes,
comes
but
to outer space, yeah. So more than one person can lie about something.
Okay, listen. On the
China's
topic of outer
never
space,
landed a man on the moon. Russia's never landed a man
China's
on the moon.
been to space
America
up to 400
Oh my
kilometers.
god, yeah, cool. How you can't validate that, and we can check that they haven't done that because it's impossible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's a whole nother topic. Okay.
No, wait.
You can't
I want to
validate
go
it.
into that.
Okay,
I
you're a
want to
man
go
of
into that
faith,
because I
aren't
don't
you?
believe you. What do you mean violation of the
Okay.
second law of thermodynamics? That's just you just made that up.
Yeah, it is. No, I didn't.
No, it
Do you know
isn't.
what it
Go
is?
ahead. Go into detail. Please go into
entropy.
detail.
Okay. So you can't have a high pressure system like we're breathing right now. We have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level. Okay. And they say that outer space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Okay. That goes against the second law of thermodynamics. It goes against entropy.
Wait,
You cannot
what's
have
that number? 10 to the power of negative 17 of what?
torr. It's a torr rating. It's
Yes, pressure
powerful.
reading. Yes.
Yeah. So you can't have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. Right? You can't have what happens.
That's no different from a high pressure and a low pressure system. That's actually no different.
What are you talking about? It's a high. Look, let me show you an
what's
example in
pressure?
the side chat.
Okay, let's go into definitions. What is pressure?
Okay, the force
gas
exerted.
pressure. Pressure is force over area. That's pressure. But we're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
Okay, gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the molecules of air slamming into your object. Okay, whatever that object may be.
No, that's not
Okay,
the
imagine
definition.
you have.
Read the definition out correctly.
It is the
It's
definition.
The
man.
force
What are you talking
exerted
about?
of the gas molecules when they bounce off each other or the walls of their container.
That's exactly what I said.
Right. So you need to have a container to have gas pressure. It's in the definition.
Okay, listen. I have a container of a gas cylinder. Okay, filled with pressurized oxygen. You know, like the ones they have in the hospital.
Yeah. Why do you need a container to have the gas pressure?
Listen to me. Listen. Let me keep going. You don't need a container. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes, you don't. When you fill it with oxygen, okay? Because have you seen the experiment where they suck the air out of a container and it just collapses under the weight of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Well, then there is pressure outside of the thing, you know.
Yes, we
so
have
pressure inside.
pressure. We have atmospheric pressure.
Pressure's on all sides.
To have a gas pressure system, you need to have a container.
Yes.
Okay. Hold
pressure
on.
from
Look
the
in
inside.
the side chat. Look in the side chat. Okay. So here's a demonstration. Okay. In the top chamber, we have a vacuum. Okay. That could represent outer space because they say outer space is above us and it's a vacuum. Okay. And now at the bottom, we have a gas pressure system. Okay. You could think of that like the Earth and the air that we're breathing right now. We have measurable gas pressure that we're breathing right now. And then they say space is a vacuum. Okay.
Okay,
now,
so you think the air on Earth should be
don't
sucked
try to
into
guess.
space?
Don't try to guess what I'm going to say. Just listen to me and then respond after I'm finished. Okay. So we have the high pressure system and the vacuum separated from each other with the valve. Okay. Now click the video, and what you're going to see is entropy taking place. Right. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Demonstrated what happens. It's a natural law. It happens always. Okay. So
yes. Okay. Listen.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done, and then you
I'm
can
sorry,
reply.
I'm sorry. Because I've
Okay.
seen the video. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so as soon as he releases the valve, right, the high pressure, the gas instantly fills the available space, because that's what happens with gases. Gases fill space. That's
Yes,
why if you
absolutely.
pop a
You're
car
correct.
tire, the gas is going to rush out of the car tire and try to equalize with the low pressure system. The high pressure is always
Yes.
going to go to the low pressure system. It's never going to be the other way around. This is a natural
Indeed.
law. Yeah, now
Indeed,
you're saying
indeed.
this happens. You're saying that this happens without a container.
Okay, you made your point. You want me to go on?
Yep.
Okay. In an airplane, why is it that if the door of an airplane is broken or that the window is broken, that air rushes outside of the airplane? Why does that happen?
Because the airplane is a container.
Yes, and the pressure outside is lower than the pressure inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why
Yeah.
the air rushed outside the airplane. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so at 11 kilometers high, which is where airplanes fly, the pressure is lower than sea level. Okay?
That's right.
Okay, so if you just keep going higher and higher, the pressure should get lower and lower and lower.
Well, we can only test the pressure up to about 40 kilometers.
Yes,
Because
but it keeps
barometers.
getting lower. Any
No.
logical mind will tell you that
No.
it will keep
We've
getting lower.
spoken to
But because no, let me continue. Why is the pressure high at sea level and low above? Why?
Okay, but
Why
the
is that?
gas because it's hotter and the gases are being created at sea level. That's where the gas is created.
No, it's not because of that.
Well, is that where the gas is created?
The gas isn't created or destroyed. The amount of gas on Earth is stable. It's
Gas
static.
is okay.
It
So
doesn't change.
80% of the oxygen in the air is created in the ocean by sea plankton. We have gas cycles.
Yes,
We have
it
nitrogen
never leaves
cycles.
the Earth.
What do you mean it never leaves the Earth?
Yes, it turns into CO2. It turns into hydrocarbons.
Yes,
It
right. But
turns
it's
into other
constantly
stuff, but it
being
doesn't leave.
produced. It's a dynamic system. It's constantly being produced. Over 99% of all the gases that make up the atmosphere are created at ground level.
They aren't created. They just. I mean.
Yes, they are.
Oh my God.
Okay,
They
let's
aren't
go.
created. Where does it come from? Okay, the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. You said the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. What does it say?
Where is
the first law of thermodynamics? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
It doesn't mean
Is that true or not?
that the gases aren't being generated at ground level.
You are saying that matter is being generated
everything
out of
cycles, dude.
nothing
Everything
is in air.
cycles.
Dude, like you missed it. He's okay. DJ didn't tell you that new gases, new matter is being created. That's not what. Okay, you missed it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so this is straight from. Hold on, bro. This is.
Go ahead.
This is your own mainstream science right now. So oxygen, for example, oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms. Okay, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, so 50 to 70% of the oxygen is being generated at the surface level or under the surface level in the ocean, right? Just like your mainstream says, right? So you're incorrect about that. You've been incorrect about most of the things you've said since you've come in here.
No. What was I incorrect about?
You said gas isn't being produced at ground level.
Not being generated. Generated. You said generated. You know, there is a difference between produced and generated.
Stop talking for a second. Let me read it one more time. Because it literally says the word
I
generate.
understood it. No, I actually understood it.
Okay, do you know what the word does generate mean generated?
Oh my God.
Does generate mean generated?
I understand.
Right,
Yes.
So listen.
Yes.
So oxygen is primarily produced. Produced also means generated. So oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Okay, then you were going to make a point about that.
Yeah, so obviously where the oxygen is constantly being generated, you're going to have more of it. Yep. Okay, even the definition of gas pressure says that to
I
have
mean,
gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's in the definition. You wanted to talk about definitions.
you can look it up. Okay, you love looking stuff up, so you can look it up.
I don't need
The
to look
reason
this
that
stuff
pressure.
up. I don't
No,
need to
listen
look
to me.
this. You're the one that should look stuff up. You're the one that doesn't
When
know
you
what they're
go,
talking about.
okay, when you go under the ocean, lower, the lower you go under the ocean, pressure increases, right?
Yes.
Is it because water is being generated at the bottom?
No, it's because of the column of water directly above the point where the pressure reading is being taken.
Well, that's exactly the same thing with air. You know,
No,
there is
because
less air above you, so there is less air pressure. So the air above
no,
you
there's
will keep
different
decreasing.
states. No, there's different states of matter. Okay, so there's liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, so gases behave very much differently than liquids and solids. Okay, so gases, if you look up the definition of gas particle movement, okay, it says that gases move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias. They don't have a downward vector. They move at random in all directions, right? And a gas particle will move in a straight line between elastic collisions. Okay, so it doesn't behave the same as water behaves at all. It's completely different.
Sorry. They're both fluids. The only difference is that the density of air is variable and the density of water is almost static. So the density of air being variable allows it to expand. That's
Yeah, it
why
expands
we
in
have
all
lower
directions.
pressure air.
Does water expand in all directions and move in straight lines?
No, it doesn't. No, it
So it's
doesn't.
different. So it's not the same. Even though they're both considered fluids, they're completely
Oh.
different.
Scientifically, if Earth was flat, we'd be pulled to the center of the mass. So, no.
Yes.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a
That
second.
too.
Okay, no, because we're not claiming a flat planet in outer space with mass attracting mass gravity. Mass attracting mass gravity is a globe Earth, right? That's what you have to explain how you can have bending oceans stuck to the outside of a globe. We don't have that issue. Okay, we're not saying that we have mass attracting mass gravity. Okay, and that the Earth is a flat
Are you
disk. And
saying
hold
mass
on,
attracting
don't
mass isn't
interrupt me.
real?
I'm talking to the other guy. Don't interrupt me. It's a concept.
Please,
Okay,
please
I'm
elaborate.
talking.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
what kind of concept do you think though? Like, what kind
okay,
of?
so
do
we
you
go
have
with what
to-
we experience and can test in reality. So we go with
No.
empiricism. Okay, so what I would say is that I experience the Earth kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. Okay, when we test the surface of the water, it's flat over large distances. Okay, if it were a globe and gravity were real, it would have to be curving. Okay, also know that we have gas pressure, right? And according to the definition of gas pressure and gas laws, to have gas pressure, you must have a container. So I would say that we live on a flat plane, right?
Gas pressure.
That's contained and that is also motionless.
No, gas pressure isn't about having a container. You know, when you hold a flat plane that is flat, not a container, not anything, there is
Okay, so
atmospheric
look,
pressure on both sides of the plane.
you yourself
exists.
earlier agreed that it requires a container, and you wanted to talk about definitions.
A
So I went
difference
to your
in
word
atmospheric
Google.
pressure
I
requires a
went to-
container.
Yeah, gas pressure requires a container. You just said
No, a
said it
difference in gas pressure, a differential in gas pressure. But
No,
gas
it
pressure
says
exists whether
here,
or not you
according
like
to
it.
the mainstream definition of gas
What's
pressure.
the mainstream?
The mainstream, the agreed upon mainstream science that you believe in, that tells you that the Earth's a globe with gravity and gas laws and all of this kind of thing, right? That says that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit area by gas particles colliding with the surfaces of their container. You agreed with this earlier. Now you're kind of like changing your story, which is kind of weird.
I'm not changing my story. I was going to explain why space stations exist, but then I just we jumped.
Well, I don't want
topics. But the thing
explanations.
is,
I already know the explanations. Okay, I want validation of explanations, not explanations.
Quick question. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
you can ask
you
your
claimed
question.
that a vacuum is impossible, but you didn't provide proof. You keep doing this, but when I do it, you go, "Oh my God, no!"
What? Oh, sorry. What did I claim? What did I claim?
I mean, when I say something and the proof isn't so likable by you, you just go ahead and jump into not having proof. But
No, I'm just teaching you about
do the same thing.
your own argument, right? Because you're butchering your own mainstream arguments. So I'm having to go to Google and educate you on what
Pressure
your own mainstream
exists
says.
without a container. Pressure does exist without a container.
Not
A difference in pressure. A
Okay,
difference
so
in pressure requires a
okay, so
container.
the thing in question here is the atmospheric pressure. Okay,
Yes,
so that's the thing in
exactly.
question. So let's not use the thing in question as the
Mhm.
example. Let's use a different example. Okay, so can you give me a single example of how you can have gas pressure without a container? Okay, because I can back up myself, right? Obviously, a balloon, a car tire, a soda can, every single situation where you have pressure that's above atmospheric pressure, you're going to have a container, right? To have
A
a static
difference
pressure
in
system.
pressure. A difference in pressure requires a container. Look,
No,
when
not
you
a
fill a
difference in
tire with air,
pressure.
yes, a difference in pressure requires a
Yeah,
container.
yeah.
Okay,
Any pressure.
pressure
Any
always exists.
pressure. Yeah, any
Okay,
pressure.
let me say this. Let me say this. When you fill a bottle of water with 2 times the atmosphere of pressure of air, you know,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
the higher you go up from the surface of the sea, the bigger the bottle will get. Or balloon, for example, because it's apparent with the balloon. When you go
Right.
higher, outside pressure reduces, the balloon expands. Am I
Yeah,
right?
so you need to give an example
So the
that doesn't
outside
require a
pressure. No,
container.
listen. No. This requires a container, so you can understand why it doesn't. When you go up, you know, the pressure outside reduces. Does the pressure only exist when there's a container?
You can't
Like
have the
when
pressure in the first place without the container,
look,
though.
look,
So
look.
that's
I have a bottle of water. It's open. There is no pressure. I close it. Pressure suddenly exists.
no,
It has always existed.
no.
A
If you have a
difference in
bottle,
pressure
if you have a
exists when you
bottle,
have
an empty bottle, if you have an empty bottle,
that's
okay.
full of gas.
Yeah, so you need to give an example that doesn't require a container. So stop using containers in your example.
It isn't intuitive. It isn't intuitive. You know, it's hard to explain because it isn't intuitive.
No, it's completely
Anything.
illogical. That's why you can't give a single example that doesn't include a container, because what you're saying is ridiculous and just doesn't.
Okay, I'll give an example.
Doesn't match
I
with
figured out
reality.
an example. Okay, I figured out an
Okay, go
example.
ahead. No containers
Water.
allowed.
No containers
No, we're
allowed.
talking about
Water.
gas. We're talking about gas,
Yes,
not
yes,
water.
yes. No. The water will something will
Water
happen to the
also
water.
requires
Not
a
pressure. Water
container.
pressure.
Bodies of water also require a
Okay.
container.
Calm down. I'll finish. I'm
Yeah, I'm
seriously
pretty
with you.
calm, bro.
Yes. When you boil water at sea level, the water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know if you're American, but 100 degrees for
Okay.
us. When you go higher, above sea level, the water boils at lower temperatures. Now, why is that?
What's that got to do with having gas pressure without a container?
Exactly. It takes less particle movement for the water to escape.
So none of that.
Okay, because there is less
Okay, so
outside
without
pressure.
a container, none of that pressure is going to be above the pressure surrounding it.
What?
If you want, if
the
none
pot
of
is
none
open.
of the pressure,
An open pot of water.
none of the pressure is going to be higher. None of the pressure is going to be higher than the surrounding pressure, unless you have a container to create a gas
What's
pressure
the container?
system.
Where's the container?
What are you talking about? We have the antecedent of the container, gas pressure. Right? We read the definition of gas pressure. That's like saying
I just gave you an example, and you're
that's
just
like me
throwing
eating
buzzwords.
it's like I have like a steak, a beef steak, and you're like, "Where's the cow? Where's the cow? Yeah, how can you prove that's a beef steak? You know, how can you prove that came from a cow? Where's the cow? We got the beef steak, dude. We have the prerequisite. Like, I don't need to know where your parents
about
are.
this example I just provided?
I don't know. I
This
don't need to
this
know where
example
your
I just
parents
provided.
are, or what size they are, or what
Why are you
skin color
dismissing
they
my
have.
example?
It's a dumb example. I'm just pointing out the.
It's a real example. Why
flawed
does the
logic.
water boil at a lower temperature when we go higher? Why?
What does that have to do with gas pressure without a container?
Because there is lower pressure. The decrease in pressure, in atmospheric pressure, is what causes the water to boil
so to
at lower
have the
temperature.
to have pressure in the first place, you need to have a container, and we already agreed
What
that
container?
we
Where's
don't
the
want
fucking container? What the fuck?
Yeah. So
Where's the container in my example?
Well, you don't have a container.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have a container.
I'll just put it to you
Yes,
this
I don't
way,
have a
right?
container, and the pressure affected the water.
We live in a gaseous pressurized system, right? Does
Exactly,
gas
yes.
expand? Yes. Does gas expand to fill available volume?
It does.
Right, and we're being told that the Earth has air, right? A gaseous pressurized system surrounding it, right? Allowing us to breathe while there's an available separate system of volume right next to it, which is essentially infinite. Listen, which is essentially infinite, which the gas is failing to expand into, and that there's no physical barrier in between those two systems. Right?
I mean,
that's what we're
it
being
would be
told.
funny if there was something called gravity, you know?
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes, gravity.
Okay.
Gravity is what holds the air down.
Oh, really? So gas has a downward bias, does it? Gas particles have a downward bias?
Does gas have mass?
Does gas have a downward bias? Don't answer a question
No,
with
no,
a
no.
question.
Yes, I will answer your question. Gas has mass. Therefore, it has the force of gravity affects it. But
Okay,
since
what's
gas,
the definition of gas particle movement?
the behavior of gas within gas is different than what you're trying to explain. Water. Does water flow up or down inside water?
No. You can no. Listen, bro. When did anybody test gas to see what it does without gravity?
In space, or in a falling airplane, 0G airplane. What? You don't believe in space, so I gave you the 0G airplane.
What about
that is the supposed to be the result of gravity, right? So that's not outside of a gravitational system that you're claiming
You can't leave a
exists.
gravitational system. Even astronauts are
Right.
still
So
affected by 90%
these
of
laws,
gravity.
these laws and definitions were developed long before they ever decided to use an aircraft to do a parabolic flight. I'm sorry, this was decided what gas does, right, on Earth. That's where these laws were developed.
Okay, you're
on
saying
Earth
gas doesn't
through
have a downward bias.
experimentation and observation of gas behavior. Right? Nowhere in any of those laws is the letter G, right? And as DJ's pointing out to you, right? The definition, kinetic theory, says that gases don't have a directional bias, that they're omnidirectional and they'll move in any direction in a straight line until they collide with something, right?
Yes,
and they will expand
absolutely,
indefinitely to fill any
too high to be
vessel.
affected by gravity. Now listen, when
No,
you
no,
pour
no
water
gravity. No,
inside of water,
kinetic theory emits gravity.
no, it doesn't, my man.
Yes, it does.
Gases
Okay,
are
we'll just
inside
show
gases.
you citations that it does. We'll show you.
My man, it doesn't.
Why don't you go get the definition of kinetic theory for us, post it in the side chat, and show us where it says that gravity is accounted for.
It isn't, because it's negligible. It doesn't say it doesn't exist.
Oh, right. Thank you. It's negligible.
So negligible that gas particle movement is defined by rapid, constant, and random motion in straight lines.
Okay. Can I just understand something? I'm really confused. Do you say that gravity doesn't affect gases?
There's no such thing as mass attracting mass gravity, like you believe in your imaginary globe.
Listen. You, anti-globalist, you are attracted to the Earth. Okay,
no,
is
I'm
that
not.
right? Just no.
Incorrect.
You fall down. No, like I'm just saying you.
Yeah, I'll
you
sink
fall
through
down.
the air. Yeah, I'm more dense than the air. I'm not a helium balloon.
No, this isn't density. This
Yes,
is absolutely
it is.
not density.
Oh, really?
Absolutely not
Are you
density.
saying that I'm not more dense than the air?
No, the density difference between you and the air is absolutely negligible.
What?
Okay, if you are look, if you are denser than the air, if you are denser than the air, it still doesn't mean you will fall down. What's the law of density that
did you not play with density towers?
I absolutely know what density is. It's mass divided by volume.
Yeah,
okay?
so if something's more dense than the surrounding medium, it's going to sink through the medium.
Yes, but why will it sink?
Why will it sink?
Because it wants to?
No, because a force was exerted on it to displace it and lift it up. Nothing falls without being lifted up first in one way or another.
Ships floating in the sea. Why is the water going beneath them? Okay, why is that? Why is the water?
Yeah, okay, because Yeah. Okay. So if you crunch the materials of the ship up into a ball, it's just going to sink right down to the bottom of the ocean.
No,
It's
that's
because
not what I said.
It's because of the It's because of the.
Yes,
Hold
go
on a
ahead. It's
second,
because
bro.
of the.
Yeah, it's a buoyancy density relationship. It's like Archimedes' principle.
Yes,
It's called
absolutely.
specific gravity. Yeah. So you just denied that.
No, I didn't deny that.
Yeah.
So why does the water want to go beneath the ship and lift the ship up? Why doesn't the water go above the ship? I mean, it sounds stupid. Yes, I know it does, but
Well,
humor the
because
argument.
yeah. Okay. So because if you get something that's more dense than the water, right, it's just going to sink through the water. Let me give you an example. Okay, if we get a
I understand.
glass.
Yes, if you have a ball
No,
of
this is.
steel and you
Hold on
throw
a
it in
second.
water, it will
I'm
sink.
going to give you an example. It's a more simplified example. Okay, and it's going to prove my point. Okay, if we get a glass of fresh, if we get a glass of fresh water and we get an egg. Okay, and we put the egg into the glass of fresh water, it's going to sink through the fresh water down to the bottom of the glass. Now, I think that that's because of the density of the water and the density of the egg. Now, I can vary and manipulate the density of the water without touching the egg. So if I add some salt into the water, I've changed the density of the water, and now that same egg that was more dense than the water is going to be less dense than the water, and it's now going to go upward. So I've changed the direction that the egg goes
That's absolutely
in
true. What you just
by
said.
varying and manipulating the medium, which is my claim.
Okay, yes, but you still didn't answer the question of the egg goes into the water that is less dense, so the egg sinks. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did the egg sink? Why didn't they both just float in the air?
Why would
What
they
pulled
float
it
in the air?
down? What pulled it
Nothing
down?
pulled.
What caused it?
Nothing. It's no. I
Okay, wait a
displaced
second.
it,
Do you
right?
know Newton's like
Why? Yeah.
second law?
Hold on. You asked me a question. You
There's
asked me a
a
question, but then you don't.
spiritual connection, I think, which pulls it down.
Okay,
There's
listen, just
it
one
has an
second.
affinity to the
Hey,
ground.
bro, don't ask me a question and then interrupt me as soon as I start to answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, so nothing just falls by itself. Okay, it needs to be displaced first. So if I didn't exchange my energy to force that egg out of its place of rest, right, it would never move. Okay? It's only going to move because I've input kinetic energy into that. Right? I've given it potential energy, and it's just going to reseek equilibrium based on the density relationship with the surrounding. What's potential energy? It's the force that I input into it. It's kinetic energy, right? It's like if I push a tennis ball under the water, I'm giving that tennis ball kinetic energy.
You put force
Yes,
into pushing it downwards. When you push it downward,
yeah, I have to exchange energy to force it down into the water. Okay, and then
look,
it has kinetic
you love
energy, and then
quoting-
it's going.
You love quoting laws, second law of thermodynamics and stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
do like quoting
the
laws.
second law.
You like butchering.
Then
You like butchering laws.
No, bear with me. Humor me for a second. Newton's second law of motion. Okay, it states that the acceleration on an object is directly proportional to the net force acting on it, and inversely proportional to the mass. I even read it to you, so you don't say I butchered it or anything. What does it state? It states that acceleration is proportional to the force. Nothing will accelerate if it doesn't have a force acting upon it. Okay.
That's what I said. I said it would never move
Okay, no,
unless I applied a force to it.
What's the force? What's the force acting?
Yeah,
actively acting on the
I
egg to
applied the
accelerate it
force.
downward. No.
It's
you aren't.
okay. So I applied the force
What?
to the egg.
Do you know what a force is?
I displaced the egg. Yeah, I
No,
applied.
that's
I displaced
that's
it.
work. You did work to the egg. You didn't do a force. There's a difference. A force is active.
Yeah.
The egg is actively
Yeah, no,
accelerating. Therefore, there is an active force acting upon it.
How do you get work? How do you get work?
Force times distance.
So you need force. You idiot.
Yes, so
that
where
was
is
just
the
a
force?
stupid thing to tell DJ. When you know that work requires force, he said, no, there was no force. Let's work. He applied force and worked, yes, for work.
He applied work to it.
Yes. And how do you get work? How do you get work?
How do you get work?
Force
times distance.
Force.
Yes, so
Thank you. Right.
No,
So
thank
he
you
did apply
because you said
force to
nothing.
it. He did apply force to it.
You literally said nothing. Okay,
So where'd
listen,
the force
listen.
come from? So where'd the force come from then that was required
Where
for
did the
to
force
take
come from?
place?
When? At what moment? When it's falling? When it's
For
going
it to
up?
be lifted up. For it to be lifted up. You're trying to say that DJ
While it's being lifted
is
up,
not applying force, it's applying work. Yet you need force to get work.
I don't think you guys really understand what force is. Okay, can I give an example?
It's a direct physical push or pull.
Okay, I'll give an example. Okay, thank you. That's a good definition. But imagine you have a very heavy table and you put your hand under the table and release it. It's going to hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to
Okay.
move unless you displace it. It's never going
Yes,
to move
but let me
unless
continue. It isn't
something
about
forces
moving.
it. Okay.
Yes, no, but it isn't about moving. With your hand under the table and it's pressing on your hand, it's actively causing pain to your hand. What's pulling the table down? What's actively pulling it down and pressing it on your hand? What's doing that?
Its own weight.
Which is its mass times the gravitational acceleration of the Earth.
No, there's no gravitational. Okay, so
That's the definition of the weight.
if you're talking about little g, that things fall at 9.81 meters per second squared approximately in a vacuum, we can agree on that. We can agree that's an observed effect. If you want to claim the cause of the effect, right, then that's when you're going to run into problems. What's that?
What's that number? Where did we get 9.8? No.
It's just
it's
an observed
9.8,
effect. It's an agreed upon average. Yeah, so things don't fall at that rate. Okay, it's an agreed upon average. It's an approximation. It was a bunch of scientists got together, and because the numbers were all over the place, they decided to agree on 9.81 meters per second squared. Right? It's inconsistent, but it's an agreed upon average. Now, I agree that happens when you drop something in a vacuum. It falls at approximately that rate. But you know what? It doesn't happen with gas. Yeah, that's a big problem
because
for you,
gas
right?
is inside gas. You know, like does water
What?
fall inside
Gas
water?
is inside?
No. Yes.
What do you mean gas
You
is
are
inside
comparing gas to gas.
What?
You are surrounded by gas. You are fully surrounded by gas. How can you see
Yeah,
gas
and
falling?
it's a very light medium. It's a very light medium.
Yes.
So anything that's more dense than it's going to sink through it if you pick it up and drop it into the light medium. Like
Yes,
the egg.
absolutely. But sinking, what causes sinking? Something pulling you down. What causes floating? Because the water is heavier and it's pulled down more than you, and it won't allow you to get below. Okay.
Right. So on a globe,
something is pulling.
you
What's
need
doing
to
the pulling?
have nothing's pulling, right? It's just
Then
a
how is
density
anything
relationship.
falling? Yes, the
Because
density
we're
relationship
not on a
requires
globe
a
in outer
gravitational
space.
pull.
Because we're not on a globe in outer space. We live in a
Unrelated.
flat
That's unrelated.
station. We live in a flat stationary contained system, and we don't need to have mass attracting mass. You need to have that because you claim that you've got a ball that's spinning through space that has oceans stuck to the outside of it. We don't need to claim.
Yes, absolutely.
We don't need to explain crazy shit that defies logic and common sense and natural laws.
It isn't
right?
an
You need to
explanation,
explain
it's
how
not
you
the
can have gas pressure around a spinning space ball in a vacuum. We don't need to explain crazy shit that makes no sense like that. We can easily explain why things rise or sink just due to relative density. We can explain the physics of water just due to common sense and real world testing. We can back up everything we're claiming. You can't back up anything you're claiming with a real world
Everything I'm
scientific
claiming is backed
experiment.
up by a logical process. But
Okay, so you're
yes,
saying that
literally everything, every single thing.
Okay,
But I just don't recall all the logical processes.
Okay. All right. So where's your proof that water is curving over distance due to gravity?
I'm not
Where's
going
your
back to that
proof?
point.
Where's
You
your
just want to drag
scientific
me
test?
back
Where's
into
your
your swamp.
scientific test? Okay, so where's your scientific experiment showing that gravity is causing gas particles to be pulled down towards the Earth?
Because gas particles have mass.
No, we went over okay, so why does the definition, the mainstream definition of gas particle movement say that they don't do that they just go in random in all directions and move in straight lines? So if a gas particle is
Because
going
they
up,
move.
it doesn't get pulled back
No,
down.
I'll tell you. Because they move at speeds which cause the acceleration of the Earth to be negligible. They move at insane speeds. Gas particles are actually insane. You know?
Yeah, but they
so
don't move
9.8
down.
meters per second.
They don't get pulled down. They don't get pulled down to the Earth.
Now you're conceding. You're conceding to the point.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You're agreeing. You're agreeing with us. You're saying it's negligible. That's why they're doing that. Well, yeah, it's
Negligible
not being
doesn't mean it
affected
doesn't
by
exist.
gravity. It's not being
Negligible
affected by
doesn't mean it
gravity.
doesn't exist, my man.
Okay, so prove it. Prove that gas particles have a downward bias. Go ahead.
Because they have pressure, because air is pressurized here, and it isn't going to space.
Explanations are good and fun. Right?
Okay,
but do you
okay.
have
You're
any...
saying, okay, if the pressure is getting reduced,
No, that's
the
not what
higher
I'm
we go
saying.
up.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, this is the proof.
This is what I'm saying.
This is the proof.
Right? I'm challenging you on your claim that gas particles have a downward bias. Goes against gas laws, goes against all the definitions of gas
They do
particle
have
movement.
a gas bias. It is negligible. It is super negligible, but it exists.
A downward bias, not a gas bias.
Yes, but
that
it
doesn't
exists.
even make sense.
It's super negligible.
Okay, cool. You can keep chanting that it exists, but you need to be able to demonstrate the claim now.
I can't because it's negligible, my man.
Oh, so you can't prove your claim. So you just want to claim that gas particles are pulled down to the
I mean,
earth.
you
can't.
claimed that mass-to-mass
So
attraction
who
doesn't
proved
exist,
it?
but you
Who
didn't
proved
prove
it?
your claim.
Like I said,
Who proved what?
you are conceding to the point. Can we move on?
What? No, listen.
Thanks for the
No, we're not
concession.
going to move on.
Let's move on. Got any more questions?
Wait, this is a debate. Why do you want to move on?
It's not a debate, bro. This has been us schooling you on every point for about 3 hours, right?
You said mass-on-mass attraction doesn't exist, but you didn't provide any proof. You just said it doesn't.
You said it does exist.
Even
you
though
don't have to prove a negative, bro.
God.
You could say there's like little pixies freaking on the moon, right? And prove it doesn't exist, right? You don't have to freaking prove that. If you claim it, then you need to prove it. You don't have to prove a negative, right? The person that makes the positive claim.
Literally things falling proves it. So you say it's the density difference, but what causes the density difference to cause heavier things to fall? The density difference isn't enough. Density, do you know what density is?
Yes,
it's mass
We're not
over
making
volume.
a claim about it. You are.
That.
You're the one making the claim about why.
About what?
So you have and then you've just admitted that you can't demonstrate it, that you can't prove your claim.
Dear God.
Yeah, I mean, I can prove my claim. I already gave you a demonstration with the egg and varying and manipulating the medium to change the direction that the egg goes in.
What's the atmosphere made of? Okay, what's the atmosphere made of? It's made of oxygen and nitrogen. Okay, just those two things.
It's a bunch of gases and pollution and dust.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your point?
Absolutely, but mostly it's made out of nitrogen and oxygen. Okay.
Okay.
What's our bodies made of? They are made of also of a lot of atoms of oxygen, a lot of atoms of nitrogen. Okay, how come we are attracted downwards? We have a downwards bias, but air doesn't.
You're not a gas. You're not in gas form. There's
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, the state of matter doesn't matter. A heavier gas inside a lighter gas will cause that gas to fall. Haven't you ever seen that?
No. So you can get, okay, let's talk about a heavy gas like SF6, sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, if we get a fish tank and we fill it up with SF6, you'll come back about 2 hours later and all of that SF6 is gone. None of it's going to be held down by gravity. Diffusion's going to take place, and it's just going to blend in, right? And you're not going to have any of that heavy gas left in the tank, right? It doesn't remain.
It doesn't mean that it wasn't attracted by gravity.
No, the gas particles don't have a downward bias. They're moving at random in all directions.
What kept it in the gas ball? What kept it in the gas ball?
It doesn't stay there. It doesn't stay there.
It did stay there for you to see.
Do we have a homogeneous or inhomogeneous atmosphere? What's the atmosphere? Homogeneous or inhomogeneous?
What's the atmosphere? It's homogeneous.
It's homogeneous. So all mixed up together.
Yes.
Right.
General atmosphere, yes. What? Thanks. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yes, heavy gases.
Mixed up.
All downward.
So you have heavy gases amongst lighter gases, all mixed up together.
I'm telling you, when they are all mixed up, it doesn't matter. It becomes negligible in gravity because of all the collisions. But when you have a large
gravity
amount
didn't
of heavy
stratify
gas,
them then, did it? So gravity didn't stratify them, did it?
What are you saying? Stratify
You're
what?
claiming there'd be stratification.
What's that word?
So layered.
The atmosphere.
Inhomogeneous. So you'd have a layer of this type of gas, then go up. There'd be another layer of that type of gas, go up. There'd be a different type of gas. But it's not like that.
The
It's all
atmosphere
mixed
is
up
far too
together.
violent and far too.
Gravity is not stratifying them like that would have to be if what you're saying is true. Doesn't happen.
I mean, have you ever heard of
It
wind
mixes up
and
together.
storms and tornadoes?
So you're describing what you're actually describing is a very temporary relationship between a less dense and more dense gas, and the more dense gas is going to move much slower, but over time diffusion takes place, just like DJ described, and it spreads out into its available environment. Wherever there's gaps for a gas molecule to go, it will go there. Nothing's going to pull it down and stop it.
Flat earthers are born from the back hole, the booty hole. I think that's the conspiracy, and it's true.
What?
So we can give you gravity, sir. We can give it to you, and still observably, it's not affecting the dispersion of gas.
I mean, you do realize there are experiments that prove mass attracts mass.
Yeah, okay, grab me a huge ass vacuum chamber and insert just the smallest amount of gas into it and show me how it's all settling at the bottom, leaving an open vacuum at the top. Go, show me.
No, I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to show you this.
It doesn't happen.
Yes, because gases move at speeds that make gravity negligible.
That's why outer space. That's why the sky, as you've been taught, doesn't exist as a near infinite, ever expanding volume of emptiness.
Why does air pressure reduce when we go up?
With a
Why does
pressure
air pressure
of 10 to
reduce
the
when we
negative
go up?
17 torr. Doesn't exist. All right. If the sky was
Okay,
that,
listen.
the gas we breathe would disperse into that available volume. Hands down, guaranteed. No
You are right.
questions
You are
asked, because
correct.
that's
Okay, listen to me.
entropy, and nothing violates the laws of entropy. Nothing.
You are right. Now listen. Why does gas pressure reduce when we go up? Why? People climbing Mount Everest have problems breathing. They take oxygen masks because there is no air. Well, where's
Yeah,
that
they
air?
take
It's down.
oxygen tanks. So
Yes,
there's
yes,
just
oxygen
another
tanks.
example of gas pressure requiring a container, because you're not going to be able to carry it up in a bucket.
No. Listen. It's not about that. It's about why isn't there air at the top of Mount Everest? Why is it less dense?
There is. There
Why can't
is
they
air
breathe?
at the
Why
top of
can't
Mount
they breathe?
Everest.
Why can't they breathe?
It's very low pressure and it's very cold.
Yeah, we went over
It's
this.
very low density as well. There is
Yeah, we
much
went over
less
this
air.
earlier because, yeah, obviously.
No, but we didn't complete it. You know,
because
we
the
didn't
gas
go with it
that we
because
live
kept
in,
jumping.
we live in a dynamic system. Okay, and the
Mhm.
gases are constantly being produced at ground level.
Okay, if gases are constantly being produced at exact points, all the gas would just shoot up. Okay,
Why would
if
it?
you're
Why
saying
would it
that
shoot
gas
up? Why would it
go
shoot
into
up?
the
Gas.
vacuum upwards, there's a
No,
vacuum
there's no
outside.
vacuum.
A
You're
va-
the one claiming. You're the one claiming a vacuum.
No,
I
listen,
told
listen,
you.
listen.
I told you
You
to have
said
gas pressure. Shush, just for a second. I didn't
okay,
claim a
okay,
vacuum. You think there's a space vacuum. Okay, that's
okay.
scientifically impossible.
Let's
Let me
humor
finish.
your
No,
idea.
hold on. You gotta chill out for a second, bro. Okay, I didn't claim that there's a space vacuum. You claimed that there's a space vacuum. I claimed that we live in a contained system, and then I went and read the definition of gas pressure, which said that the requirement to have gas pressure is a container. And then I read out the definition of gas particle movement, which says that gas particles move at random in all directions.
Okay, you say gas moves from high pressure to low pressure, which this is agreed upon. We don't need to argue this. Am I right? Am I right?
High pressure
Gas
to low
moves from
pressure.
Great, you can see it. We'll move on.
Yeah. Yes,
Point
it's
made.
what happens all the time. Right? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep,
No
there you
need to
go.
argue that.
Concession.
Okay. The pressure at the top of Mount Everest is lower than the pressure at sea level. Why doesn't the air just climb up the mountain and go there?
It is. How do you think it got there?
What? It doesn't. The pressure
How
at
do
the
you
top of
think
Mount
the air
Everest.
that's there? I said, is there no
It's
air or is
lower
there some
pressure.
air there? Is there
It's
air
lower
there or
pressure.
not? Is there air
Why
at the top
is
of
it?
Mount Everest?
For,
Is there
there
air at the
is,
top of
and
Mount
it is
Everest?
lower pressure.
Right.
There
So
is
it
air on
did
the
do what
moon,
you
my
told.
man.
It did
There is air
do what
everywhere.
you're saying then. Then it did do what you're saying then, didn't it?
No, it should do so until the pressure equalizes. That's what air does. Entropy.
Why?
He's saying.
Why? Why should it?
Entropy. Because entropy, you know, things go from high pressure to low pressure until they stabilize.
Do you know
right?
the difference?
That's why.
You know
why
the
is
difference. We're not talking about a static system or a lab setting.
it's
we're
a
talking
dynamic
about
system? Yes,
We're
absolutely.
talking about a
Yes.
complex dynamic system that has constant energy within the system and constant cycling. Okay, so it's not a static system, so you're not going to have the same thing, right? You're going to have the dynamics of the system taking over. The energy is going to be shifting things around. We have a extremely complex dynamic system where we have constant gas production at ground level. And
then you
welcome,
have the
Empress
available volume
Child. Good
above
to
it
see
that
you.
is
Hold on just a
it's
second.
really
Just want to
evident,
welcome
right?
someone. Just want to welcome someone. Welcome back, Empress Child. We had an awesome chat with Empress Child the other day.
Hey everyone.
So man.
I mean, you haven't really, you didn't really prove the point because you said air moves from high pressure to low pressure. A tire popping,
Yeah,
the
and
air
it
will
is, and
escape
it's
the
doing
tire.
that. It is doing that.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The pressure is
Yes,
still
it
lower.
is.
Let's say you pop a
No,
tire,
you
but
agreed.
the air stays
If
in the
it
tire.
wasn't doing that, then
Why does
hey,
it?
listen. If it wasn't doing that, then there wouldn't be any air at the top of Mount Everest. But there is, so it is doing that. It's just doing it in a manner which is going to be affected by changing variables within the system. Constantly changing, just as DJ just described. And you have cycles which take place. So there's different things happening
but
at different
what's
altitudes, causing matter to change state. Right, and then it's being
Well,
recycled,
what's
coming back
can
to
you
the
name
ground,
the
then
exact
being
cycle or
then being generated
can you name the
back into
process?
gas, going back up, and that's a continuous process. And there's it's if you could think of this, right, a kettle that's boiling at its spout is going to be the greatest pressure, and as the steam expands out into the available volume, that the pressure of that steam is going to decrease. And it's going to reach points where it's going to recondense back into liquid, fall back down, and then you could start the process all again.
Absolutely, you are correct. But what's this process? Why is there a gradient that goes up? Why is there a gradient upwards? Why is the air up different than the air down?
Because you have
if
a
there is nothing
temperature
different in
gradient.
that axis. Yes, what
Because
causes
you have
that
a temperature gradient.
What causes the temperature gradient is the difference in density and pressure. And the difference in density and pressure is
What causes the
caused by
temperature
power of the
gradient
air.
is the fact that it's
Pressure
affected
gradient
by an
is
external
equal to
source.
Temperature gradient.
Huh?
Hey, Faisal, does the sun produce energy and push energy out? Yes or no?
Heaps of energy. Absolutely.
Excellent. Does it heat the ground up?
What?
Does it heat up the ground? Yes or no?
It does.
Excellent. So wouldn't that energy get imparted onto the air?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Now you know how come your system's changing. Good boy. Thanks for playing.
Okay. The air is getting hotter, therefore it will go up. So the air should keep getting hotter and go upwards. Why is it still down? Why is the air concentrated at the sea level and not up?
Because it's produced
What
at sea
cools
level.
it when it goes up?
It's getting further away from the heated ground.
Matter cannot be created.
I mean, if air is produced at sea level, if air is produced at sea level,
Okay, Faisal, yeah, breathe, bro, breathe. You can do this. The sun heats up the ground. Okay, why is this idiot just keep saying mass cannot be created? Shut up. Right, the sun heats up the ground. We're all happy with that. The ground pushes that energy onto the air. The air rises, and as it gets further away from the ground, it cools off. You wanted to know how it cooled off? Very simple. Because it's further away from the ground. Don't believe me? Go and grab yourself a cigarette lighter. Light it, hold it 2 foot away from your left hand. Then put your left hand on top of it. Notice how it gets hotter as you get closer to it? And cooler as you get further away. Exactly the same.
The air is colder than it. Not because of the altitude.
No, because of the heat source.
No, look.
Yes. If you've got a heat source, it's highly probable that that's where the heat's coming from. As you get further away from your heat source, it is going to get cooler.
You will feel
if you can't see that, you've got some major issues going on, bro.
No, you're not letting me continue. When you leave away from the heat source, you will feel less heat.
It gets
but the
cooler.
particles,
Exactly.
No, listen. Listen, for God's sake.
I am listening. It's
when
you
you-
that's not understanding. You're repeating the same thing to me and then getting some other random idea out of it. You have a heat source, the sun. The sun heats up the ground heats up the air. Do you still follow?
Okay, so when he gets angry...
Excellent. So the air gets heated up by the ground. Excellent. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
What's your point?
My point is, you're the one that's fucked up. So the air gets heated up by the ground, yes? The hot air rises, goes up and up and up, gets further away from the ground, then goes cold again.
What
That's
causes
it.
to go
There's
further?
your...
Just because it got further away?
Because it's further
Conservation of
away from the
energy
ground.
doesn't just disappear.
It's further away from the ground.
Listen. Where did the energy go? It doesn't just
Air
disappear.
can't store it. Air can't store it.
Why? Air can't store it. Where did it go?
I don't know. Why is the sky blue? Who gives a fuck? Got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I mean, you guys give a fuck. You guys keep coming up with stuff.
No. This is you coming up with stuff. All we can tell you is the ground is measured as flat. What you make of anything else outside of that, looking at the star, the moon, the suns, trying to prove gravity by proving air goes down when it's constructed and formed and everything at ground level, well, holy shit, it's going to be at the ground. I couldn't imagine why to be anywhere else.
I mean, I give you like 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a sphere, and then you give me one.
You haven't given anything. I can tell that, and I haven't even been here.
And then you just.
So your proofs are what? Let's just go through these. What's your best proof? The one that's going to the best one. I don't give a shit about all the other stuff. The very best one that I'd sit back and go, you know what? He's got me. What's your best one?
You can go out after sunset, and look at the sky, and you will see satellites.
And look at the sky. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Fasok, hold up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm going to go outside, I'm going to measure the ground. And my good friend here is telling me to look at the sky. That just shows the level of global we get to deal with.
No. Listen to me. Let me continue. When you go out after sunset or before sunrise, you will be able to see satellites. Now, how can satellites exist on a flat Earth? Meanwhile, I can fully explain how satellites work on a sphere. Fully, in detail.
Why do I have the necessity to explain how flying devices work over your straw man? The ground is measured with zero curvature. So I don't give a shit what your satellites do. Not a me problem.
Well, face
okay, give me numbers.
No, wait.
Okay, I'm ready.
Explanations are not evidence.
Right? I'm ready for some numbers.
The explanation is the claim, which requires evidence. If you don't have that, we're not required to give you an alternative explanation.
I've seen proofs with my own very eyes. I've seen proofs with my very own eyes that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah. Which are the satellites orbiting us, the television
that's
dish,
the claim.
capturing waves.
You're just repeating the claim. You're repeating the claim.
You want to see a video of satellites hovering above the sky?
No, I don't need a video. Okay, so something passed over your head at night, right? That's great.
It looks like a star, but isn't.
Okay. Yes, and then you're making a claim about it that goes beyond your observation.
It isn't a claim.
You're repeating the story that gives you a reason why that thing passed over your head and how it's doing it, and some sort of visualization in your head, right? Not in reality, of its full length path, that being a full circle around a sphere.
When you really
I see
go
things
and
go over my
understand
head at night.
how satellites
That doesn't mean they're
work,
going around a ball.
You will know that they can never possibly go around a flat Earth.
How do they work? Well, tell us how they work.
They are okay. I'll tell you. It's no problem. But I need to explain with a hypothetical. Okay, if you shoot a cannonball,
you're gonna tell us how they work for real.
Yes, I'm gonna explain. Okay, give me a step by step. I just need to explain some fundamentals.
I want actual real stuff you're gonna tell us, and I can go
I need to tie it to an example that you'll be able to understand.
Don't repeat the story again. Give us the evidence.
Evidence. I'm telling you. You asked me to explain how they work, and when I start, you go tell me to shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're asking you to back up your claim. We already know the claims. You're not teaching us anything. We want you to demonstrate your claims because we claim that your claims are bullshit.
Okay, I want you to explain how do satellites work on a flat Earth, because I know how they work on a spherical Earth.
It's not our job.
Well,
you don't know how they work.
Fasok, something for you to think about. You're told a story on how they work on a spherical Earth.
Not a
You're not
story,
told. Why are you talking? You're told. There's no logic in it. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're going from point. Shut up. You're going from point A to point D, and you're not giving us the in between. So let's work this out. The satellites are up in the sky because they necessitate that it's a globe. When they launch rockets, does it matter a fuck what shape the ground is? Yes or no?
Yes, it absolutely does. They don't.
You're a liar.
Unless it's a
because the ground. Listen, the ground makes no change to the ability to launch a rocket. You stand the bastard up, you light the fuse, foosh, off it goes. That's it.
No, this isn't about rockets. This is about satellites.
Okay, so wait for it. So what we're trying to get out of you is why it's a necessity for it to be a globe. Why must it necessitate a globe in order for your satellites to work?
Do you want me to say it, or are you just going to interrupt me again?
You're the one that seems to be interrupting everyone, and stop with your meta. Just get with the data.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Because satellites use the fact that the Earth is a sphere by rotating around it.
They don't use the fact.
Falling.
That's the story again.
The fact. Wait, what? Yes,
you keep repeating the story. You don't understand. You're the one with faulty logic. We know the story. Satellites are in the sky. They're going around a globe. You keep repeating that. How do you know it's a globe? Oh, I see satellites in the sky.
Listen. Satellites need to be
circular reason. Satellites because globe Earth because satellites.
Energy. Okay, you're gonna spend heaps of energy to keep something in the air. Airplanes spend a ton of fuel to stay up in the air because they don't leave the atmosphere. But satellites who leave the atmosphere and are no longer under. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You guys go on to explain with buzzwords what you believe. When I go on to explain, you keep interrupting me.
You're just going to go on endlessly. You need to listen. You don't actually know what's going on at the upper altitudes.
You guys aren't actually listening. I mean, I'm pretty sure none of you have any sense of education on science, and you pretend to be the scientist.
Dude, you're the one that came in here and lied.
You're not here to learn. You're not here to learn. You're trying to preach your fucking cult belief, right?
You came
we all
in
believe
here.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm absolutely not.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
this guy came in.
Not listen to anything DJ's trying to teach you.
This is supposed to be
shut
a debate,
the fuck
isn't it?
Up, dude. Hold on, be quiet. No, it's not a debate, right? You've been getting wrecked for hours straight. Now you came in here and you should have been banned straight off because you bullshitted the whole room. Right, I'm going to post your bullshit in the side chat right here, and you admitted that it's bullshit. So don't come in here and tell us what our education level is when you just blatantly came in and lied your ass off about this.
Aerospace engineer.
And then he admitted he's not an aerospace engineer.
I can tell by talking to him he doesn't know anything about, quote, aerospace.
Yeah, we don't really permit bullshit artists in here, bro. Right, so you're lucky that you're even allowed to talk in here after coming in and bullshitting about that.
DJ, check the coat. Man, I managed to rage bait the rage baiter. Hey kid, we're not rage baiting anyone. All we're informing people of is the fact that why did the fucking start of your sentence interrupt the middle of mine? All we're doing is informing people, all we're doing is informing people that the ground is measured as flat. If you want to go and cry about satellites or whatever, go and do it. No one here's going to stop you. But go and check the ground out first before wishing and dreaming about things in the sky. Now, something to think about, Fazek. If I come over to your house to fit carpet to your lounge room or living room, I'm not going to be pointing to the light bulb. I'm going to be measuring the fucking floor.
Okay, I see what your point is. It's that you've measured the objects across oceans and seeing that they don't actually consistently go down the horizon. That's what I understand.
No, there is no
Don't
geometric horizon. There is nothing to go behind, right? A horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. It's a product of perspective and the current atmospheric conditions that we have on the particular day. That's what a horizon is. Okay, it's not a byproduct of Earth curvature.
Okay, so you're saying that wait, what was it?
There's no curvature.
The experiment.
The surface of
No,
water
the
isn't
experiment.
curving. Laser
I
test?
mean, if you've seen that guy in Egypt when he did the experiment, he sent a guy from Alexandria to another city in Egypt because that city had an event where no one had a shadow.
Already,
The
dude.
sun was
Stop.
completely vertical.
500 years,
Dude.
500 years before Jesus,
I can
there
do
was
it
a
now.
mythical character named Eratosthenes who doesn't have any primary writings that lasted, and there's no proof that he actually did this. But
That's
if he
not him.
did do it, he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, right? Just pre-assumed it, wasn't trying to test if it was flat or a globe, right? Then pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel. Okay. And then he just did, and then he measured no shadow, right, on one obelisk or stick or well, depending on which version of the story you want to believe. Okay. And then another guy at the same time, 800 kilometers or 500 miles away, or some certain amount of stadia away, right, he measured a 7.2 degree shadow, right? And then he did some math based on the pre-assumptions of the parallel sun rays and the spherical Earth that he pre-assumed, right? And he came up with 40,000 kilometers approximately, okay? And you think that that's measuring the Earth. No, even mainstream education says, even mainstream sources say if...
Why are his numbers consistent with modern experiments?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't give me a counter argument. You
consistent.
just said shut the fuck up. They are consistent. They are
Okay, so the
consistent up to
Chinese did the
5%.
same thing. The Chinese did the same
The
thing.
Indians did
right?
the
But
same
they-
thing. The Arabs did the same thing.
No,
Modern
they
humans did the
didn't,
same thing.
bro.
I know a
you-
person
you
personally
ask
who did the
questions.
experiment.
You ask
I know someone
questions.
personally. Affirmed the consequent. I got the same answer that they did. It's because he did the same thing. I'm going to post something in side chat for you, kid, and I want you to have a good think about it. Eratosthenes. Let's have a look here.
While Matrix is doing that, right? I'm gonna do a test in a hypothetical test right now in my house that anyone can do. Okay, I have a flat floor. Okay, I have a light on my ceiling, and then I have a stick under the light, and it has no shadow. And then I put a stick over on the other side of the room, and it has a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing that Eratosthenes did. I'm going to assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel, and I'm going to assume that my floor is a sphere. Okay, now I'm going to do the exact same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and then I'm going to be able to work out the circumference of my flat floor.
Okay, I understand your logic. You know, that it might be that the sun is like, I don't know, 100 miles up. Like, how far does the sun need to be for that to be accurate? You can do the numbers, you can find the number, but you guys don't. You don't get numbers, you just live on sensationalism.
No, you're the one who's fucking brainwashed. Look in side chat, kid. 27 past the hour.
Side chat is open. I see side chat.
Yeah,
no,
27
like,
past the hour.
look, guys.
Flatman, look at Flatman's meme. That's a good one.
The globe Earth, you know, the way that they prove the Earth is a globe is using numbers and experiments.
They
and actual
assumed
equations,
it.
But you guys just
Okay,
look
basic.
and see.
Basic.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great. You keep telling us to look, and you won't. Look in the fucking side chat. 27 minutes past the hour. According to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. Look at the fucking shadows. They're all different lengths.
Yes,
that's the
but
same
why?
shit.
Yes.
Why?
Because the light bulb is right above them. You know.
What the fuck do you think the sun is? It's just a light bulb.
Work then.
No, the light bulb isn't.
It's a concession that it can work, all right?
Kilometers away.
Okay, now you've made another claim. Sorry, Tito. Now you've just made another claim. The sun is X distance away. How have you measured that to verify that it's true and correct?
The rays of the sun are parallel through the clouds.
Yep, that's something else. We're not talking about that. We just asked you how you got the distance to the sun.
You measure it from 2 points.
You're stupid.
They did it. The
You're
rope
a
did it.
You
I don't
measure
remember
it.
how. I really don't remember how they did it.
You don't know.
didn't.
It's okay. You don't know.
Nah, I don't remember.
So, but you do
We all
concede that it's you concede that the concept works on a flat surface, right?
Yes, if the light of the source of light is near
Right.
the
If
surface,
the light,
very
say, if
close.
you make assumptions about the light source, right? We got it. Okay, so it doesn't prove
Wait,
either.
how does night and
by
day
the
work on a
by the
flat
way,
Earth?
by the way,
Sun
by the way,
moves.
you mentioned that they proved it lots of different ways, right? Do you know how they didn't prove it? They didn't prove it by
No.
measuring the surface. They didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving.
I mean, if I can ask you one thing, where are you
Why has
from?
that never been done?
It's related.
Why has that never
let
been
me.
done, Faisal? Why has it never been done,
He's from
Faisal?
Spain. Can't you tell by
Let
his
me-
accent?
let me
He's
ask you.
Spanish.
No, I want to know, Faisal.
Okay,
Why haven't they ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
They did.
No, they haven't. Give us an example of when they actually measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Being in an airplane, I guess.
No, give us the
when you fly an
method
airplane,
and
you
the
can no longer see
instance.
Paris
Give us the
going to New
people.
York.
Give us the date. Give us the details of how they measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. I don't have it on me right now. I mean, you're asking for proof, and I don't have it
because
on
it
me.
hasn't been done, Faso.
It has been
That's
done
what we're
a
trying to
million
tell
times,
you.
actually.
Oh,
They
sorry,
haven't done
hold
it.
Hold on. Yes, they have a million times actually. Okay, could you just get us one of those million times? Being as you're so sure that the curvature of the Earth has been done so many times, could you just get us one out of those million, please?
Okay, I will just hold on for a second.
Thank you. And please, we're asking for direct measurements of a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth, not getting in an aeroplane, right? Not Aristophanes backwards engineering his presupposition, direct measurement. You said it's been done
Yeah,
millions of
it's been
times.
done actually a
I'm
million
going to
times.
challenge you to
There's
provide
a guy
just
on
one.
YouTube. A guy on YouTube does it.
What does he do?
If you mute him, we will kick you out.
Yeah.
You will
Can I
not
ask
be
a
muting
question?
anybody.
Don't mute.
No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up, and you're going to get those measurements.
Okay, just can I say something?
No, you're not going to say anything. You're going to get us.
Dude, you're gonna get
right
the
now.
stuff.
How does night and day work on the flat Earth?
Excuse me,
Sun
sir.
moves,
You need
they'll
to
get
get
the
those
stuff.
measurements.
I sent the video. I'm not gonna
Get
measure
one of
shit.
the millions of times.
Okay,
Get
just
one
so
of the
anyone
millions of
just so
times.
everyone knows, the video is called "Calculating the Circumference of Earth."
Oh, no, I didn't
Okay, you
want
want
that.
measuring?
Yeah, measuring, direct measurements. I don't want you, for
Measuring
example, to
the
calculate my height. I want you to measure it. You
What's
understand
the
the
difference
difference,
between
right?
calculating and measuring?
You understand the difference, right? And please don't speak over me because I want you to understand. You understand the difference between measurement and calculation, don't you?
Okay, here's another guy
Now,
like
there is a
this. There's a
question
million
there.
people.
Do you understand the difference between calculation and measurement, sir? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Can I
Good.
interrupt for a
So
second?
I require measurements, not calculations, just so we're
Oh,
clear.
here's a video.
Okay. In the video, can you explain what's done?
No, I haven't watched the video. You're so urgent.
Right, hold on a minute, right? I'm asking you for direct evidence and you're showing me videos that you haven't watched.
That's what you guys did. You keep
No,
showing me videos.
I'm asking you to provide the evidence of your claim. And now you're providing us with a video that you have not watched. If I was to question you on your evidence, you wouldn't be able to answer any questions, would you?
Show me evidence that your hand
No,
exists.
don't deflect
That's what you're
away
asking
from
for.
me.
That's
This
what you're
is
asking for.
dishonest. You made a
But
claim.
that's what you're asking for.
My friend,
You're telling me, show
please
me
don't
evidence.
talk through me.
You do
made a
that to me,
claim.
though.
Hold on. You made a claim. Millions of times the curvature of the Earth has been measured. I asked you for just once, and every single time I've asked you to provide for that evidence, you've deflected away, and now you want to ask me a question. Just provide the evidence of your claim, sir.
I provided evidence.
No.
I didn't watch the video. It was explained to me in school, so I believed it then. And then I watched videos of debunking flat Earth, and I believed those too.
Okay.
So I don't have
Hold on.
what you're exactly
gonna annoy
asking
me.
for. You're
gonna annoy
interrupting me.
So in the video, what was done that you were explained to at school, and how is this measuring the surface of the Earth?
I didn't watch the video. You asked for a single
Dude, you said it was
instance.
explained to you at school.
If you didn't
Yes,
watch the
it was
video,
explained to me
face
at
off.
school, and I
If you
watched.
didn't watch the video, how the hell do you know that there's even evidence in there or proof in there if you didn't watch it? Because the title said so. You looked at the title that says measuring Earth's curvature. How do you know at the end of it, it wasn't an absolute balls up event and he's gone, oh, well, that didn't work?
Actually, what happened is he admitted in the first, I would say, minute that we were measuring a flat Earth, and then he said we will be calculating. So it was a calculation, and he's measuring a flat Earth. You really hosed yourself there, Chief. Good job.
You're so scared of math, aren't you?
No, not scared of math. We're just understanding the difference. And you said you understood the difference between measurements and calculations. You provided us with a video that you haven't watched, and within the very first minute, he's talking about measuring a flat Earth and calculating a circumference. Please, sir, you're not doing very well, and I will lose my patience if you lie to us or are dishonest again.
I don't have an evidence in my pocket of what you're exactly
Dude,
demanding me. Show me evidence that the United
Excuse
States
me.
exists.
Excuse me.
What? Like, what exactly are you asking for? No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. What is this?
One
You can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt
times,
you.
you said. Millions. I'm asking you for one, and you're failing.
I keep trying to make a point, but you just drag me into your swamp.
No, wrong. You're not trying to make a point. You made a very specific claim that there is millions of evidence. All Jedi wants is one, and you haven't even provided that. You keep providing calculations.
We've got another guest that's much more reasonable and calm than you are. So unless you are planning on conceding that, number one, you don't actually have access to any measurements of the surface curvature, and two, you don't know what you're talking about, we're just going to move on. Because you're obviously a troll at this point. You came under here under false pretenses. You're obviously an idiot. So why don't you either make a concession or we're going to move on.
Look, I'm not a troll, but you're like asking me for some very specific stuff that I don't.
Yeah, right now I'm asking you for two very specific things. A concession that there are no measurements of the curvature of the Earth on the surface. Number two, you don't know what you're talking about, and you will sit down and listen instead of argue. That's what I want. Those are the two things that I want. Very specific.
I said multiple times, I don't have that stuff on me. You just want.
Okay, so you've ignored me completely. We will move on. Welcome back, Emperor's Child.
Hello.
You're back.
I am.
What have you researched?
Basically, I couldn't do much in one day. I only read the documents that you guys provided, and I have to say, well, yeah, that's all. There's a lot of bullshit in the things that I verified. Not the documents you guys provided, but like, you know, especially the gravity thing. That's the thing that stuck with me. When I started searching about like the one that DJ told me about, the density thing, it kind of made a lot of sense.
Right. Well, that's what we observe. That's all we can observe, and that's all we can test.
Indeed, indeed.
Yep. Well, good. Anything else rattling around in your mind about what we discussed? What was that? Was that yesterday or the day before?
The day before.
Okay. Anything else stick out to you? How about the idea that there are no surface curvature measurements?
Yeah, I mentioned I didn't actually study much about it. I read some documents and then I found this Bedford experiment, and I didn't actually go to that question, to be honest. I was much more invested in the gravitational thing.
Okay.
I remembered right after I left, I remembered the Archimedes experiment. the Archimedes law is not an experiment, and it actually explains everything very well.
Yeah, Archimedes principle. Right.
Yes.
Right. So it's just going to be relative density. That's all it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's as
Great.
far as I've understood.
Yeah. Whereas on a globe, you would have to have that, that to be able to explain like oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, or having gas pressure around the outside of a globe inside a vacuum, and all of that crazy stuff. The relative density alone wouldn't work. And that's what the globe earthers have trouble wrapping their head around. They don't realize that we don't need to explain how we aren't flying off into outer space, or that the oceans aren't sticking to the outside of a globe. We don't have those issues. They need to have gravity. They need to have some magical force or something like that to fix all of these crazy claims. It's like a band-aid.
Wait, I had a question earlier when you guys were debating. I didn't want to interrupt. Isn't the heat coming out of the sun basically radiation? So it's not like I gave an example with a lighter. I'm not sure who was talking to who, but like the sun emits radiation, radiated particles, right? So it's not in waves. Fuck. So it's not bound to gravity, right?
In what way? Like, do you mean that gravity would make the light affect the waves that are coming from the sun?
No, but like it's not light that is coming out of the sun. It's actually radiated particles, no?
Well, I would ask you, how do you know that the sun is a physical object and that the
I don't know. I'm
radiation
literally just
particles are
asking.
coming from the object?
I don't know. I was told that.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't know what the sun is. So I would say, how could we know if it is particles coming from an object like the sun?
Because like there are some effects on us, on like photosynthesis, skin cancer, all that.
Yeah.
Solar energy.
There's like another, since they say, well, we have this Earth, it's a vacuum of outer space. We have to come up with this reason for the object, the sun, being in the sky. So here's a story. I'm going to say it's not a vacuum in outer space. So there is no object emitting particles from this vacuum of outer space. What would another option be? And, what if the sun is not actually a physical object? It's just something we see because, like, say the retina in the back of our eye picks up, light, right? And now this retina are overstimulated in this one spot, and it generates this circular image in our eyes. And on cameras, when we look at the sky, and
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your voice is breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Droid Man.
I'll type it.
All right.
Anyway, what you may or may not have seen about sun and the light coming from the sun, I'm sure is incomplete. The more that we try to describe or give some characteristics to light, the more that we tend to fail. Currently, right now, the best way to describe light is like these packets of energy. But I'm not necessarily saying that it's like particle physics, that you could count these, or if they have even some kind of tangible material to them. People will always say life is not a particle or a wave. Well, they're correct.
Yeah. The consensus.
It's neither
is,
of those things.
Yeah. Wait, isn't the
But
consensus that light is a wave? No.
No, the only way that they describe the distribution of probability, whether or not, or we call it the wave function collapse, the way that light would behave if number one, you shone it through a slit, or two, if you monitored, kind of kept your eye on what would happen in the engagement, or that at the boundary between where light makes some kind of, it's hard to describe really, makes some kind of decision, or a wave function collapse, we call it. If we monitor the light to see what it does something kind of completely different than what we would expect. We call that the wave function collapse. But that wave is a probability distribution as to where those little packets of light would hit a sensor or a backdrop of some kind. And so that wave that they're talking about is mathematical in nature only, not like it's a wave like, if you see on one of those, triggering triangle would know what they're called, but it kind of reads the frequency, it's that up and down line, or a wave as in like a wave of current or water or whatever. None of that is correct. When they say wave function or wave, they're talking about a distribution probability. It's just mathematics. It's just a way of describing it. But ultimately, light is mysterious and we don't fully understand it. To go ahead and just say that, what's coming from the sun is strictly radiation would be incorrect. We obviously see light. We describe light, that stuff that if you stare at the sun, it will hurt your eyes, It is
But
coming
isn't
from
it
the sun.
different? Isn't it different? Like, okay, when I'm talking about light, let's take two examples, like light from a lightning bolt, like from thunder, not thunder, lightning, or light from a light bulb, like electricity, and the light that is emitting from the white thing in space. They both have very different effects. One of them affects nature around us in a very tangible way. Like I said before, like many things, like, I don't know, photosynthesis, or a bacteria that feeds off of that light, or, whatever. Us affecting by like vitamin D and skin cancer, or tanning, melatonin and all that. So there's like two very different, like, okay, there is light, but like it's very different from when it comes to function. So there has to be some property to it, like the light that is being emitted from the sun. It must have a property that gives it a distinct, I don't know, like a function.
Yeah, we call it light, dude.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it is light. But I'm saying, like, there are different types of light. One that affects nature around us, one that only illuminates, reflects from the object to your eye.
Yeah.
So, don't you think, like, the light that is being emitted from the sun it's more logical to actually view it as a particle, like a radioactive, because it's
Why?
affecting around it, like I said.
Yeah, all these lights that you're describing have effects, right? So let's take X-ray, for instance. It is a part of the spectrum of light, although it's not visible to the eye. We use it. It's like a microscopic shotgun blast to your body, so you can get an image on a piece of paper or whatever that film is, and we can see whether or not your bone is broken, but it's invisible, right? It's still light. We also, have forms of radiation like infrared, nearly invisible. Some people say they can see infrared, but it has a completely different, you can heat things up with infrared,
of course,
and it's nearly invisible. So all of these properties, all these different spectra of light, whatever light is, are parts of light. But some of them you can see, some of them you can't.
Isn't this like just a language barrier thing then? We have
because I really don't know what you're
concluded
trying to describe.
No, not between us. It's to the fundamental nature of this phenomena that we call light. So basically, each one of these wavelengths, or I don't know if wavelength is the correct term. Like, each one of these lights has a certain function, certain property, and we just call them lights. But like when it comes to function, that each one of them functions differently than the other.
Yes, but they all come from the same source. So that infrared,
What
that
is?
X-ray, all that stuff, it all comes from the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, the sun has the most broad spectrum, right? We get
Yeah.
all kinds of benefits and functions from the light that comes from the sun.
We can mimic some of those things. Yeah.
We can use certain bulbs to, imitate what we get from the sun naturally, but for the most part, it contains pretty much all the spectrum that we can appreciate and use, even just so we can see. But all of it is light.
I know, but here's the thing. So if we have, in order for us to mimic these lights with their broad functions, we need something that produces them. Look, I mean, if we do, if we logically try to mimic this with the sun has to be an object, or at least it has to be something that produces, because it cannot be nothing. It has to be
Not
something.
necessarily, and that's sort of a false dichotomy.
Explain.
Let's put it this way. As far as we understand, us Earthlings, we understand that things like, eggs come from chickens, although you could argue about which one came first. But what we observe is that eggs come from chickens, right?
Yes.
So we always have this association where if we have some kind of product, it must have come from a producer or a source. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that particular reasoning. Although when we get to things that we can't test, let's take the sun, for instance, which is a source of incredible amounts of energy. It's highly useful. We don't have a clue what it is. Is it possible that it is a physical object that emits this light? I suppose it is. But mathematically, it's impossible for us to triangulate where that particular object is in reality. All we can do is describe it in angular relationships. We actually can't even triangulate its actual position. We could try, but I don't think we would be correct. Yeah.
What do you mean we can't? Before we go to that, that's actually something I really need to ask you about. But what I was trying to say earlier, like when you gave the egg example, I wasn't saying like, oh, I have a product, therefore there has to be a producer. I was saying like if we use logical deduction, like if I see an egg, if I see an egg, I wouldn't necessarily say that this egg has to come from like something that laid the egg. What I would do, like what I usually do with these things, I try to approximate. Like with eggs, it's either reptilian or avian. If it's mammalian, it just like lays. The baby is like, Jesus fucking Christ, that scared me. Thank you, whoever did that.
No, I'm not saying it has to come from a chicken. I'm just saying that we usually
No, you're not.
we understand that if we have
That's
a
exactly what
product,
I'm
it came
saying.
from a producer. Right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just trying to
Uh-huh.
explain that that's not what I was saying.
Okay, so then what are you appealing to when you're talking about the idea of the sun being a physical object that emits this light and whatever?
Yeah.
There's no way you could actually prove that, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know. Me personally, fucked if I know, dude.
Yeah, and some of this stuff is just going to end up being that. Like, how does this work? No clue, right? If I can't test it, especially when we're talking about physical reality, if you don't have some kind of empirical data to rely on, then you're kind of left guessing, and anybody's guess is the best.
Actually, that's something that I was thinking about yesterday. Like I said, I'm working with patients who deal with schizophrenia. Yesterday, I was conducting a test on an individual to assess their capacity, their cognitive capacity of attention. And later on, we started, like, after I finished the test, we started just talking, like, about random things. I wanted to test their, how they cope with their lives. Because after all, I'm just a student right now. So I'm just discovering these things. And later, like when he started talking about his daily life, he uses these tricks in order to determine what is actually real and what is not. Because he told me reality to him is that's what I deduced. It's very different than what we perceive as people who do not suffer from schizophrenia. He sees things that are not there, and he has to take pictures in order to determine whether that person exists or not. I know that in
Like
Western
curvature,
countries.
right? Like the curvature of the Earth.
I didn't understand. What do you mean?
Yeah, like curvature, right? Like nobody sees it, but the whole world believes in it, and we're supposed to be the schizophrenic ones because we say nobody sees it.
Fair enough. I was gonna say that reality
Yeah.
is like my friend was saying. Well, not friend. Like the person
Yeah,
who
we
was
don't
speaking
imagine
said,
something to be true and then believe in it
you
and
need
expect
empirical
everybody else to.
evidence. You need empirical evidence, and empirical evidence has to, in some way, prove that certain objects exist as we perceive them. And if they exist in a way that is different than what we perceive, that challenges our motor functions and our cognitive functions. So that's where
Have
the
you heard of the
problem
lemon
lies.
illusion in psychology?
Lemon illusion.
Yeah, it's actually seeing curvature when there is none. I'll post it. Okay. Stand by. Yeah, it's an actual cognitive malfunction.
Oh, I'm working with cognitive malfunctions.
Yeah. So I would say the entire world has been inflicted with this. Right. How many people say they've been to the beach and think they can see a curving horizon, which is absurd if you understand what even the claimed geometry of the globe is supposed to be? I mean, it's almost like the moon walking bear, right? I mean, people expect to see something and then miss it. Miss what's actually happening.
This is certainly interesting. I don't see how this can occur on such a grand scale as an entire plane of existence. With the beach thing, yeah, I can see how that would happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's just your field of view.
Yeah, it has to be your field of view now. But I don't think this can be classified as a cognitive malfunction, more like a visual illusion. Same with people who only have one eyes or people who have retina issues. It's
I think it's cognitive because people are expecting to see one thing that they believe is absolutely
Yeah.
true. And so they're processing it through that filter.
Same thing we do with those. I actually do something similar to this in my test. I try to, like, there's this test with colors, and inside each circle, I write the name of the color, but with a different color, and I flash
Oh,
it
yeah,
quickly
that screws
and tell
people up.
them. I tell them, like, what's the color of the writing inside of the circle. So the circle is a different color, the writing is a different color, and the spelling is a different color. And I flash it, and it's not like surprise. I let them read it. Basically, with someone who doesn't suffer from addiction and his addiction does not affect his cognitive abilities, they will take their time to actually read it and tell me what color it's read. But with people who face issues in their cognitive capacities due to certain kinds of addiction, even if he reads it, he will not be able to tell me which color it spells. And yeah, but yeah, this, yeah.
What's the
I'm not sure
correlation?
if that's quite
Well,
equivalent.
There is
I'd
no
like to know.
correlation here.
Then what are we talking about?
No, we were just talking about illusions and cognitive.
Well, the correlation between addiction
disabilities.
and flashing your colors.
Oh no, I am
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the lemon
basically
illusion,
addiction.
does it?
Well, I mean, this illusion argument is silly. Just because you can be fooled doesn't mean you are being fooled.
What?
As far as
Can you repeat your
optical
question,
illusions,
please?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
security, dude, you really
What?
need, you know, your social skills are lacking.
Oh, okay. What did I do wrong?
You just blurt out, "Hello."
Okay,
Do
well.
you enter rooms and go, "Hi, I'm here"? Like, you're just funny.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I intro. Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up? Hi.
Did child leave?
I muted and booted her, so anyway, continue.
No, what?
No,
Like,
he left.
all I heard. Oh, that dude left with the correlation. No correlation. Then why was he bringing up the association of addiction in this test?
Well,
There's no
you
correlation.
would have brought up something that was relevant, and then he brought up his tests for that stuff. But I didn't see how they
With no
tied together.
correlation.
Mm.
Like, that doesn't make sense, dude, at all.
Maybe he got a call or something. Maybe he'll come
Maybe.
back.
I came for the fake engineer.
Oh, you missed it, man. That guy spiraled out
Darn
for
it.
hours. Yeah.
I betcha. How long did it take you to detect it? Were you skeptical right away?
Oh, straight
Or-
away. Yeah. Yeah.
It's so funny. Because they don't know any engineers, so they try to act what they think an engineer acts like. And we've actually talked to engineers, so they like stick out like this sore thumb. It's like the fake flat earther thing, like, you know what I mean? They have an idea of what other people are like, but they don't actually know what they're like. So then when they try to act like something that those people are nothing like, and it's funny to me.
Yeah.
I don't
that
even know
guy.
why he said it, because he wasn't in any way attempting to behave like he was educated or knew anything about anything he was speaking about. He seemed to just fucking blurt out that he's an aerospace engineer for really no reason at all. Yeah, because, like, how did he start off, DJ? What, with his friend rambling about maps?
Oh yeah, they were just both flipping out, and we would mute one of them, and then by the time we would unmute them, they would be calm again, and then over the next 2 or 3 minutes, they would start working up a rage again. So yeah, the mute was working effectively on them, give them time to calm down in the corner, and then they would come back chill again. But yeah, that guy was annoying, man. He got wrecked on every single point, butchering the mainstream claims, and then wouldn't concede to anything. He was gish galloping. He was painful, man. Great clip. I think it was a great clip, though. If Margins,
he had nothing for the long distance observation that you showed him, the John D one, and then he just palmed it off as a mirage. Wouldn't concede that sinking can explain his so-called observation, right? His examples, and then just red herringed and non sequitured away from it with every single thing else except that.
And
when we brought him right back to the curvature of Earth measurements, had nothing. He just posted videos that he hadn't even watched.
Admittedly. And his pressure.
It's really amazing when they admit they don't know what they're talking about and then continue talking.
And then continue. Yeah, he did that a bunch of times. He's like, I don't know anything about this
like,
topic, and then continued to argue. And his proof of gas pressure without a container, he just kept saying, how come water boils at a different temperature when you go up higher?
The video did have Earth's curvature in the title, though.
Ah, true. Yeah.
That's all they look for.
That lured him in, yeah. But Jedi got him. Jedi's like, did you even watch it? He's like, no. Come on. Yeah, the guy that we were talking to a second ago, Emperor's Child, he said, sorry, something came up.
Hello.
I'm sure he'll come. Oh, he's back. There we go.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I had to call from my professor. That's why I had to leave so abruptly.
All good, man.
Yeah, as far as the lemon illusion goes, Emperor's Child, we hear it here every day when a Glober comes in and say, oh, haven't you been in a plane? You can see curvature clearly.
I've been in a plane and I've seen curvature. Fuck all of yours. I mean...
Yeah, and it's like, we're not actually... I wouldn't go and dispute that they do truly believe they saw curvature, right?
I did. Like I said, I used to work as a flight attendant, but I never really thought about it, to be honest. I used to look out of the window and just stare for hours, but I guess I never thought about it. I just see it, and I never thought if was the Earth round or flat. It's just a question that did not,
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't enter.
But consider this, right?
I didn't care.
Exactly.
That like you not seeing it from a commercial airline altitude doesn't necessarily mean the Earth may still not be a globe, But by the mass, right, and the size we're given, you won't see curvature from that height. You have to go far higher. So it's just wrong, whichever kind of route they want to take with it.
Yes, that's very true. Wait, I had a question, and I asked it, and how does it work with the from east to west? I think I was talking to anti-globalist, and we were talking about directions because I told him I work a lot with maps, and then we brought up. I think I told him if I head east and keep heading east in a straight line, I will end up at the same point where I left. But and if I do it with north, it'll actually happen again. But with a compass, if I'm north, everything else will be south, and blah blah blah. If we entertain the idea that the Earth is a sphere, that logic functions. But like, I don't know how that would function if it's a realm, like a person here told me, or if it's a flat disk, or if it's something else. How does that work?
Well, DJ,
You think
you
it
want to take that?
functions
Or?
as if it's a sphere? Like you think that actually works?
Theoretically
Why?
speaking. No, I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm
why?
genuinely asking. Like,
No,
because
I want you
if
to
you
support your positive justification
okay,
here. You know,
so
go.
yeah. Let's say I am at a certain point in the equator, and I keep heading east in a straight line. If it's a sphere, logically, I will end up at the same point where I left off, right?
No, you can't do that in a straight line.
How?
What's the equator?
Yeah, it's not a straight
The
line. It's a
equator of
curve.
Earth? Yeah.
It's a curve. It's not a straight
Yeah.
line.
No. I didn't
You
say
said it's a
straight line
straight
as in
line.
no, wait. What I meant straight line is that as in keep heading forward, not just like start
Yeah, yeah.
floating
Well, you're not. You're
outside
not
of
doing
the.
that either. Listen, you're
Yeah.
not doing that either. You're also rotating. It's not a
Go on.
straight line.
Go on.
You're
Explain it to me.
rotating.
Hey guys, you're talking about the Earth.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
the Earth is walking in a
wait, hey,
circles
hey,
and
dude, you're interrupting. You're interrupting.
Fixed.
Straight line. You can't do that. You understand what you're dealing with, Emperor's Child, in your own worldview, which I don't think you seem to understand.
Yes. Tell me.
You're not going in a straight line. You're not going just forward. You're going in a curve.
Yes, I'm going on a curve, the curve of the Earth, and if I keep heading in that curve, following the compass, going in the same direction, I would end up at the same point I departed. No?
But you're not going in the same direction. You're curving.
Curving where? Like towards which
Around.
direction am I curving?
Around the
in
surface of
Z-axis?
the ball.
Holy jeez, dude.
Wait, if I pick up,
Yeah, yeah.
wait, come on, man, I'm
Yeah,
literally
You've got the
yeah.
lemon
I made
illusion.
a
Your lemon
diagram.
illusion is so bad, it's inside your brain.
Yeah,
It's like
check out
holding.
the
Please
diagram.
don't be mad. I'm asking. Folks are
Yeah,
so
look, just
progressive.
have a look in the side chat.
Okay.
Okay, so these planes are going due east
Uh-huh.
on a globe, right? And they're going in circles. They're not going in straight lines, right? But if those planes were to go north or south, right, they would be then going in straight lines. So you could go east or west and go around in a circle and come back to where you are. You wouldn't be going in a straight line.
You're not going straight north or south either, DJ.
Yeah, this is why the latitudes are called parallels.
Oh, yeah. No, what I mean by straight is that you don't have to turn the steering wheel. I mean, yeah, you're still
you do.
going
You
in
have to push it
a big
forward.
True.
No, but yeah, the
Well, you
latitudes
do?
are like parallel with one another, right? They're not.
Couldn't you just
They don't
adjust your?
intersect.
Yeah, oh yeah, you would have to
No,
push
all
the
great
steering
circle
wheel forward.
routes require pushing
Yeah.
the stick forward.
Right.
You're going in a curve.
Yeah, so we're talking about navigating on a globe here.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to turn left or right. That was my point.
Correct. You have to turn down. You always have to turn down. You're curving.
Right.
It's not X, it's not Y, it's Z. So, you want to continue on, my friend here, Emperor's Child?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so you were wrong. You don't understand your own geometry.
What do you mean?
You can't go straight on a curving surface.
Let's
have to
okay.
curve.
I'll explain how I understand it, and you told
Yeah,
me
and it was
the.
wrong. I just explained it for you. You have to dip down in the Z-axis.
Yes, yes. That I
That's not
understand
straight.
that.
If you go straight, you fly
Yes,
out
but
into outer space.
exactly. That's what I said earlier. I said I'm not just gonna like go at a straight line and then stop existing on Earth and then
No, you
fly
did not
into
say
a
that.
certain direction. I did. I swear I did.
No, I didn't hear that. No.
I did, dude. Okay,
So now
fair
you have an
enough.
integrity
Let me
issue.
just. It's not an integrity issue. I did. I'm telling
That's
you.
the textbook
Maybe
definition of an integrity issue. We can rewind the tape and embarrass you.
please
But
do.
I think we
Please
should just
do.
move.
It's not an embarrassment thing, but that's not the point. What I mean is, if I am on like a ball, like I guess the Earth is best explained if we're talking about a sphere as in a ball, and you draw a line, straight line, you're gonna go from the point of departure and go around the ball until you reach the
No, you're
point you
not.
started.
You don't
Nope.
go straight around. You did it again. You just
Well,
made the
at this
same
point,
mistake again.
yeah, I feel like you actually are trying to mug us off at this point because you're doubling down on something that we've already corrected you on, which is on the surface
See?
of a ball, you will not be going straight ever, no matter what you do. You will be going like Amish here has told you in the z-axis or the y-axis or whichever one you want to describe, the vertical plane. You'll be descending constantly. It is a circle, no matter what reference system you use. Essentially, in this case, in relationship to north, you'll always be doing a circle, no matter what. There are no straight lines on the surface of your ball.
Wait.
You get what Yoda was saying and that now?
Just a second. I think I'm having a problem explaining my idea, my thought, not my idea. It's not an idea,
No,
it's a
we
thought.
understand what you're saying. We understand that you're saying that on the surface, where if I'm not considering, the vertical plane, it's going to be a straight line. But sorry, you have to do that. This is supposed to be a three-dimensional object, and along the
Yes.
surface is going to be a curved path, whether you like it or not.
I'm asking if I am on a 3D surface and I start
Yeah, you're
walking
still wrong,
in
and
a
I'll explain it.
direction.
Listen. Okay, if you turn sideways, let's say you're at the equator, okay?
Uh-huh.
And let's say you rotate your body sideways so that the top of your body's facing north and the bottom of your body's facing south. When you
Uh-huh.
go forward, you're going to have to turn to the right if you're facing west to continue around on the equator. You're not going in a straight line. You're turning to the right. If you then reorient yourself vertically, you have to go down. You have to pitch down as you go around. You're not thinking in 3 axes of spatial dimensions.
How about think of it like this? I know that you want to look at the globe from the side profile and look at the equator straight on and say, look, this line is straight. It doesn't deviate left or right. It's a straight line all the way around. We hear what you're saying. Now, I want you to take that globe and I want you to turn it 90 degrees. And I want you to look at it from the top. And I want you to look at your path around the equator. Is it still a straight line or is it a circle?
I got my GIF. 18 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, straight would be a tangent plane, right?
Correct.
Yep, precisely.
So aircraft would be constantly correcting and changing their local tangent plane.
Yep.
Right. I think today we haven't had anybody present any data that records that in aircraft.
Right, the rotational vector, whether it's a plane, a boat, or a truck, or a satellite.
If anyone else has any questions, open your mic up
Okay,
and say
so
hello. Oh, yeah, go
I
ahead.
think what I was trying to say is, like, if we take the Magellan trip, right? Like, he went from Portugal down to South Africa, and then did like went from there eastwards until he came back
Did
to
a
whatever.
circle? So he did a circle.
So I guess what I was thinking is, like, how can that function on like
How
a
do circles function
non-spherical
on a flat
object?
surface? How do circles
Yeah,
function on a
yeah.
flat surface? Are you seriously asking that?
Come on, dude. I'm asking. Like, do not belittle my questions.
No,
Genuinely
because if you
curious.
think about it for yourself, just for 5 seconds, you'll think, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's conceivable." And actually, circles are flat.
Circles can only be flat.
Ding, ding, ding.
Here's a little example in the side chat, just to give you an idea. It's just uploading. Just someone on a flat surface with a compass in the middle. Oh, Rich Evans is here. Joy.
Okay, TJ, that's allowed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
I didn't mention
Now,
that what it's on.
now
I
I
just said a
can
flat
imagine
surface
it.
with a compass on the ground, just to give you a mental idea of.
Thanks. No, thanks. That's actually very, very helpful.
It's also not entirely accurate, but
How so?
But you'll also see, right? You'll also see when with DJ's earlier example using the globe, looking at, like from top down onto the North Pole, right? Looking down, and you'll see the east and west are circles which go around north on the globe, even. So this is the same principle.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not presenting this map as the flat Earth map or anything like that. I just to give you a mental picture of how you can go around a pole on a flat surface.
You know, I have an issue with abstract thinking because yeah, I need like the picture helped me a lot.
I mean, the word circumnavigate has its origins in Latin, which circumnavigare and eight, right? They've combined those two together. Circum, being around, and to navigate is to sail. Basically, just translate to go around. Now they had these terms long before they thought about the Earth being a globe. So you could go around something, whether it be a house or a city or an island, and then they extend it out with their vision, their conception of the Earth being a globe to going right around the outside of a globe, right? Or something going around something that's placed on that globe, right? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't work on a plane surface, right? Because you can go around things on a plane surface. It's as simple as that.
Delicious.
You know what's crazy about the magnetic system, right? On the globe, it doesn't really match up with the globe, and even the so-called experts that work for NOAA and places like that, they admit that they have no idea what's going on with it. I mean, the north, like the poles drifting. Okay, and then there's two magnetic south poles.
Yeah, so there are
which is,
3 poles altogether that people don't know about. They think of the
Yeah,
2,
yeah.
but they don't know there's a third one.
No, there are 3 kinds of north. The magnetic north,
No,
the
no, no,
real
no, no,
north,
no, no,
and
no.
oh,
No.
you're talking about something
3
else?
magnetic 3 magnetic poles. 1 in the
3.
north, 2 in the south. Yeah.
2 in the
Or
south.
3.
Who went to the
Yeah.
real magnetic north to verify that one is a real place?
So what's with magnets? Like how does
Wow.
like compasses?
So what's with eagles? Bald eagles.
Pigeons too, whales, like most of
See how that
creatures that we
works?
see.
Yeah, see how that works?
Oh. They sort of have their own navigational methods, and they rely on
Asking about
magnetic
magnets
poles. That's
for
what they
some
say.
reason. Yeah, that's great what people say, but I'm not repeating that stuff, so I don't know anymore. I forgot what all those people used to say.
Basically, they say that certain animals like birds or creatures of the sea and oceans,
So they know
they
the Earth
rely
is
on
flat
magnetic
too.
poles to determine
Yeah,
their locations.
they must know it's flat too. Then
Who, animals or people who explain it?
animals.
I don't know. Never asked the bald eagle.
That's
How would
funny.
an
They're actually trying to say
animal's
that
magnet
birds have
go?
third eyes.
Yeah, how would animal's magnetic brain go around a ball to find north?
It's a very good question.
These are all the questions you never ever thought about for some reason. I did ask a question in side chat. What's it like to go around all day long, not knowing, being always being unsure of everything? I'm just wondering. It's got to be scary.
They're not unsure. They just don't think about it, like I did. Like I did for 26 years. I never thought about it.
Do you sometimes just walk straight into like a door frame or into like a side of a brick building?
Side of a brick building.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
just
wanna
walking
come
down the
across as
street and you run
suspicious.
into you're just walking down the street and you just walk straight into a
Yeah.
wall like you couldn't even help it. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, sort of. Once I did it, yeah.
That's because you're an NPC. You're a robot, dude.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we're all exposed to, the propaganda and the conditioning, of the globe and heliocentrism. We don't really think, to question it, and then just takes one thing to sort of spark the curiosity enough to like question it, make some observations, whatever, and go, oh right, I didn't realize, you know. But and that's all we'd encourage is just you to just question it, if it's of interest to you. If not, then yeah, everyone's free to go about their day and do whatever they do without consideration of the Earth's geometry. Not that that'll have an impact on the way you operate, function in reality, because you won't. You'll just treat the Earth as if it's motionless and flat anyway.
Hi guys.
Ouch.
Hello there.
Gross.
Bro, the earth like a poo.
Wait, Earth is like a what?
Like poo.
Like poo? Like P-O-O?
You what? Yeah, you're wasting your English skills.
Rape.
Or
Well,
square.
I mean, poo has curvature. Is there any measured curvature over the Earth?
Is this really what you wanted to learn English to do? That really the reason to come in here and talk about poo? My goodness.
Yeah. Like poo or square.
Well, how do you know it's a square?
Yeah. Not square.
Yeah, how do you know it's a square?
Minecraft can't lie. It's a square.
Stop it. Get some help. Like, seriously, get some help, dude. You're embarrassing yourself.
Those kids
Squares
must
are
be smart this
flat.
man.
So
Yeah.
Like, why can't Minecraft lie though? No, they have dragons and stuff in there. You see zombies and skeletons in Minecraft. Do you believe in zombies, skeleton?
Just make doors.
Wait, is he gone? Oh, I mean, it's the best of the Globers have. Just hope and Minecraft as proof. Nice.
Yeah, bruh.
Whoa!
Oh, there he is. Alright, do you have anything coherent to say or not? Yes, no. Oh, never mind. I was gonna give him like 3 more seconds. Somebody beat me to it.
Most English beginners that stumble in here, they go, "Hi, my name's such and such. I'm learning English. Hi, how are you? Where are you from? It is a pencil. This is a book."
It goes back to something I talked about like 2 days ago. It's the connotation people tie to terms like flat earth, because it is usually viewed as a ridiculous idea. Therefore, anything that comes out of it is instantly ridiculed. So when people walk, like, I don't know, scroll past the voice rooms and they see flat earth, they're not going to take it seriously.
It's okay.
It's because of the connotation they have for the phrase.
That's
You having
fine.
an issue?
Yeah, so
We need people to be Globers.
yeah, they're operating from a stance of bigotry and dogma,
Exactly.
religious sort of stance.
It's a
Honestly, if
cult.
you have an issue with it, you can always
It's a
tell people that flat
cultism.
earthers are awesome. Just go stand on your roof and you can shout it out to the heavens. Flat earthers are so cool.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, and then if they hang around long enough for us to query them on their belief system, they know next to nothing about it. It's really hypocritical.
That's very true. Me as a prime example. When I walked into this voice chat, I was just intrigued, and I would be lying if I say that I didn't view it with some form of absurdity. But like, as soon as I started listening, a lot of things started clicking.
Yeah, you wander into a room full of nerds with hyperthymesia. That's what's going to happen.
What's hyperthymesia?
Oh, Google it, bro.
Yeah, I'm Googling it right now.
It stands for big muscles and big brains.
It sounds like it sounds like
God
something
damn.
dangerous. Is there a QR? Yoda?
That's such a horrible way to exist.
Yeah, some people in here actually have.
Really?
Yeah, not going to say.
No, yeah. H2, yeah, that's private.
السلام عليكم.
والسلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
Did someone say that Rich Evans was in here?
Oh no. Anyway.
I don't see him on the list, or does he have a sock account?
I think it would be a stock. But since you have a bunch of people who don't want to speak, they just want to be in the text chat, it'd be hard to actually confirm the claim.
Right.
You looked at phrases that were commonly compared and shared.
Well, I went ahead and text muted Flat Fiend. I'm sure he has a mic that works since it's 2026. So if he wants to unmute and tell us all about his flat Earth model, I would love to have that conversation. Flat Fiend, are you not native English speaker? It's okay. Practice your English. Tell us all about this flat Earth model that you have.
Yeah, I think he's shy.
Well, that's a shame.
I think he got shy a bunch around a lot of handsome men in here, you know?
It's true.
Damn.
Oh, did he bite on that one?
No,
Oh, was that somebody else, Rip?
that was
That was
Emperor's
me.
Child. We
Oh,
also have
man.
Zygomatic. Welcome. I don't know if anybody's spoken to you. Bishop Ben David. I seen you in the text chat. You got a mic that works? Come on, man. What's wrong with you clowns? Okay, great. That's fine, Zygomatic. Welcome. Bishop Ben David, are you somebody else that we've spoken to before that, doesn't want to be heard, doesn't want to be spotted, identified?
Nah, brother, I'm just chilling.
Okay. What brings you by? I don't know if I've spoken to you before. You just listening or?
I was just listening to the conversation.
Okay. All right, Flat Fiend. Well, look, man, that text mute lasts 8 hours. I'm not going to lift it. So if you want to have a conversation with us and tell us about your flat Earth model, you might as well just come off of mute. Otherwise, maybe we'll talk to you in 8 hours. Cool.
Gotcha, bitch.
And I'm surprised since I've been in here, I've only heard loop-shaped Earth and square Earth. Is that the best the Globers have these days?
Typically.
No more satellites, no more boats over the horizon.
Nope.
No more northern lights.
They either
Well, we had a couple of
believe
those.
the story or they make up their own.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we had a couple of those kinds earlier. Where's your map and all that? Yeah.
I was chatting with someone that said northern lights provable. Yeah, I'll give him points for originality. He didn't say donut Earth. I don't know why so many people are saying donut Earth lately. Is there like a meme going around on social media?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder.
It
could be fat asses too, though.
Yeah, it's possible. Yes, the Earth is fried chicken shaped.
Well, the most famous one is the pear-shaped Earth.
Oh, I forgot about that one. See, I hear more about the donut now than the pear. The lovers in here believe it's a pear.
If you don't, you're heretical.
You guys ever seen pictures of the geoid? It's so funny because it contradicts what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about the Earth being smoother than a cue ball.
Or that its southern region is larger than the northern by the height of Mount Everest.
Yep.
It's like, which is it? The southern region has a larger diameter than the northern region, or the landmass for the geoid underneath India is a fucking tumor.
Yeah, that thing looks like if I hired somebody with no limbs to make a ball out of Play-Doh.
Let me just kick this around for a little bit.
Yeah. Without legs. Yeah, the freaking geoid is ugly.
Welcome, Mike.
Is my money Brian?
Okay. And maybe in this country it's pronounced Mike. No, not biting. Okay.
We got FF in the house. Hello, FF.
Oh, is that Final Fantasy VII?
Yes.
I hope so. No. Oh my goodness gracious. At least say yes before you leave. Holy.
Probably Luffy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He wants to talk about how. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
oh, you're good. You're good.
I'm not triggered. It's mind your language.
Hello there.
None of these younger
Wild
kids
Bill.
want to talk about how video games and anime are only possible on a flat Earth.
Nice.
Anybody? No? Oh wait, there's only. Oh, never mind. I think it's only flat Earthers in here. Just kidding. Oh, and K-pop too.
It's
Oh
Wild Bill, a
no.
flat earther.
Anyway.
Yep.
Trying to
Nice.
think of all the popular stuff right now. Oh, and Fortnite and Skibbity Toilet. All this stuff's only possible on a flat Earth. No biters. Nobody.
I'll bite.
Yeah. So did you know that all these things like anime and video games are only possible on a flat Earth?
Thought they were only possible with a nuclear bomb.
Bro, what?
No, that's
Yeah, what?
Fallout.
Oh, okay. You know how they say, like if Japan was not nuked, we wouldn't have anime and Godzilla.
That's true. Good point.
Think about this. I'll make this super logical for you, okay?
I thought that's all we'd have.
Yeah.
On a globe, there's nothing to contain the gas you breathe. So all the humans would be dead. Anime comes from humans, therefore, it's only possible to have anime in video games on a flat Earth that is contained.
Me personally, I'm convinced. See about the others.
I use that one to hopefully get some people to bite later. I'm just practicing. Trying to become more relatable to the kiddos, you know? You can only
That's a
have
lost
6.
cause.
You can only have 6, 7 on a flat Earth. Oh yeah.
Feel my brain rot.
Oh yeah. Brain rot too. Just practicing for later. 'Cause I know the other one didn't get people to bite. I would say flat earthers on average are more handsome, more beautiful, smarter than your average glober.
The Yogi Bears.
You can't argue with facts, though.
That's what I'm saying, bro. But nobody would ever bite on that one. So maybe they'll bite on this other one. Always trying to come up with new ways to get people to engage.
Amido, what's up?
Yo, Mito, you like video games or anime? Oh, I think this is the one, guys. Amido. Skibbity. 6'7". TikTok. Ariana Grande.
Riz.
You're gonna make my brain melt.
Ohio. I forgot about that one. Oh, he was in the side chat this whole time, dude. You tricked me. Did you know, Mito, you can only have anime and video games on a flat Earth? Sounds like a pretty crazy claim, huh? Don't you want to talk about it? I'm not trying to debate anybody.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, hello there. Welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I have no idea what you said, but this is an English only room. Welcome. What do you
And
think about the
English,
Earth?
hello, hello,
Hello.
and
About the Earth?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bro, I have no idea what you're saying.
I don't know, but whatever he said,
Sally,
he said.
Sally went to the market. Sally went to the market and bought a cat. That's what I heard. I don't know.
Sally went to a market and bought a cat.
No, I just picked up seashells. Is that? I think the rhyme is different overseas, huh?
Are you aware that the Quran is a flat Earth book?
Oh. Damn, nothing.
Somebody called R has joined the chat. R, that's an interesting letter pertaining to the subject matter of this room. That letter would stand for radius of the Earth. So if you've got any evidence for your value of the radius of the Earth, we'd love to hear it.
Bro, I was about to say, if that guy bit after that, I'm trying for like 20 minutes over here.
Okay. R wants to hear more about the idea that you said about. You said that in the
Wait,
subject.
actually? Oh, yeah, dude. Finally. All right, bro, check this out, right? On a globe, there is nothing to contain the gas that we breathe. Humans require gas to breathe to stay alive. So if there is no video games, I mean, if there's no video games, if there's no humans, there's no video games. Therefore, the Earth is not a ball that is uncontained. It's only possible on a flat Earth that is contained. How you like that? Sounds pretty good, huh? Yes, that example was so awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Oh, man. All right. Did I scare him off with that one? Yeah, I think I did. Oh, boy. My bad, guys.
People don't like it when you come with their video games, man.
Gotta relate to them somehow. Oh, I gotta say iPads. Damn it. Oh, dude, that one's so much better. Oh, dude. All right, where's the next one? Damn it. Damn, I should have said iPads. Just kidding. Oh, dude, that was that one dude. Shit, I forgot his name. I only recognize this picture. Talked to him
Yo,
yesterday.
dude, you want to hear some crazy shit, man?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, bro. This is a new one, even for fucking me. So, this has been a dude that's been, like, saying stupid shit in our chat. just low tier nonsense. Appeals to authority. I believe because the government told me. Blah 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 blah. He ends up getting sent to CogDis. Platform tells him, hey, if you join BC, he said join BC, and he said I will if I get out of CogDis. I got him out of CogDis. He's like, Platform wasn't around, so he asked me to join BC. I'm like, okay, if you waste my time, I'm going to ban you. I jump in there and then start talking to him and telling him what the server is all about. Now, he's been in our server for, a little while. And then he says, well, can you join my debate server? We debate over there. We can go over there and debate. Now, there's like 12 people on this server. So I join, and then I see the fucking name. And I'm like, what's that name mean? And he says, oh, it's nothing. I'm like, okay, what's the name mean? He says it means extermination camp server. Extermination camp. It's in German now. And it means extermination camp in German. And I'm like, okay, yo, what's the server? Because at first I asked him what the server was about, and he wouldn't say. He just said it was a debate server, which turned out not to be true. It's a bait server because if you were in one of these freaking neo-Nazi Holocaust denial servers and someone reports it, your account gets fucking banned.
Oh, what the hell? What a dickhead, dude.
Dude,
That sounds like
because as soon as I said it to him, he left the VC. I'm like, bro. He says, why is that? He says, it's not important. I said, yeah, it is important. Because if I'm in a freaking server and it gets fucking banned for neo-Nazi shit, I'll lose my account. Boom. As soon as I said that, he fucking left the VC.
Wow. Dude, that's so fucked up. That's so low. That's a new
You
one.
left the server, right?
Oh, of course.
Good, mate.
Left the server, then banned him.
Yeah. Okay, now that is pure
Damn.
bait. What the fuck?
Man, what a scumbag.
Dude, and maybe, just maybe, you could get your account back after 3 months of fighting with fucking Discord. But for stuff like that, it's going to be named Extermination Camp. And I can only imagine what the contents of what's in the server was. I never even looked around.
Yeah, right. Fuck.
Yeah, damn, dude, you could have been in some real trouble.
So if he disappeared for a while, know what's happened.
Yeah, exactly. I joined the wrong server. Yeah, we're cooking. Like, I don't know if he was in there. I don't know. I don't know what his purpose was. He never really talked about the topic. He was more like, why would they lie? He did all that and went through that whole rigmarole. And yeah, it was just, I mean, you can go in the lobby and read it all. It's just bull crap.
See, if he was smart, you'd join it and it'd be all rainbows and butterflies, right? And then leave it a couple of days, you're still in there. Then he goes and edits the whole thing, changes it to extermination camp, blah, blah, blah. Then somehow gets it reported. You're in there, bang, you're gone. See, that's how you do it.
Yeah. I mean, but like when you join the server, because it has the whole welcome page, the what is it? The onboarding. Kind of hard to say. I don't know where I was. I mean, I guess I could say I don't read German. Is there
Ladies
a
and
is there a
gentlemen,
freaking alt code for a
we got 'em.
Nazi symbol? Is there alt code for a Nazi symbol? You know how you can make like the copyright symbols and all the other symbols are
don't
alt code?
know.
Is there a Nazi symbol alt code?
I don't think so. Wouldn't it have to exist in one of the one of your keyboard language
Yeah, I think so.
files, whatever?
Yeah.
I don't know
and
which country would which country would condone that.
swastika symbol, often used in Unicode for religious or cultural context, can be inserted using specific Unicode values rather than direct window alt code, like alt 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. To use the Unicode, type U plus 5350 and press Alt X in Word. Probably would have joined it once I made it past the onboarding welcome page. There have just been like swastikas everywhere. I didn't know it was a Nazi server. Fucking man. Whatever.
Hello.
What up, bro? How goes it?
Flat earthers are scary creatures sometimes.
Well, toughen up, soy boy.
They're scary.
Is there
Actually,
anything
no,
you're not scared of? You
they're
scared
not
of like
scary.
fluffy little puppies?
They're not scary. They're just, how do I put this in like kind way? Not
I mean, you're gonna say
not
something about flat earthers, which is crazy because most murderers are globe earthers.
what?
Most murderers in the world are globe earthers. Yeah, they believe in the
Question,
globe.
why does that have anything to do?
Well, I mean, why
Is
do
there
you think
anything?
flat earthers is scary?
Flat
Globe
earthers are
earthers are
scary
scary
because
too.
they're stupid. No
They're
offense.
scary because they're stupid. Can you tell us how
They're
we're stupid?
scary. When having a argument with a flat earther, it's like talking to a brick wall, and
Okay, so what would
the
if
only
you?
response that you get to
Yeah, you're
sorry.
making a lot of claims, but can we get any evidence for what you're saying? What is the best argument you ever gave to a flat earther that they ignored like a brick wall?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Give me one.
One time they said that very stupid. They said that
No, dude,
they
no, not what they said. What you said that they ignored, dude. Can you
I'm
follow your
getting to
own
that.
argument?
Getting to that. Can you let me speak,
Well,
please?
you would need to start saying something because you said I put it to them and they ignored it like a brick wall.
Can you let me speak so I can get to that?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, thank you. So, so what I was saying is one of the things I've said to a flat earther was that they were talking about, I think you've heard this, they were talking about why there's oxygen in Earth, but why there isn't like space inside of Earth, and well, that's, and I said atmosphere, and they completely ignored my statement, and they muted me.
That's
Why
the
would
gas.
Yeah, that's what I said. I told them gas, and there's
is that
something called
gas
the Earth's
inside of a vacuum?
atmosphere. Hmm?
Is the gas inside of a vacuum the gas, the atmosphere?
No, it's not
Is
technically.
it inside of a vacuum? The vacuum of
Yes,
space?
kind
Is
of.
the gas of the Earth's atmosphere inside the vacuum of space?
Yes, technically, but
Okay.
that's what
They
causes
didn't
the Earth's
ignore you. You
atmosphere.
said something that was crazy. Namely,
How?
okay, I'm gonna
I don't,
tell
do
you
you know
how.
what Earth's atmosphere is?
If I take is it a container?
Huh? No.
Is okay.
Technically, yes.
Technically,
Technically.
yes.
Technically, kind of. Technically, yes.
What's the
But
barrier?
can you can you say what do you mean by container?
Okay. What do I mean by container? There's walls. Solid
You think
walls.
there needs to be a wall?
To stop high pressure gas from going into a vacuum, yes, there
You know,
needs to be
I want to. There's something. You know a planet called Venus? They have exactly what that is.
How do you
And
know
when
that?
that happens,
Dude, how do you
that's
know
why
that?
it's hot.
Yeah, how
That's
do
why
you
it's
know
hot.
that? I'm asking you how you know that.
Because it's scientific proof if you go
That's not an
they
answer.
studied it. Oh
Just
my
saying
god.
it's scientific proof is not an answer. How do you know that? What is the evidence?
The evidence, if you look at Venus and if you look,
Mm.
the atmosphere is a lot thicker. The barrier, it's a barrier where gases inside of it can't escape. So it's all the gases in Venus is clogged up and it
That's a
becomes.
story. We
Oh my
want the
god.
evidence
You
that
don't see
supports the
that.
story. Do you
You don't
understand the
see that.
difference between claims and
He
evidence?
looks he said he looks at Venus and sees that.
Yeah, you don't see an atmosphere on Venus. How would you determine its composition by looking at it? Did he leave?
Look at photos.
So really simple.
But
Look at photos, yeah, but you can't tell a composition of something from photos. If I take a picture of a shirt, you can't tell me if it's made of cotton, nylon, polyester.
but my next question. But I have another
Okay,
question.
no, we're not moving on from this
Okay.
because it's very
Okay.
important.
Sorry.
You said they
Sorry.
ignored you. Listen, there's something
Okay.
called the
I'm
second
listening.
law of thermodynamics,
I'm
right?
listening.
Have you heard of the second law of thermodynamics?
Yes.
Okay, that law says that entropy will increase. This for gases means that high pressure gas, which is ordered, will get more chaotic and decrease in pressure, okay, into an available volume. So high pressure will go into an available volume until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. Now, if there's
Mhm.
outer space and it is a gigantic vacuum and you have gas inside of it, that gas will try to equalize in pressure and temperature with the vacuum. Can't have an atmosphere.
Yeah. I have a question. So,
Ironic that you said it's like talking to
no,
a brick wall. Repeat to me what I said to you.
I'm sorry, but
Repeat to
can
me what
I
I said
ask
to you. You
a
didn't
question?
even listen, did you? You were the brick wall. That's the whole point I was going to try and make too the whole time to show you that you're the fucking brick wall, dude.
Projection.
When was I can you I'm sorry, but
Repeat to me what I just
can
said to
you
you about
be
gas pressure and entropy.
I'm sorry, but can you be more respectful? I've never
Yeah,
said
no,
anything rude
no.
to you.
You were when you said
You're
flat earthers are like talking to a brick wall, and you also said we were stupid. That's not respectful.
I didn't know you were a flat earther, but also
Would that why would that
they
matter?
are stupid, yes. You're also denying science. If you
Denying
believe in flat
science,
earth,
is that
you
a
are
sin?
denying
Am I gonna go
science.
to hell for denying science?
No, never said that. I never
Okay, then.
where did you get hell from?
Yeah, I wanna know where you got denying science from.
You're
I want to know. I want to know
so
what the
if you look
What does it mean to
what is
deny science?
if
Can
you
you
believe
like tell us what it means to deny science?
if you believe in
I don't have a
factual
belief.
gravity, then if Earth was flat, we would be pulled to the center of the
Oh my
mass.
god. Did you
This
yeah, I
is
saw that Vsauce
basic.
video too. That's not true.
That is true.
Okay, so when I post
That's what
the
science
academic
is.
paper of them doing the mathematics and saying that's not true, are you gonna recant what you just said?
Can you repeat that, please?
An academic paper
Okay.
from the University of Brazil from a professor in physics, PhD, that does all the mathematics that shows that
Mhm.
that's not true. That the Earth would not be pulled into a fucking ball.
Well, it is.
It
It
is.
is not flat.
It's like talking to a brick wall.
Imma just leave y'all.
This is the best case of projection I've seen today. Man comes in, claims, says it's talking to a brick wall when talking to flat earthers, and then specifically, or indeed, and it's honestly like talking to a brick wall. It's crazy.
Maybe he just like accidentally gave his own game plan. He was like, I know what I'll do. I'll be like talking to a brick wall. Oops, I said that out loud. I was gonna be like, I didn't even want to be like that, but he was like, flat earthers are stupid. They're like talking to a brick wall. Like, oh yeah?
I knew exactly where that was going to go as soon as.
Fuck. Why did they
Oh well,
do
lots
that?
of fun.
They like
I don't
set
know.
it up, man. It's like, here you go. I'm gonna team myself up.
No, that's self-fulfilling prophecies, aren't they?
Yeah, let me bend over so you can kick me straight in my ass.
Okay, well, I guess that person left.
Okay. Anybody else? Didn't the
No,
SpaceX dude a chat skank?
I think so.
Yeah. If you can hear me, if science doesn't prove anything, how can you deny that you can't prove anything?
A good question. I don't think he got the news that science doesn't prove anything, though.
Well, he should have if he watches Vsauce.
Yeah. We got a whole plethora of people in here. DJ Bennett, Cider Fellow, Crit, Dubs, FE Alaskan Malamute, shout out, FE Batman, Flatman Can, Gemsy, Hades Bot, shout out to Hades Bot, Indio 77 being me, Jedi, Jimmy Will 2.0, that's who was just talking, Katos, Slats, Mi Plata, Mi Volrita, Mark J, Anazuka, over the fence. Onizuka?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Are you new here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what brings you to the channel? Don't be rude like if you're not rude like the other guy, I'll be nice. But like when people start off calling us stupid, it's hard to give them a mulligan. I shall continue. Onizuka, over the fences, SpaceX, Chat Skank Extraordinaire, T-Dub, Will Bill, Wild Bill, Yaga Bruno, Yoder, and Zygomatic. How can we run an event? I mean, I just think it would be a cool name. I want to go. Is the Earth so big it's flat? I want that to be the name of the event.
I think you need to be on a computer. DJ is good
No,
at hosting.
you don't need to be. You can do it on the phone, but the event thing's
cool.
not there. It's where the search bar is. Yeah, I'll start the event anyway. The only thing on a phone, you can't attach a picture to the event. What was the event name? Indio? The Earth so big.
Is the
What
Earth
was it?
so big it's flat?
Yeah. All right.
Shout out to Chad. Chad keeps posting like memes of that, like the Earth is so big it's flat is hilarious. Because that's their position 90% of the time. It's so big that it's flat. Okay. I'll take that. That's a W, man.
It's like a your mama joke. Your mama's so fat, she looks flat. I like it.
Your mom was so fat she got stabbed in the leg and gravy came out.
Thanks for sorting that event out, DJ. Appreciate that.
Yeah, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Started
Did
to.
anybody notice how quickly DJ muted himself as was spoken? I've never seen him unmute himself so fucking quick. Yep, I'll get the event going. Yep. Sounds like you've got 1990s dial-up, DJ.
Dude, mate, I got the worst internet ever.
Dude, he's got the. Remember the movie War Games? He's got that dial up when you just like take the whole phone receiver and put it in the receptacle.
Bloody hell, yeah.
It's flat.
Can you answer the question of the top of the event?
Wait, which group is this?
We're running an event.
Okay, it's the right group. Earth is flat.
Is the Earth so big that it's flat?
Yeah, it's fat and it's flat.
Just
Just
flat,
like
dude.
this, like my
It
stomach,
just
bro.
could be fat, but
Is that your internet bot, Indio?
Oh, the Hades bot?
No, right at the top is the internet symbol with the E, and the
No.
account's called Internet Bot 007.
No, that is not my bot. It's nothing to do with me. I don't even know what the hell that is. Another fan,
I think
guess.
maybe we should kick it because I don't know that it belongs to any of us.
Yeah, I don't think it does. Kick it and see what happens.
Remember, since October 2025. I mean, before we does it say where they stream to? If they stream at all? Connections, internet bot. Here's the YouTube channel. It's live right now. Internet bot. Yeah, I hear my voice. Yeah, it's streaming to YouTube. Yeah, I'll post a link to the stream in the chat. One watching. Let me see. How old is this account? This account was made October 17th, 2025. There's no other videos, no other tabs. It's also on Twitch TV. See what's on Twitch. Oh, there's also a link to a channel. A link to a Discord. The Discord is called Jesus World 23 online.
Yep, I was just about to suggest that. It's the guy that hangs in here who goes by the name of Jesus now. He used to be called Jesus Christ. He got booted at one stage,
Is he a
but
troll or something?
he seems to side with the flat Earth arguments, but occasionally Glover's come in and he kind of says some dumb shit that doesn't make any sense. So we ended up booting him. T-Dub, you know who it is, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
He's in here all day, every day. And someone said he streams to Twitch and YouTube.
There's no such thing as bad
Yeah.
publicity, I guess.
I don't know. I think we should just kick it.
Pretty good. How about we charge him licensing fees? I mean, there's one subscriber on his channel. I'm wondering, like, what's the point? I just don't understand what the point is of the bot and like what he's doing at all. There's no saved videos.
Well,
you can't look at old videos either. So it's
he
like,
said some weird stuff. Like, he's recorded himself saying really weird shit with nobody in here except Cider. Cider alerted me one day of things he was saying. I didn't hear it exactly.
So are we getting special attention right now? Like, we just had the dude try to bait me into a frickin' German extermination camp server. And now we got this crap crazy person. Yeah, let's get rid of that shit, dude. Fucking boot that shit. Is he already gone? Think he took off. Did you guys kick him?
I didn't. It's possible DJ did.
Oh, I kicked him earlier in the day for saying some dumb shit when a Glover came in.
No, I mean the bot. The bot thing.
Oh, the bot. Yeah, I'll just ban that. Do a permaban on it. 1 second.
Yeah, do that. Do that, dude. Like,
Oh, it's gone? Did someone else kick it?
No, that's what I was just asking. I was talking about it and just left. So I mean,
I think he might be
let's just
listening.
preemptively do it. Exactly, let's just preemptively fucking trash them.
That's all right. I can still come ban it.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Someone must have went on Fiverr and got like, take down that 24/7 server. Grr. I mean, given the mental illness that we've observed over time, you know, just like nothing would surprise me that they do against us or this topic in general. Nothing.
Wait, so are you a flat earther? Or
Me? Yeah.
yeah.
So are you.
Are you?
You just don't believe
I'm
it.
not. No. I study physics, so I'm not.
What you guys
No.
say sometimes just
So
kills me,
here
dude.
comes the guy with zero knowledge.
Are you thinking that physics predicts the Earth to be a globe?
Yes, I do think so.
Okay, can you show
Physics
me
is
those
stupid.
physics, the actual equations
Physics
that
is
predict?
stupid.
Yes.
Can you show me the
Physics
actual equations that predict
is
it?
stupid.
Okay, yeah. Okay, wait. Have you heard of Coriolis forces?
Okay, actually show me the
Bro, shut
physics,
up.
the
That
mathematical
even
physics
exists.
that predict that.
You can look them up. I can't like unless
I
you
know you
like
can't
open.
because they don't exist. Because you just think they
Exactly.
exist
No,
because in
no.
ninth.
Physics is stupid.
Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Entire physics is based on assumptions.
Yeah, this is like this is the third
Okay.
time you've done
Well,
this.
I
Don't
actually
do it
have
again, NWH, or you'll be permabanned.
okay. I have an experiment for you. If you build a 300-meter high tower, like the one
Yeah.
in Bremen in Germany, you drop
Okay.
something from it. Why
Bremen
doesn't
Tower, the Bremen Drop Tower. It's
yeah?
not.
Why does it
It's
anything?
called the
if you
Bremen
drop
Drop
something off?
Tower. It's 4 stories.
Okay, why if you drop something, why doesn't it exactly fall right downwards?
What do you mean? Which way does it fall?
So you will find that it fall a little bit to the east because of the Coriolis effects.
Then why isn't Bremen Drop Tower slanted?
It's not slanted.
Yeah, I know it's
It's
not
built
slanted
exactly.
because the ship falls straight down.
No, so you will find that there is a little force. It's actually not an actual force because it's a compositional force.
So you don't study physics.
I do.
Okay, then you would know that the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection. It's apparent.
Because the Earth is spinning, so you have to counter for that.
Yeah, but it's an apparent deflection.
What do you mean with that? Okay. Do you speak German at all?
It's an do you speak English at all? Do you know the difference between an apparent fictitious
I'm actually
force and an
I'm actually
actual
on a
force?
server to learn English, so that's why.
So okay, fine. So the Coriolis force is a fictitious force. It's an apparent
Yes, that's true.
deflection, not an actual deflection.
Yes. So it's a
Okay.
force we have
So
to.
if you're in the rotating reference frame, okay,
Yeah,
it
you're
only
absolutely
can be
right.
observed from being in the non-inertial reference frame outside of the rotating reference frame. So
Exactly,
where
but
are
you
we
can still
observing this deflection from?
you can still observe it because if you have a higher point on the Earth and an object falls lower, it'll have a higher momentum because it used to be in a higher circle around the Earth. So you will find that because it had a higher velocity at the higher point, now because it's falling down closer to the Earth, it will be faster than the rotation of the Earth at that surface
Okay,
level.
yeah, that's a nice story. Show the data, dude. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. To show the data that this happens.
No, bro.
Show the data that this happens
you
is
can look up a
actually
video.
observed. Listen, Newton said that if it can't be settled by experiment, it's not worthy of debate. So show me the
It
data
can be.
that this actually happens.
I'll send you a research paper if you want. 1 sec. Bremen. It is in German, so you have to translate it.
Yeah, fine.
Bremen
Not to just don't send me the Bremen drop tower. I want the data, the actual data, the measurement
Yeah,
data.
there should be
How they
some
measure
data.
this deflection.
Bremen Fallturm data.
How did they measure the deflection? Do you know?
They measured it by dropping a massive thing from a massive tower.
Okay, but how did they measure the deflection?
What do you mean with measurements devices?
Yeah,
So normally,
which one?
bro, I don't know. You can look into that. Do your own
Oh,
research.
so why you want me to go search for what you think exists? That's what you want me to do? To go search for your evidence?
Don't you want to? I can prove
To
it for you.
search? Do you want me to search? You don't even know whether this evidence exists at all.
I do. I literally just told you about it. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
but you
look it up
no,
for you.
you didn't tell me about it because I asked you specifically what data was it collected with, the instrumentation. You
Let
don't
me
know
look
what
that
the
up for you. I
instrumentation
don't
was.
actually.
So
I
you
don't
don't
have.
know the results of the experiment. You've never seen any data. You don't know how
Give
it
me
was
a
done.
moment, man.
Listen, why are you over
I'm not
talking me?
fucking
You don't
ChatGPT.
know how any of this was done. You literally just made up every fucking thing you
No, I
said.
did it. I did it.
You literally made up everything you said. Admit it.
No, look it up.
Don't tell me to look it up. You post it.
Okay, give me some time,
You
bro.
should know where it is.
Bro,
You already read it,
It
remember?
was an exercise that I did for my school. It's not
Oh, a
something that
mental
I dove
exercise.
into deeper.
It was a mental
Let's see.
exercise. That's what it was.
So here, my.
So you did a mental exercise, a physics, pedagogical physics problem, and you think that that's what actually happens in the real world because you wrote down a bunch of equations on a piece of paper. So you think out there somewhere someone measured that.
Yes. I'm looking up for you 1 second. Be back.
Mhm.
Give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah, good luck.
Sure.
This isn't our first rodeo, bro.
Ladies
Hello?
and gentlemen, we got him.
I'm on my VR headset right now, so it's gonna, you know, not the best
Dude, you
device.
could be on a fucking holographic headset from the 10th dimension and you're never gonna find the data you're looking for.
Do you believe in any papers from NASA and from ESA? I imagine you don't, right?
I don't do blanket beliefs in papers. I evaluate everything on a case-by-case basis by looking at what they actually did and the conclusions they reached based upon the experiment. What are the
There's
sources
a
of
video.
error, what the assumptions were, all those things. That's how you're supposed to do it. Everything is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. You don't just say blanket, I just believe everything NASA publishes. Why would you do
You wanna
that?
see a video from 2013? Wait, I'll send you the link.
Ugh. You wanna see a video from 2026?
Yeah, sure.
So, where's the physics that predicts the Earth to be a globe? That you said. You said, "I'm not a flat earther because I take physics." Don't you think we took physics? I took physics in university 3 decades ago. Was it 4 decades ago? Shit, man. I'm getting fucking old. So what physics tell us that the Earth is a globe?
I bet I'm back. Okay.
Mhm.
Let me send it into the chat if you want. I mean, here we go.
Yeah, so we went from peer-reviewed papers to cartoon globes.
I can send you I can send you the documents probably too, but like I said, it's not actually a very useful thing to not very
Yeah,
good.
a generalized paper about drop towers. Yeah, so what? You know what? Want to hear about an experiment at Bremen drop tower that was done? So they dropped a bunch of different weights in free fall that were made of different elements, and they all fell at different rates.
Yeah, because no. Did they? No, that's not true. Okay,
That's
listen.
not true. I'll show you the video of them doing it from
And
taken
did
from
they do it
inside
in
the
a
drop tower.
Did they do it in a completely airtight, like sealed tower?
Yes, it's a Bremen drop tower. It's a vacuum chamber.
Oh, that was what I'm talking about.
It's a
And
4-story vacuum chamber
and there
that they
should
drop
be.
things in. That's the point of the tower.
Yeah. Okay, I'll show you the video. Wait, I'm gonna grab a controller and I can make this easier for me. Whoa.
Here's Bremen.
Oh, all right, show me. Oh. 1 sec. Yeah, that's
Here's
the
the
Bremen flight
experiment.
tower.
In the description, there's a link to the web page of the person that did the experiment. It's in German, so if you're German, you should be able to read it.
Dutch, but I do speak German.
Well, it doesn't mean you can read German.
A lot of elements that, if this video is real, there could be a lot of elements that you're kind of forgetting.
What are the elements?
Well, for example, if something is in free fall, I mean, there's a very big chance that like some elements stick better. Maybe there was some water. You don't know. There could be many factors changing the outcome.
I like listening to your mind cope.
All right.
How does water stay in a vacuum?
Yeah, so water. So we have like 6 different elements, and it could have been hydrostatic or hydrophilic stiction, is what you're saying could have caused this? That's what it's called, stiction. Hydrostatic stiction. Not hydrostatic, hydrophilic. Come on, man. The funny thing is, there's another guy that's doing this test on this right now, disproving the equivalence principle. He's a guy named. We actually talked about this last night. It's a guy named Sky Darmos. I could show you his experiments too. But all this is academic nonsense. Even if everything fell at the same rate, it doesn't mean that the Earth's a ball. Even if it fell sideways, it doesn't mean the Earth's a ball. That doesn't mean anything, because
Yeah,
if
because
your
a disc
hypothesis
could be spinning
said
too, right?
what? No, we don't think the Earth
Discs.
is a disk. We don't think it's spinning. We don't think it's in motion at all.
Oh well, in that case,
We don't think the Earth is a space disk.
no movement for. Okay, no Coriolis effect then, I guess. It doesn't
There is no
exist.
Coriolis effect.
How does the moon work?
What does that mean?
How does the moon work in your system?
What does that mean? What do you mean? How does it work? It goes. We see it go across the sky. That's how it works.
Yeah. So how does it work? How far
What
away
does
is it?
that mean? What do you mean? We see it go across the sky. What do you mean?
Is it like stick to like a screen up there or something? Or like
Oh Jesus fucking! Do you want to know what causes the moon to look like what it goes across the sky? Is that what you're
yeah,
asking?
I wish.
There's no way to
Floor here.
determine that cause.
Okay, cool. There's a.
You
not
think there
big
is?
science.
Well, give me the experiment. How will we determine the cause of the moon?
Cause of the moon? I mean, you could look
Yeah,
at
the
Kepler's
cause of the
research.
moon appearing to go across the sky. Can you tell us an experiment that complies with the scientific method that could tell us why that happens? The cause.
This should be good.
I mean,
Yeah.
gravity is for one thing,
Well,
maybe.
okay, how would we test that in
How you test
experiment?
gravity?
In
can
the
do everything with-
experiment, no, we want to test the moon in your hypothesis that gravity's causing it. How would we test that?
I would test if the moon is Well, for starters, you can if you're just purely looking at like from the Earth, we can't really test. But we can test that two objects pull on each other
That's a
quite easily.
fact.
There's an experiment called the I only know this in German, but I'll try to translate for you.
That's a
Tell me
science
again.
test.
Yeah, it's a science test.
Yeah, but see, you're trying to prove a thing by not talking about the thing. You're trying to run away from the fact that we're looking at the moon, a natural phenomenon that the moon goes across the sky. That's our observed natural phenomenon.
Yes.
We want to know
So
what causes that to happen. We have to test that. We can't test something else to tell us what that is.
We can look at smaller things before we look at bigger things, like making a model.
Well, we have to have a justification for generalization.
We have that already. I mean, you can size things up, can't you?
Yeah, but you have to. That doesn't mean whatever cause you've made up in your head at some smaller scale is the cause of that.
Okay, well, let's just say.
Okay,
that
so we
is
have
true.
look. Okay, so now there's a boulder on top of a mountain.
Yes.
And I take a balloon and I rub it on something, and I can take paper and paper will stick to it. Why can't I just say, well, that electrostatic effect, that's why the boulder's stuck on top of the mountain. That's what
Completely
causes
different.
that. I just scaled it up, dude.
No, you didn't. Balloon
Yeah, I did. I just
is
scaled
made
it up.
of rubber. Is made of rubber, which is a
Well, no,
material
I just
that
scaled it up.
conducts
No,
energy.
I just scaled it up. It's just the same force.
No,
See,
a balloon,
I'm showing you the how
it
fault.
would be
The
scaled up if
purpose
you have a
is
very big
the
balloon,
purpose is
not
to
a
show
very
you the
big rock.
faulty. The purpose is to show you the
I want
faulty
you
logic.
to have a small rock and like rub a
Listen to
paper
what
on
I
it
just
and see
said.
if it's static.
Dude, but this is
It's not the same
that's
scale.
on a small scale. We're talking about
Scaling is
small
size, not
scale
different
versus
material.
large scale. Is the force of gravity inverse square? There's no way to tell the difference between the electrostatic force and the gravitational force because they both fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So there's no way to tell experimentally what you're talking about. I could just say it's electrostatic.
But no.
No.
I literally tell you're sizing
Does
up
the force fall out? Does
you're
charge fall off?
comparing a balloon and a paper to a rock and a paper. Like what?
I'm just scaling it
rock
up,
is not
right?
the same. No,
I
because
know
if you
that.
would scale it up, you
You
have a
just
big
made that
balloon.
argument, dude.
No, you completely twisted my argument. It's completely wrong now. It's not what I
No,
said.
I did not twist your argument.
Get
I did the exact same
get a bigger
thing.
piece of paper and a smaller rock, and then
I can just
rub it.
scale it up. Isn't that what
Yeah,
you
go for it.
said?
Yeah, do
Can I
it.
just
With a
scale it up
bigger
or
rock,
not?
a bigger piece of
Okay.
paper.
Okay. Can I just scale it up or not?
So of course you can. Not with a balloon, bro. It's not the same
Why not?
thing. Because it's not the
What
same
is
material.
what's the difference?
It's like, bro, if I throw magma over you or I throw lava over you, that's a complete different outcome. Like,
Okay. First
what
of
do
all,
you
you
mean?
can't throw magma on me because magma by definition is under the surface of the earth.
How do you know there's no surface in your complete theory? Like, what do you
What are you talking about? There's no surface to the earth? I'm walking
Where
on
does
it.
the magma come from, bro?
My God, he's not
Magma,
paying it.
bro, you're not listening. If it's on the surface of the earth, it's no longer magma by definition.
Okay, I said
It's
lava. But that's
lava. When it's
what
at the surface, it's lava. When it's under the surface, it's magma. There is never magma on the surface of the earth. It's not possible because it changes by definition the instant it reaches the surface.
Okay. So you learned that where? In
So
class, right?
really simply,
Why didn't you pick up on the other
thing
things
that
in
you
class?
no, bro, we're going back. You're trying to dodge it, dude. That you just said you can simply scale it up. We're
Bro, I
going
was
back
talking
to the
about rocks, and now you're talking about
no. We're
magma and
going back
people
to the
lava.
moon. We're going back to the moon. We're
It's
going
fine.
back to the
Thank you.
moon.
Good.
Look, my patience is wearing thin because you're spurging out and you're not listening anymore. If I asked you to
I am
say what are the
listening.
last 3 things I said to you, you wouldn't be able to tell me. You stopped listening a while ago.
Yeah, you were talking about magma and lava and how it isn't
You brought that up,
lava
dude.
anymore.
You brought that up.
What?
You
No,
brought up
you brought that.
magma and lava.
I said when I throw lava over you, it's way different than I throw magma over you or
You can't throw
water
magma
over you.
over me at all. It's not possible.
Okay.
You
Yes,
brought
it
it
is
up.
if I'm underneath the surface of the earth. But okay, listen.
How
Just
yeah.
just continue.
How are you gonna throw it on me if I'm underneath the surface of the earth?
Yeah, you explain that.
Dude,
You're
anyway,
so wise, right?
the moon. We want to know what causes the moon to go across the sky. What
Yes.
experiment can we do?
We can do a small experiment Because since you're not able to get
What's
into
the
space right now,
justification for scaling it up?
bro. Okay, if we have
Just
two
admit you don't
objects,
have one.
we can prove that those two objects attract to each other. We
How?
can prove that.
How?
There's this thing. It's called an experiment.
Yeah?
And it's called the in German gravitation Wagen experiment. It's also
Okay.
called differently, but
How does it measure the moon?
it measures how two objects can pull to each other.
Okay,
And
but what's
now,
that got? Hold on. What's that got to
since
do with the moon and the Earth, though?
well, since I'm pretty sure that the moon is an object and the Earth is an object,
But hold
and they
on,
gotta
hold on.
pull each
Yeah,
other.
but they're different objects. They're not made of the same thing, right? They're not made of the same thing of the
Yeah, but they
things.
both have a mass,
Experiment.
right? It's like everything has a mass.
What is mass?
Mass is defined by the amount of objects being pulled by the gravity.
It's defined by the amount of objects that are pulled by the gravity. No, brother. Don't make fun of him. He's not a native English speaker. So, no, the definition of mass is the measure of resistance to acceleration. That is the physics definition of mass.
Definition.
The measure of the resistance to acceleration. Okay, that is a unit of measure. Can't attract things.
Yeah.
So you're getting a very poor science physics education. You might want your money back.
That's
Measure
free
of
education.
strength of object interaction with other bodies. Yeah, it's one of. I mean, mass has a lot of key aspects. What are you laughing about, man?
Has a lot of
I'm reading.
definitions. Because it's not doesn't mean anything. It's a meaningless word. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't attract things. And this has nothing to do with the moon and the Earth. None of this.
It does. They're two bodies
If
pulling
you
on each other.
said, say, I watched this thing in the Cavendish experiment. I watched these two balls attract. That's how the moon and the Earth are doing it. You would need to do that experiment to show that the Earth and the moon are doing the same thing as the balls. That would be your hypothesis. You just don't get to assert it without the experiment. In science, things are proved experimentally. That's it. There is no other option. If you want to claim the certainty of science as a human activity, you need to do the experiment. If you didn't do the experiment, you're just talking gibberish.
Man, I don't like this conversation. You're a big bully, you know?
Oh, here we go. Every fucking time.
All right. You know,
Every
I
time
can
with the meta
I can never
nonsense.
prove that a giant object attracts another giant object if
Okay,
you don't
there
even
you
believe that
go.
it is a giant
Honesty,
object. I cannot prove
honesty
anything.
starts. Yes, thank
True.
you. Honesty starts. So,
No,
yeah.
you're right. I cannot prove.
Not you or
I
nobody can.
personally cannot suddenly create a big moon.
Nobody can do it, dude. Nobody.
No, you're absolutely right. We
Okay.
can only look at the stars, and if you don't believe what's in the stars, then I mean you can't prove anything. So in that
No,
case,
no,
you're
no,
right.
no, 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 no. That's idiotic. Saying that
What did I
because
say?
you can't prove what the composition of stars are, you can't prove the composition of anything. That's
What stars?
baloney.
I was talking about looking in space, not at the stars
Yeah,
itself.
but you're just
The stars
looking, right?
itself is
There.
a completely
Okay.
different
So,
thing.
are there limitations that pure observation, just looking at something, has compared to
Absolutely.
when you actually have the sample of the thing in question?
Yeah,
Right?
you don't have touch.
You don't
And
have to
there's
touch.
also a lot of radiation that you don't see. I mean, our eyes are pretty limited.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. What's that got to do with anything?
What are you calling me? By saying Captain Obvious, you're also calling me dumb, you know? It's not really nice of you to say.
No, I'm not calling you dumb. I'm just saying, I was like, that's a red herring that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when you make claims of composition, meaning what the stars are made out of, right? By looking through a telescope or reading the spectrum, there's a limitation on. Hold on, there's a limitation on your certainty because that claim is going to be laden with theories that you can't prove. Okay?
No, but listen. If you do an experiment like often enough, eventually you will find that something is right. I mean, how can you prove that a tree is a tree? By looking at it, touching it a lot of times. I mean, how are you else
That's a
going to prove it?
categorical designation.
What is that? I can categorize every piece of mass and gas that's in the space.
Yeah, but we're
in
talking
space.
about
Like,
composition of an object, which is a different thing,
yeah,
meaning the
isn't
matter that
composition
it's
the same
composed
thing
of.
as categorizing an object?
No.
Is that not the same thing? I mean, an object is made of certain things. Isn't the
But
star as
tree,
well?
I can draw a tree. You can see a
I can draw
tree.
a
You can
star.
make a model of a
A massive
tree.
ball
You
with a
can
lot of gas
freaking.
and fire.
But hold on, dude. Yeah, but the thing is, trees burn because they're composed of what? Wood particles, and the wood particles are composed of certain molecules, and those molecules will combust when heat and oxygen are applied. So
How can you see
that's
that?
what we
Like,
mean by composition. So when they say the stars have a composition and they're made of certain elements,
certain
they
gases, certain
yeah, okay, whatever, plasma gases, whatever you want it to be. They don't know that, and they can never know that, because to actually know it, they would have to take a sample of the
No.
said star. They can
There are
only
ways.
theorize and hypothesize that that's what stars are made out of because of the limitation of just looking through a telescope.
No.
There's only
Okay.
so much you can say with
Well,
certainty.
the cool thing what they can do is if as soon as like light
They
goes
can
through
convince you
certain
of bullshit.
clouds.
That's cool.
Okay. So when something goes through clouds, it changes color, just like we see in the atmosphere. You probably don't live in the atmosphere either, do you? Okay, well, that's fine. So,
Oh my God!
You
Stop
need
doing
a
that.
sphere for an atmosphere, bro.
Exactly.
You got to stop saying that we believe in things. I'm going to get really pissed off. Just make your point without the.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. So, if there was gas, okay, so that we can see literally by the amount of lights being absorbed, like the colors of lights being absorbed, we can see which gases are out there. Certain gases
Absorption
absorb
spectrum?
certain light.
It's not that simple.
Okay.
It's not that simple. It's nowhere near that
Okay.
simple. There's confounding variables. Spectrographic outputs are interpreted. Yeah,
Yeah, of
they're
course.
interpreted because you have things like redshift, Doppler broadening, Raman scattering, and a whole bunch of other effects, which will change the spectrum. They'll smear it. So they do a
You're a
lot of
neighbor.
interpretation. Luckily, absorption spectrum is pretty straightforward because those lines are well defined. But emission spectrums are smeared, and it's based upon assumption of the black body radiation spectrum assumption, which happens to be completely wrong for the sun, which has been demonstrated. Because like I just told you, all this stuff is theory laden. You have to think that Kirchhoff's law is correct, that Jean's law is correct, that the Guy Lussac law is correct, that all these other physical laws and theories, that they are correct when you look through a telescope out into space, but you can't actually know that that there is some uniformitarianism, uniform effect out there. You can't know that. You can only believe that. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That when you simply look through, but if I had a sample of a star, if I had a jar and I could scoop up a piece of a star, I could take that and I could analyze that directly because I have the material, and I can make hard, concrete, deductive, objective facts about what a star is made out of. Whereas looking at it, there's a barrier because I always have a theory to interpret what I'm seeing through.
Right.
Different theory would make me
Build a rocket.
interpret it differently.
Build a rocket, man.
Do you understand? There's a difference between there's only so much you can do by just straight observation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are always limits to experiments.
No, observations aren't experiments, dude. There's differences. An experiment, you actually have the shit that you're talking about.
Well, like, can you give me a flat Earth? I mean, you're probably a lot of.
Well, flat Earth is a geometric claim. It's not really subject to experiment. So, like,
oh, so there's no experiment that can prove that there's flat
not
Earth.
an experiment in the scientific experiment. Scientific experiments determine cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. That is what scientific experiments do. The shape of the Earth, that's geometry. That's not an
You can prove it.
experiment.
You
If
can
I asked
prove
you,
it with experiments.
okay, if I said to you, my table is square, and you said to me, well, can you prove that with an experiment? Does that even make sense?
Yeah, I can point like a laser at it.
That would be a
And
measurement.
if the laser goes straight over it, it shows that there's like no.
That would be a
That's a
measurement, right?
That's a
Yeah, it'd be a
measurement.
measurement.
Yeah,
Not
you're just
Like
according.
measuring the table.
you can prove that the Earth is spherical. Like at least it's round, like it's not flat, by just
Dude,
getting to
dude,
sea and then just like seeing ships going over the horizon.
no,
Like
man, you need to listen to the difference between scientific experiment and measurements. We can't really go away from this point about boats going over until you understand the difference between a geometric claim and a scientific claim. A scientific claim is based on an observation of a phenomena, and in your construction of a hypothesis, which will predict the cause of the phenomena. When I'm trying to measure the dimensions of the table that Injo measured, I'm not going to create a hypothesis, dude. I'm literally just going to measure the geometric reality of the table. There's no experiment here. We're not employing the scientific method to figure out the shape of an object. You just look at it and measure it.
Yeah, when
You
you
agree?
said hold on, when you said gravity would form the Earth into a ball, that was a scientific
when
hypothesis.
did I say that?
In the beginning.
I never said that. I am very sure I never said that.
Okay. I'm
Negative.
pretty sure you did or implied it.
No. Guys,
You
help
said
me out
Earth
here,
can't
chat-
be a
chat
ball
me
because
out.
you said Earth can't be flat because it would curl up into a ball.
Using my words against me that I didn't even use. Chat, help me
We
out.
record this. I can just go back and listen to it.
Well, he doesn't think gravity would pull anything into a ball,
that
so
bot,
that's
that
good.
YouTube bot and that other bot, we record this. I can just go back and listen to it. Again, I know what you said. I listened very carefully.
That's not the
So
point here. The point here
you
is
said Earth was
I
a ball
think-
because you believed in gravity, right?
Okay. Sorry, what you
Remember
said?
now? Is it jogging your memory?
I said I believed in gravity. I didn't.
You
say
said you
anything
believe in
about gravity.
physics. That's how you know the Earth is a ball, and then you mentioned gravity. That implies that you think Earth is a ball because of gravity.
Implication isn't directly what I said. You can't use my words against me that I didn't even speak, bro.
Dude.
It's so mean. Also, I think if you like look at the horizon and you see things going over it, you know.
Dude, your first point was about gravity. He's correct. Why is you saying you didn't say it? We all heard it.
I literally didn't directly say, bro. You guys.
You were talking about the moon.
Say word for word what you said. You did say that. That was your first point. That's why y'all was talking about gravity. Stop it.
Come on.
Yeah, that's bad. Anyway, so you want to get to ships over the horizon. Is the horizon, so before we even move on, so for the ship to be going over the horizon and that telling you that the Earth is a ball, that would mean that horizon, that line, the horizon line, is like the geometric edge of the Earth where the Earth starts curving down, right?
Yeah, exactly. That
Okay, cool.
Should specify.
Then why does it move around?
Why does it move around?
So you can go out into the ocean and you can look at the horizon and see that, say, 5 miles away, and then wait an hour and it'll be 7 miles away, and then wait another hour and it's 3 miles away, and then wait another hour and it's 30 miles away. So if it's the geometric edge of the ball, is the Earth changing size?
No, sorry, I didn't understand. Could you say that again?
The horizon distance from you will change during the course of the day.
Yes.
So if
No.
it changes
Negative.
visually,
No,
no?
it does. No, not at all. Horizon stays the same. The sun
The
changes.
horizon distance stays the same. Do you want to bet on that?
I posted an example of it in the side chat.
Yeah, so right there's 2 different horizon distances taken from the same location. 2 different horizon observations. One, the horizon is 10 times too far, and the other one, it's a little bit too short.
let me do my own research first before I believe this.
Pardon me? I can show you more. I can show you hundreds of these. I can show you a time lapse of it happening.
Go for it. Go for it.
Hold on, I'll get the time lapse. I'll get the skunk base shit.
It's weird, right? You understand weather exists, like fog, and so on. Right? This will limit your perception, right? That the atmospheric conditions, they will change throughout the day, which is what Indio's point. So if you stand at the beach and keep your camera at the same height, the camera running about 12 hours, time lapse of it, notice things in the distance changed our apparent size, their apparent location and distance because of the meteorological conditions that are changing.
Seem more like he's just saying no because a flat earther told him.
Always default.
And
I'm
then,
willing to believe you guys. Don't worry.
and then just
Wait,
imagine, and sorry, then just imagine you got a camera out, or a high-powered zoom camera, or a telescope, or something, where you're able to now resolve the angles at this when I couldn't, perceiving the horizon at a further distance, just because you changed the technology that you're looking for. Right? That is going to change the apparent distance to the horizon using the technology. Okay, cool. So the limitation to our view is the technology and the weather conditions. What we're pointing out is your claim that boats go over the horizon, like over the top of a hill and down the other side. That's a physical geometric location that shouldn't change distance. But we're pointing out that that horizon does change distance because it's optical, not physical.
Wait, we were talking about proving optical things, aren't we? I mean, if you can't even believe it, like if you can't believe any experiment, you have to believe optical things.
No,
The time lapse, by the way, the time lapse is just showing like how the water level rises and goes down, right? I mean, we
okay,
don't see
no
that.
not the
problem,
water
friend.
level.
So
It's not the level of the water doing that.
Yeah, it is. And that's
No.
by the
So
moon,
here's
but
what
you
we'll
won't
do.
believe that the moon attracts objects, so there's no point in explaining that to
That's
me.
not tides that you're looking at, dude.
Moon
What
doesn't
am I looking
attract
at?
objects, you liar.
I'm looking at the sunlight like interfering with the lens a little bit. Like, is what I'm looking at? Like what?
No, it's,
Oh my
no.
god.
It's the meteorological conditions are changing, the temperature, the air pressure, the water content, all those things are changing. And when that changes, the air changes its transparency and how far you can see. I can actually get, well, I've been talking about this for like days now. There's, okay, so there was something called it was a U.S. Navy program. It was called the Horizon Early Detection System or something like that. I have it in my DM. So they set up an infrared camera system so they could detect missiles coming at naval ships from as far away as possible. So they tested the maximum distance that they could pick up a missile. And what they found was the distance that they picked up the missile was not based upon how far away it was, but it was based upon the atmospheric transmission, meaning how clear the air was. You understand? So they have graphs where they measured. So these missiles are 30 feet off the sea, right? And they're picking them up at 20 miles away. Now, 20 kilometers away, and they should be under the curve of the earth that far away at 30 feet. But sometimes they didn't pick them up. And sometimes they did. And whether they did or didn't was based completely on the transmission and not how far away they were. Because you got to remember, the further you are away, the more over the curve of the earth you are. So if the missiles are staying at 30 feet, that means further away, they're under the curve of the earth. And they should not be able to detect them with this camera system. This is just one example. The horizon moves around. There's no doubt about this. Says it in the academic literature. It's not the edge of a ball. Sorry. And if the horizon's not the edge of the ball and purely an optical effect, all you're seeing when you see a boat cut off is an optical illusion. Because it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens sometimes. Oh, he left? I'm sitting there preaching to the choir. Fuck, dude. Sorry.
Did he? He left? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Didn't even know.
Eject, eject, eject. I need the eject sound for the soundboard.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Nor I was in an airplane. I don't know, like 2 weeks ago. You can't see curve from a plane, dude. And I was flying to Chicago over the Great Lakes, which are pretty fucking flat.
Oh, Noor don't speak English.
Welcome, Dean James. We've got Nora in here.
Hey, hello, this is Dean Jones. I'm here. I was just listening in.
Cool. What do you think about the topic? Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. I've been into it for several years. I'm into a lot of different things, so every now and I check in just to see if anything new has come about,
Oh, fair enough. Currently, we're speaking to, we got Bombyball 07, who has decided to come back into the VC. He's struggling to understand the geometric claims, so Indio is speaking with him. Indio.
Yeah, I know Indio. Yeah, he's like the
Yeah.
Godfather, as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Indio.
Indeed. Indeed.
He's always on here. He's yelled at me a
Yeah.
couple times, so I know I'm legit. Yeah. Okay, if I can, let's see. Now this Elon Musk guy. Now I just heard recently that he's all we're going to Mars and all this Mars, and next thing you know he's like, well, we're not going to Mars. We're just gonna do the moon bases or something. I mean, I don't think that's true. I just heard that over the airwaves or something, a news article or something. You guys probably know more about it than me. I think he's full of crap. The starships and all that stuff, Starlink, and
Well, propaganda is a real thing.
his car in space. Come on, that was so fake. Come on. I think a lot of things, not just the Earth as a ball, but I think a lot of things you see on the media mainstream are fake. And I know that's not part of this discussion, but I just really I don't believe in anything. I've learned that just to not believe things. You got to know things, which is difficult, but it really
Yeah, if
means
it's possible to know things.
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Right. Hey, brother, I don't know if you're sweeping or you're raking or whatever. It's just kind of harsh in the background there.
Okay, I turned my TV off. I can't hear nothing here. Is it better now? I got headphones on and my cell phone, so I don't have a computer. But
That's
if
fine.
my sound's breaking up, I'll get out of here or just mute myself. It's fine.
No, I was just, it sounded like you were sweeping or some kind of really harsh, rhythmic, scratchy noise.
I might have been moving around on my couch while I was speaking. Okay. All right. Because I'm like that too. I can't listen to podcasts if there's a lot of background noise or 10 people screaming at once. I just turn that shit off.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm exactly the same way.
Word. Well, Dean, if you don't mind, I don't mean to be rude, but we've been talking to a guy named Bombyball 07, or at least Indio was, He's trying
Yeah,
to
I was
help us
listening.
understand how the Earth is a ball, so we may
No, I'm
continue
not.
the conversation with
I'm not
him.
trying to. I'm not trying to convince you guys of anything. Yeah. I think you should
Well,
believe what
Oh
you believe.
no! All right.
well,
No, you're not. Go ahead.
okay, I would tell him, you know, there's the horizon is always at eye level, no matter how high you go up. There's one thing: long distance photography. Those are a lot of things that have not been explained. If you can explain those, you know, I would be willing to listen. There's these. It's like a go no go test. You know, the Foucault pendulums. As far as I can tell, they're all motorized. They're not. It's not just a free swinging
You can actually make it
pendulum
at
that
home if you would want.
it's with.
Like you can make your own Foucault pendulum if you have a very like
Okay,
if you have like
have
a
you done it?
gym somewhere, like a very big room, and you like strap
Yeah.
it. You can do that yourself.
I work at a
You can
golf
look it up.
course. I can't afford that.
No,
Well, you
like you
do it,
can.
and
I
bring
wouldn't
in.
do it outside. I would try
You
to
know,
do it like in like a. The best would be
I mean,
like a gym room or something.
I'm not saying I know. I'm just seeing, you know, a lot of things where all these museums that have them, they're all motorized. They're not
Yeah, no. If
really
you
free
like honestly,
swinging,
if you don't
independent.
believe that, I get that. If you don't believe
Okay,
that, that's fine. You can actually make one
yeah,
of
I'm in
your
the
own, and
same
you
boat
can
as
look
you.
it up. Yeah,
I
it's
just
quite
have a
easy.
lot of questions with no answers. Maybe
I think we
Indio
all.
might know more than me, but he probably does. So there's one of the few questions I have that are they're just either it is or it isn't. You know, you run a ball or not. How do you film something from 200 miles away? And
Question.
the only argument I've heard against it is the index of refraction of the atmosphere, which makes no sense because you can't
I
account
mean,
for seeing
light
that far.
light does a lot of things. Light is a hard thing. I would
Well,
explain like
that sounds good, but come on.
like of course you know there's a lot of things you have to agree on before you can like start doing physics.
Right.
There's a lot of things that I personally agreed on, and if you don't believe those base terms, then your whole world image is completely different.
Well,
So
yeah,
I can only say
that's all Barnum
what my
statement. It's
image is.
very ambiguous terms that it's not scientific at all.
I mean,
All right.
So you got to
they
look
all
at the
have
larger picture. Come on.
a scientific base if you look for it. For me
Well,
right
but just
now, it's
Fellas,
quite
let
hard to
me
okay.
explain.
let me interject and let's get some organization to this conversation. Bali Mabal 07, whatever. Your positive claim is that the Earth is a sphere with a certain radius, which dictates, before you left, that we were talking about the horizon. The horizon must be at a certain distance based on the observer height. Can you show me some consistency where, depending on the observer height, we have a geometric sphere edge at its designated or geometric location? That'd be a really good proof for you right now. Do you have that?
Honestly, I don't know what the words were. What did you just came out your mouth? To be honest, do it in a different language. Like, could you do it in Dutch? I speak Dutch. Great.
The Earth is a ball. This is an English-speaking server. I'm not going to be, translating for you. So here, you're here to
That's fine. No,
practice your
that's
English. Now, if you want
yeah.
clarification on the words that I used, you can ask.
Please,
But
yeah,
you
please.
say that you live on a ball, correct?
Yes, I think that yes.
Okay, so that ball has a certain size, right? It doesn't get bigger or smaller, does it?
Yeah, it has like a radius of about 600 kilometers, 6,000 kilometers. A bit
Right.
more, I think. Yeah.
Right. In miles, it would be 3959, 3,959. In kilometers, it's 63 something, 6307 or 6317. I forget. So that means that based on the observer's height, especially if we were looking out over water, the geometric sphere edge being the tangent point, which we would draw a line to from our eyes, must be at a very specific distance based on the size of the Earth. In this case, it would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means if the observer was 1 foot above sea level, that the horizon distance would be at 1.22 miles. That's the size. Can you give us the evidence that this is the case?
No. What? What? What do you think? I'm on a beach right now?
Good
No,
answer.
I negative. No, I
No,
cannot.
you don't have that evidence. Right. Does anybody have that evidence?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, go ahead and get it for us.
Man, I'm not God, bro. What do you want me to do? Like, jump outside and get some evidence?
I said, has somebody done it, right? I was very specific. I said, has someone done this other than you? So you can go ahead and draw from somebody else's experience or measurement and get me the evidence for that claim.
I could. I don't have the time, but I could. Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have the time. You're sitting here talking to me.
You want me to get it? Like,
I don't have the time, but I could. Are we in the fucking playground or something?
He's a child.
I appreciate that, young man. Right, but this isn't the kind of behaviour that you should be having a discussion. Right, we're just asking you for the proof of your claim. It's very reasonable.
yeah, you're right. It's definitely reasonable. I could look into that. Definitely.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you something because I have something at the ready. And I already posted this earlier, but I think it's important that you see it again. So, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I have an image right here, so we have distance demarcations that'll help us out. In the side chat, you'll see an image with a couple of oil rigs in them. From where the man is standing who is taking this image and the tripod which his camera is sitting on, which is 1 foot above the surface, is 6.21 miles away from the first oil rig and 9.41 miles from the second rig. But mind you, the height of the observer in this case, being the camera, is 1 foot above sea level, the water right there. That means that the horizon, the edge of the sphere that you think you live on, should be at 1.22 miles. In this image, can you tell me where the horizon is in relationship to the oil rigs?
Bro, show me more pictures of different. Like, give me multiple. You have more, right?
Can you show me in this photograph where the horizon is in relationship to the oil rigs, please?
Which picture?
Is it before them, in the middle of them, and behind them?
Behind them.
Behind them, right. So
Yeah,
in
they're on the other
excess
way.
of 10 miles. Excess of 10 miles. So that means that the Earth is not a sphere because the horizon is not at 1.22 miles that it must be at, seeing as you have a globe that you live on, that you believe that you live on, that is not getting bigger or smaller.
I don't believe.
It has the
Hey, wait,
radius
I
that
don't
you
believe
and I
this
both
is.
described.
I don't believe the observer height here. I don't believe that.
Oh, no worries. Do you want a video? Do you want to go to Santa Barbara and do this test? Do you want to go to any beach and do this test?
At this point, dude, at this point, it's probably best you take this argument. If you want to check out the credentials later, do so. Right, you can also go and do this yourself. Right, you can go to a beach with a camera and look. So at this point, dude, please, I'm begging you, just take it a good faith for your own benefit, right? So all things being true in the video, the observer height and everything that says who has told you, honest, you said the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. If we're to use the math of a sphere, the distance to the horizon is in front of the oil rigs at a distance of 1.22 miles. So you must admit there's an issue here, right?
Wait. I actually have a counter for this thing. I have a video of my own. Wait. I love this video because it's funny.
Okay, Pete, at the moment we just need you to concentrate on what. So
No, because you have your own picture, you have your own information, and you want me to answer for you. I cannot do that. I
No,
cannot
you're
give
answering
you
for
your
the globe.
argument. I'm sorry.
At this point, you're failing the globe because that's who you're answering for.
At the moment, we just
I
need
am
you.
answering for the globe, but not on your account.
Oh man, this dude is looking just for a counter. That's all he's wondering for.
I know, and it's worrying to me, dude. At the moment, we just want you. We just want you to show that you understand the argument, the premises of the argument, right? Why the observer height is important, because it makes a prediction to the distance to the horizon if you're on a sphere. We at least need you to show that you understand this. You haven't showed that you understand it.
What do I understand? Like, what do I
Yeah,
understand?
come on,
Like,
physics boy.
Oh, he understands it. That's why he's looking for a counter immediately. He got it immediately, and now he's scrambling. The problem
He thinks it's
that
Magic the Gathering, and he's looking for a counter spell.
How old is he? How old are you, man?
Under
I'm
20.
not answering that question. I'm sorry.
It's fine, dude.
That's relevant
I mean,
to
it's
the
fine.
conversation.
You
When I
asked
was
us
younger, I
to-
didn't know crap.
You
it's
asked
not
us to
okay.
to explain why ships go over the horizon. Within your premise, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, a fixed location based on the observer's height. We're showing you that that's not true because the horizon moves. We've been trying to do this for half an hour now. All right, you get this.
What I mean?
Obviously. And if you're going to waste our time, dude, I'm going to
Actually, you can stop talking because I won't listen. All right. I'm busy with something else. One second.
Thank God.
Today.
Dean, brother, when you're not talking, could you go on mute? You got some background noise still, brother. Thank you. Is your name Dean?
Yes.
No, sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, when you're not speaking, could you go on mute? You still got some scratchy background noise.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, it is me? Okay. I'm sitting perfectly still, but I will do that. I don't know what it is. So. Yes. Okay, I'm going on mute now.
The thing is, even if you're not talking, just always go on mute.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Yeah, it's a good idea. Going back on mute. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I had a quick question about that picture you showed.
What's that, mate?
Oh, how did you measure the distance?
That's
between
why the
oil
oil rigs are there. We know the distances to the static oil rigs. They don't change their location. Using things like Google Maps and stuff like that, we know our position on the beach, so we can calculate the distance to those things.
Doesn't Google Maps use like to map out things? Doesn't it use
Oh, do you want a flat map? Then we can use many maps, dude. Maps can come in all shapes and sizes. I can wrap around.
How did you make the map? How did you make the map with satellites? How did you do that?
No. Google
dude,
Maps is done with little cars, dude. Haven't you ever seen the cars driving around? Why are you asking silly questions?
I don't want to get my big stick out, mate. Again, I'm trying to help you, and you're running around. So the reason why the oil rigs are there is because we know the distance to them. Based on that, we can estimate a distance to the horizon where it appears in relation to the oil rigs. For example, it can be in front of the oil rigs, which will show it's less than 6 miles, or beyond the oil rigs, showing it's more than 9 miles, or it could look like it's between the oil rigs. Do you get it?
Do you have a different picture that kind of depicts the same idea?
There's loads of them, dude. You notice the one that says who posted?
The one that says
Show
who
me one.
posted and the one that I posted were the same observation done at different heights at different times of day. We can show you one with wind turbines, for example. Loads of them. Demonstrating that the horizon's optical, not a physical location for boats to sail over.
No. I want
down the
one
other
with
side.
seas. I want one with flat water. That'd be great.
They've all got flat water in them, dude.
Give me those.
Look at the water, dude. You'll notice where it appears to meet the sky. That horizon line is horrible. I need you to engage your brain, dude. Right, this is really, really simple. If you'd studied in math class, you'd understand what a circle was. You'd understand what a tangent was. And we're just kind of trying to go through those things.
Yeah, okay. If that picture is right, and you have a very strong argument here, I gotta say. You have multiple pictures that depict the same thing. I'm willing to see those. Be great.
Again, this is where we started at the beginning, right? So, but yeah.
How many do you need from that location?
Not from that location. I want a different location.
Oh, got
Okay, let me see if
millions
I
of
can find
those,
the
son.
interpreter.
There's got to be at least
Yeah,
millions
great.
on the internet by now.
Great. Send them all.
So, just a lot of shots of the horizon are going to depict this. It's just that within those a lot of shots, just people that have just gone on holidays and taken selfies of themselves at the beach, right? They're not going to realize they've taken an example of this, right? Because there might not be any distance markers in the background, just ocean, right?
Besides,
Nobody's
this
ever come along
particular
and
image.
showed us one. Yeah, I was just going to say, nobody's ever come along and showed us one with distance markers indicating that the horizon is exactly where it's been predicted to be with the globe geometry.
Right, which is why we call this particular image the black swan. The beauty of this one is that we only actually need one image to debunk the entire globe religion, and this is it. See, if all swans are white, and all of a sudden somebody comes along with one black swan, the premise that all swans are white totally disappears. So this image right here destroys your entire paradigm. I could see why you would want more, but this is all we need.
In the side chat, 34 minutes past the hour, Jimmy Will just posted an now this is just a GIF taken from the original. In this video, we know the observer height and we know the distances to the wind turbines. The furthest one in this observation, I believe, is about 11 miles. And we see the horizon beyond that 11-mile mark. I can try and find the other video for you, but it's just showing the same thing.
You mean there's land behind there?
And the horizon's beyond the wind turbines, where the horizon should be in the wind turbines based on the observer's height. I think the observer's height in this image, I think, is about 5 foot. It's like the top of a hill, right? If your friend climbs over the hill and down the other side, you can't see your friend because the hill is in the way. Now, the top of that hill isn't going to get closer to you and away now, is it? And you're not going to actually be able to see your friend on the other side of that hill at all because of the physical obstruction. We're trying to demonstrate to you that that's a misnomer. That's not true. The horizon is literally the limit of your perception across the surface until
What limit is-
angularly you can't resolve it anymore. Your eyes and the weather.
Oh, your eye. Okay.
Yeah. So you
prove
understand
that?
that things appear to get small distant, right, into the human eye.
Like, how does that work? Like,
So the angles reduce with distance. Right? This mountain that I'm standing next to occupies the whole, if not more, of any angle that I can perceive. Right, it's right in front of me. But that mountain that's far away occupies a smaller angle. Now the two mountains are exactly the same height. I just perceive the one that's further away to be smaller.
That's the same thing with the surface you're looking across,
No, I mean like
right?
you can see infinitely, or what do you mean?
It
It's
depends
just an
on the
angle.
angle of size or something.
Yeah.
No.
So if
Can't
you
see
can see
forever,
like
dude.
you can see any boat going over the horizon. You can like see it. What do you mean?
It depends on what optical device you're using, right?
Why
Because
is the
to
mast
you,
like lower?
it's
What
like,
does it look
dude,
like? Sinking.
why does it look like it's sinking? Why does the top appear to get closer to the water?
You don't even see the bottom anymore. Like gone.
Okay, you don't even see the bottom anymore when it's gone beyond the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been blocked by the horizon, which is Earthgate, right?
What a bro.
Your argument, you're saying that you can't see the bottom of the boat because the curvature of the Earth is the boat has gone
Yeah,
over the
exactly.
horizon, the geometric limit to what you can observe, and you can't see the bottom anymore because the curvature is in the way, like a hill. That's a geometric claim, dude.
Yeah,
And
because
we're
it's
showing you
curving
that
downwards, so you don't see it
horizon
anymore.
distance changes. You
You're
understand
talking
this,
about
right?
no, I'm sorry. You're talking about an
Okay.
angle. I
Yeah.
don't understand you here because you're saying you have an angle, like a view of vision. If there's a big mountain in front of you, it appears very large, and you're saying it's very far away, so you should be able to see it, right?
All right. Can you see, for example, a bumblebee fly away from you? And are you going to be able to see it forever? Or does it get smaller and smaller the further away it gets from
you can see the ship. You can literally see the ship, like
I'm,
only
I'm
the
just trying to
mast.
explain to you fucking perspective, dude. Do you draw? Are you an artist?
No.
Do you understand what depth perception is?
And you're just making me look stupid. That's so mean, bro.
No, I'm not
Why
making
are
you
you
look
stupid
stupid.
then? Don't be
It's not me
stupid.
making you.
All right, I'll want to continue this conversation, guys. It was very fun talking to you guys. I got physics test like in 2 days. I hope you
Yeah,
have a
go
great
study for that,
No
rest of
dude.
your
gravity
evening.
on your physics test, is there?
There is gravity. There's all kind of.
How can there be? You
dynamic-
haven't proven gravity to be real, so ask your physics teacher to prove gravity and how it works, and then take the test.
I mean, I could give you his number. You can call him up and.
All right,
ask
yeah,
him all
have
kinds
him
of
call
questions.
me. Have him call me here on Discord in
There's
this
so many
room.
people that were willing to explain to you. There are actually groups.
Okay,
of
yeah, I
people
want him to
explaining.
come in and explain it to me.
It's
Okay, I'm
like,
sorry, I
do you
lied. I
think
didn't have
you
his. I don't have his
don't know
number,
the
but I
story?
can give you his email number if that's what you want.
Why?
Okay, so
Do you
either
think
you
that we
have
don't
to
know the
leave
story?
because you have a test, or you don't have to leave because you got more time to troll. Pick one.
I gotta leave. See you guys. Have a great
Later.
evening.
Hey, wait, 1 minute, 1 minute. Before you go, look at a picture of Stephen Hawking from the 1980s, and then pull up another picture from, the 1990s, and then say, yeah, that's the same person. I double dare you to do that. That's all I got to say.
I guess he realized he was sounding stupid.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, it's Dean James back here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, man.
No and no.
What do you
hello.
like? I said about Stephen Hawking. I was looking at his pictures from the '80s and throughout his, with his ALS and everything. I think they had a couple different Stephen Hawkings. I don't think he was legit at all. I just wonder what you guys think about that. Okay, bro. Hey, I'm just saying. Just take a look. Tell me what you think. This is scientific evidence. It's not the same guy. There's no freaking way. I never even thought about it until someone brought it up.
Define scientific evidence.
Well, it's something that's observable. There's like 7 things. I could probably only remember 5, but you can observe it. You can repeat it like an experiment and prove it yourself.
What experiment can you do on Stephen Hawking?
Oh, well, no. There's pictures out there and videos of. I never met him personally. He might not even exist for all I know. I don't believe in anything, but looking through all the different, just Google him, and the tell is his teeth, his bottom teeth, in the 1980s were maybe a quarter inch. And then all of a sudden, I think it was the 1990s. I could be wrong, maybe early 2000s. I don't even remember when he died, but they're about a inch long and jutting up above his upper lip. Like, I don't think you can grow teeth as you get older, unless he's a horse. Maybe I don't know. So I found that very odd. In his ears, I know. Like you gotta look at earlobes, teeth. Those are like almost like fingerprints. Maybe not as exact, but it's. Hey, there you go. In other words, what I'm saying is the things you see on television, the mainstream news, the science
It's not
channels.
fake.
I think they lie. I think they lie about a lot of stuff. That's all I'm saying.
It is not fake. I'm fake. You're fake. We're all fake.
Wow, dude, you're having a hard day, aren't you?
Yes. Patricia broke up with me.
Emotional damage.
Patricia broke up with me. I don't know how to cope with this information.
I'm just saying. I think
Ladies
Stephen
and gentlemen,
Hawking's a psyop.
we got him.
Yeah.
So, 20. Yeah. I kind of refuse to. I find it, in my opinion, I don't think I'm talk to flat earthers anymore. No offense.
Bye.
Because I don't want to talk to a brick wall. Basically, not trying to be rude or anything. Not in a rude way. Just some people
Is this
take
you?
that as
Is this you coping, dude?
rude way, but it's not.
Well,
Because are
he
you the
came in
same guy who
and
came in
told us
earlier?
why he can't talk to us, Jedi. He came in
Is
here to
it?
tell us why he can't talk to us.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you can't talk to me, bro. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you
Say
can't.
it, man. Spit it. I mean,
You're a
spit it
brick
out. Come on.
wall. You're a brick wall.
You can't talk to me. You can't talk to me.
Yep. Please let me know when I'm at your level to where I can speak with you. Thank you. You are God.
ừ
Are you guys waiting for some Globersers to jump in? Hello.
Yellow, how are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. So are you guys want to have some Globers discussions?
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to speak about something particular?
No, not really particular, but I'm just interested in this arguments. What do you guys usually? What is the main proof for the flat Earth in your opinion?
The main proof is the Earth is measured to be horizontal over any distance. So the proof is the Earth is measured flat.
And how it measured?
How? So with surveying tools, theodolites, lasers, things like this.
So is there any examples where I can see something, for example, within like 50 kilometers? Just with something?
Yeah, something like that. I could probably find something in the 20 to 25 range mark.
Maybe even 40. 40 is fine, I guess.
Okay. You understand that 6 is okay, right?
6?
Yeah. The rate of
It
change of
depends.
slope.
Depends on height and temperature.
Yeah, it depends on things, but we're looking for change of
Yeah, I would say if I can say if I can see something within 50 kilometers from the beach, I would definitely agree that the Earth is flat. That would be like other things is part of a manipulation. Is it like 630? How it's 6,300 the diameter of the Earth? Is it like 7,000? It's just a manipulation. Like if I see something within like 50 kilometers within like from the beach, I would definitely be a flat earther.
Okay, when you say see something, you mean like a mountain that's far away?
No, I mean, I was meaning the diameter, like or the radius of the Earth, if the radius just half it. I mean, for 6 kilometers, it's pretty close. You can see it with good enough height, right? You can just.
I was trying to explain to you the rate of change of slope, but you decided that you wanted to speak. The reason why I said 6 should be a rate of change that should be measured based on the mathematics involved with a sphere. Right, so after 1 mile, according to the radius value, point B, that distance, would have descended from point A's horizontal by 8 inches over 10 miles. It's exponential function, so it's 66 foot. Over 20 miles, 260 foot approximately. So because it's a curved surface, that means the function's exponential. If you're looking for something for 50 miles or 50, dude, I could probably find you a laser test in the region of 20 to 30 miles, which is approximately 50 kilometers. I could show you that. But like I said, any measurement on a sphere would show a rate of change of slope from the person's vantage point. Right? It's a curved surface.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm following you 100%. But
Okay, a curved surface will have a rate of change of slope immediately when you move across that curved surface, right? It's a curve.
Yeah.
I tried
Of
to
course, it
explain to
depends
you.
on the lenses and how you measure it.
I tried to explain to you that with distance, that calculation increases the rate of change of slope. So, like I said, 6 miles would show a rate of change of slope. There would be more over 10 miles. There'd be much more over 20 miles. You're asking for 50 kilometers. I point out to you that half of that is, there should be a measurable rate of change of slope.
I mean, if it's flat, what's the problem with having measurements on 50 kilometers?
I can give you measurements of like hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. But you understand the premise of measuring a surface. It doesn't measure to have curvature, then it's curved. So there should be a measurable rate of change of 10 miles, right? Right, okay.
Not really getting it. What are you saying? Like 10 miles? What is it?
I told you, like this will be the third time I've told you. Over a distance of 10 miles, there should be a rate of change of approximately 66 feet, which would mean point B that's 10 miles away would be 66 foot lower than point A's horizontal.
Can you illustrate that? I think you're reading something, but can you just...
No, I'm not reading anything. Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah.
Cool. That's what I'm trying to explain. Over the distance of the tangent, the curved surface would increase its distance from it.
Okay. So what is the point?
The point is we don't measure that rate of change of slope where it should be over 6 miles, over 10 miles, over 20 miles, and over 30 miles. It should be there. You're asking for 50 kilometers. I could probably, I'm repeating myself again. I could probably show you something within the 20 to 30 range. I'll see if I can.
Miles or kilometers? 20 to 30.
Yeah, miles, fifth time.
Okay. It should be enough, I guess. If that's the maximum that you have.
That's the maximum that I've got. Let me see if I can. I can give, I guess I could give you one that's about 150 kilometers, but that's more paperwork than actual observation. Let me see if I can find these for you. Please forgive me for taking so long.
Yeah, that's a good illustration. Shut them down. So it's basically we should theoretically see infinitely, right?
No. Why?
If there's no atmosphere or something, right?
Why?
From the image.
Why would we see infinitely?
Like on the
Let
image.
me break this down to you, George. You could see for a very much longer distance if there was no atmosphere, but you can never remove the atmosphere.
Yeah, but I can still see the moon. Why is that? Isn't the moon
Because it's above your head, not laterally.
So do you mean it's close to me, like 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers? How far is it? But probably more than 5 kilometers, right?
It depends on its size and distance to you, whether you're going to be able to perceive it or not.
How
So,
do you think, like 2 kilometers away?
Dude, you said if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see our angle reduction with distance. It's going to depend on the size of the object as to how to see it before
No, you said it's atmosphere. It's not the
Woo!
size.
Dude, I'm trying to answer. It's like, maybe you should speak to someone else.
Sorry.
Just showed up.
Hmm?
Hey, George, you see in the side chat?
See?
I just showed up. What's the contention?
What is this?
You're roboting whoever that is. Sorry. I just showed up. I wanted to know what the contention was. Oh, seeing forever if there was no atmosphere. No, it's not going to happen.
So why don't we see like for 50 kilometers?
We do see 50
Angular
kilometers. Size change with distance. Depends on what you're talking about specifically. Can we see for 50 kilometers? Yes, we can. What are we looking at? Can it be resolved? Different question. Let me ask you this: Can you see a penny? Can you see a penny a kilometer away?
With a good enough zoom, yeah, but it should be really good zoom. I'm talking about seeing something really big.
Dude,
Okay.
Sorry, with a really big zoom. So you understand that your eyes, eventually that coin was get a distance to where it's going to be too small to see until you got some technology and zoomed it back in so you could perceive the angles that you couldn't perceive before. That's what I was trying to explain to you 2 minutes ago.
Okay. So you agree that with good enough zoom you can see it, but just the coin is small enough.
Depends on the size of the object that you're trying to resolve at distance. You might be able to see a really big mountain 100 miles away, but you're not going to be able to see the coin away because that's too small for you to see. It's going to depend on the angular size of the object, whether you're going to be able to see it or not. Come on.
It's not a problem of the atmosphere.
George,
It's just that is far away, right?
You see what I posted? Do you see what I posted in the side chat? Where there's a man standing and he looks like he's about to
Yeah,
crush
but
his
I'm
friends
trying to
under his feet.
understand the point. What is this?
So you can see the mountains in the background, and you can see the SUV in the background also, right?
Okay.
Right. You see how
Well,
small
I
those are.
barely see the mountains. Probably, yeah. Something, yeah.
Right.
Let's assume.
So things get smaller as they get further away, right? Now with a powerful zoom, yeah, you can zoom back in, but there's going to be a point where the light will no longer travel through the thickness of the air. You're just going to have to accept that. You
Why do
can't
you
see
think?
forever, man.
First, we need to know: is it the CUV mountains and whether the person was photoshopped. To me, it looks kind of.
Oh my gosh, George, you knock it off.
Like, for real,
You better
look
start
at this image.
behaving yourself in here and be intellectually honest with us. All of a sudden, you're going to be scrupulous about angular size. This is a well-known
Look at
field,
this image. Can you
okay?
see it? Did you look at
Optics,
this image?
angular size. And by the way, I want to know exactly what this has to do with this conversation. Why are you appealing to angular size change?
I'm not appealing to that.
Okay, so what are you asking about? What
I'm
is
saying
your
that
goal
there's
here?
nothing to do with the atmosphere. I can see the moon, so the atmosphere is not affecting it. So
Hold on, that
Actually, it is.
it's not true. Why can you look at the sunrise and burning your eyes out, but you don't do it at midday? Why is that? Is it because you're looking through the densest, thickest part of the atmosphere when you're looking hot, and that's why you can look at the sun, because the light is distinguishing through the atmosphere, as compared to when you look up at the sun at day, you're looking for increasing density of air matter. I mean, come on, dude.
yeah, that seems correct. But if you, but you still see it, right? It's just different color.
Hold on, we need to establish something. Are you assuming that the sun or the moon are 250,000 miles away and 93,000 or 93 million miles away, respectively?
I'm assuming that is more than 50 kilometers at least.
More than 50 kilometers. Okay, well, we're not talking about 50. What I think our limit is somewhere around 250 miles. Hold on, George. Somewhere around 250 miles horizontally across the Earth. That's what we're claiming. Now, you seeing the sun, what does that have to do with anything, or the moon for that matter?
Sorry, can you repeat? I'm really trying to listen, not to interrupt.
What is the point of your question? How come we can't see infinitely far on the surface of the Earth? It's because the air doesn't permit it. These are not our claims, by the way. You're arguing with the wrong people.
Okay. I was asking what is the main arguments of the flatness of the Earth.
Oh, so now we're to
Water's
the
flat.
actual crux of the matter. The water on the surface of the Earth is flat everywhere. We have measured for curvature and cannot find any. In fact, no one is even to have claimed to measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. So every industry that uses the Earth and the surface of the Earth measures it flat for navigation, building, etc.
Yeah, so for me, like if I see like something within 50 kilometers, like above the horizon, for
Wow.
me it would definitely prove that the Earth
So
is flat.
you've decided to spur back into this mode. Okay. Well, we
I'm
have
just
some
explaining
observations
the
of
line
somewhere around
of the-
excuse me, I think we have some observations of somewhere in the ballpark of 273 miles. Is that okay?
Yeah, where is
Great.
that?
Do you want me to find those for you?
Yeah, Mount Canigou or whatever it is.
Okay.
Is it from height, like the person height, right? At least, not more than person height.
Oh, you want from 6 feet?
Of course, if it's flat, what does it matter?
Well, if it's flat, it would. Sorry. If the Earth is flat, we can see across it for 270 miles. That was your stipulation. If you can see something at 270 miles, you're going to believe it. Now, all of a sudden, it has to be, there's some kind of condition that you didn't mention.
No, I mentioned this. Of course, if you go high enough, you will see more. That's obvious.
Okay, so your elevated position above the thickest layer of the air, right, from one point to another, that's still not a problem, or is it a problem? Because if you're going to talk about the geometry of the Earth, then we're going to have to talk about how much Earth curve would be in the way between you and your particular object that you're viewing, your observer height, and what kind of target distance there should, how much of the target should be blocked that you're seeing in the distance, according to the globe math. Can you show me that?
Yeah, but it's really hard to measure because we are quite limited with what we see. We cannot see like.
If you look in the side chat, 412 kilometers, Canigou Mountains.
Okay.
Thanks, dude. If you also scroll up in the chat, there's the laser test taken surface level up to a distance. I think it's 28 miles.
But this is from very top. It's not from the beach. We were
Okay,
talking
no
here.
worries. That's
It was
fine. No worries. You
initially
don't accept that. That's fine.
George.
You don't accept that. So here's what I want from
From
you,
that,
George. I want you to show me the measurable surface curvature.
George, from that elevation, the mountain should be 1,000 feet below the surface.
I'm not saying like what it should be. It's really
See,
manipulated.
they're so dishonest. They're not even going to decide to go along with the Earth curve geometry that should be there. So we'll ignore this.